测，境况让人显示，可失败了也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，一生也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。倒是我起来和盐酸奶之间出了那战斗。Cold grade I go way pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. North side earth looking at my clouds. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人显示，可失败了也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人显示，可失败了也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受。Standing tall through the test， 咱们值得 respect。Standing tall through the test， 咱们值得 respect。精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人显示，可失败了也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈。Now we still go ape， hey。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall through the test.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch.
3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really young. 25 late, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Real hustle, baby, throw my roller in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Pune, how are you guys doing? I hope kal day number 1 pe sabko maza aaya. But now it is time to begin the action, ladies and gentlemen, of day 2 of OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia Split 1 Cup 1 Grand Finals. आज बहुत ही एक्साइटिंग दिन रहने वाला है. कल हमने ओपनिंग मैचेस देखे, लेकिन आज एक अपर ब्रैकेट मैच रहेगा एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स विल बी द एलिमिनेशन ब्रैकेट, जहां हम एक टीम को तो अलविदा कहेंगे और एक टीम इस टूर्नामेंट में हमको सर्वाइव करके आगे बढ़ती हुई नजर आएगी. Before we get the show started, a huge thank you to our lovely sponsors. This OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia with title partners OMEN, brought to you guys by Nodwin Gaming, and styling partners Philips OneBlade. And of course, अगर आप IGS पुणे में भी आए हैं तो ओमन वैलोरेंट चैलेंजर्स साउथ एशिया के साथ साथ ओमन का एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन बूथ भी है, जहां पे आप बेजोड़ गेमिंग का एक्सपीरियंस ले सकते हैं ऑन दी अमेजिंग ओमन लैपटॉप्स दैट आर देयर फॉर यू गाइस टू एंजॉय. बट इसी के साथ साथ आज के दिन देखना है कि हमारी जो टॉप 4 टीम्स हैं उनका परफॉर्मेंस कैसा रहने वाला है. बिकॉज yesterday we saw a dominating run from Revenant and Grayfox as well, but today it's not going to be easy for them. But अब कुछ उन लोगों के पास चलते हैं जो चीजें और ज्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड बनाते हैं because of all the thoughts that are running through their heads. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about our lovely casters. So let's head.
Thank you so much, Johnny. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, though. Of course, OMEN's Valorant Challengers South Asia. Today's going to be the day 2. Before we move on with the show, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsor, which is our styling partner, Philips OneBlade. I'm going to be a host of Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Shai Shinu. And as I mentioned, day 2. But speaking of the day 1, Day one was filled with a lot of astonishments. Metal Esports starting the series off against Grayfox in quite a dominating fashion, but then later on they just lost the momentum out of nowhere.
I mean, that's the thing about Middle Esports. When they moved on to the map of Split, there were a few problems that they were not able to fix. And at the end of the day, it was just the map of buying. It was the territory of Grayfox Esports. But at the end of the day, there's still a thing now. They've got a do-or-die situation upon their hands when they'll be in that lower bracket matchup. But that's the storyline of the latest stages of the day. We did not see any upsides yesterday, but I'm hoping for something to happen today.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of something that happened, let's move forward and look at the prize pool, because this is the biggest thing happening right now on the screen. $66,000 on the line in the Split 1, which we're of course currently in, and then for the Split 2, it's going to be $64,000. In general, there's a lot of money up for grabs, and if you look at the prize pool distribution as well, the first placing team will be getting $15,000 on their name. The second one will be getting $7,000, and the third and the fourth will be getting $4,000 each, and moving forward with fifth and the sixth, they will be getting $1,000. In general, whichever team, if they have managed to place themselves in the top 8, they are definitely going to be getting a lot of money.
Yeah, so again, it was all the way back from the group stages. We already have 4 teams for all of that, and now we'll have one more team that will be placed on the 4th position after the elimination. But that's again something we will discuss later on. Here we go. Let's have a look at the entire matchup itself. Revenant went up against True Rippers in a 2-0 fashion, won and moved in the upper bracket. Grayfox was up against Metal yesterday, won in a 2-1 fashion, and both of them are now in the upper brackets. And look at that lower bracket. That's where the main action will lie.
Of course, as Johnny mentioned as well on the stage itself, that today one of the teams will be leaving this entire playoffs bracket. We don't exactly know which that team's going to be, but hey, will it be Metal Esports? Will it be True Rippers? Even for True Rippers, things haven't really looking that great. For Metal Esports, yesterday it did feel like they're trying their best to step things up, but still it's not enough.
I mean, that's not just enough, right? Enough is literally not enough at this point. You've got to do more than enough to somehow try and survive through this entire pool of all the teams who will be bringing out their main strategies now. Because Metal was not the only one who was hiding their best cards, the aces up their sleeve. Someone will have the ace of spades, and Revenant seems to be that team. Apart from their aim, they were able to pull out a Harbor Viper composition on Icebox, and they made it work like wonders. The chamber in the hands of SK Rossi on the map of Wine, mind-blowing. Unfortunately, he got 2 4Ks in both the games, could not complete an ace for himself, but it's fine. He's still got maybe 2 or 3 more potential chances.
More than Chamber, I would say, it was the Reyna pick just coming out of nowhere, surprising all of us. And Reyna pick was something I did not really expect. But once again, I do understand it's one of those old compositions, right? Reyna and Sky paired up together. You use the Reyna Lear and then combine it with the Sky Flash so that the opponent's like directly flashed up. We saw that Reyna Sky combination play on the B side quite a lot, and Reyna was of course looking towards the B long as well. So it's one of the OG compositions, and somehow it actually did work out quite perfectly for them. In general, Revenant Esports' aim, it has been looking quite crispy. Every single player in that team has been able to activate themselves. SK Rossi, a well-known good player. Moving on forward to Paradox, another flex player who's been doing quite fantastic. Then they've also got some of the best duelists to offer. DOS9, another insane character in the lineup, which he has a lot of potential.
And the IGL Severine, man, no one can forget about the man himself. As we even heard them yesterday in that interview, they were like, all right, let's go for the Harbor Viper composition. I can play Harbor, we'll go for that. And they went in, made that play, and just surprised all of us out there. But yes, of course, they pull out Reyna as well. Those are the few things that only Revenant can technically do. But as long as you've got a crispy aim, that is the best thing. But they also work tactically really well.
Yeah, exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot to talk about, but after this short break.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or beat. Let's go, 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 go.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Phillips.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or beat. Let's go, 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 go.
Because this one, it can be the prize fight as well. Top contenders है ये दोनों teams हमारी. But चलिए अब finally हमारी जो प्रक्रिया है उसको शुरू करते हैं by calling the actual top contenders on the stage first. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Revenant Esports. ग्रुप स्टेज टॉपर से भाई तालियां बजा दो थोड़ी. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, Revenant Esports. अब सबको तो इन्होंने कामयाब मार दिया है, but आज अपने ऑपोजिशन के साथ क्या ये ऐसे ही डील करेंगे या नहीं, ये हमें कुछ देर में पता चलेगा. बट ऑपोजिशन की बात कर रहे हैं, let's bring them on this stage as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you guys, Grayfox Esports. थोड़ी चेयर्स और हो जाए ग्रेफॉक्स के लिए. लेट्स गो. ऑलराइट, सो अब एक और हमारा ट्रेडिशन रहता है. अरे होक्स, व्हाई आर यू लीविंग सो अर्ली? अब भूल गए लगता है. यस, पैराडॉक्स इंटरव्यू टाइम. ऑलराइट, सो आज ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड नहीं करेंगे. वी वोंट गेट इनटू द टेक्निकलिटीज. सिंपल क्वेश्चन. सबसे पहले तो आप अपने इंट्रोज के लिए इतनी क्रिएटिविटी कहाँ से लाते हो?
कुछ नहीं, बस बैक ऑफ द माइंड सब चलता रहता है. ओवर थिंक करो नेचुरली, इधर भी थिंक कर लेता हूँ.
अच्छा, वी हैव ऑलवेज नोटिस्ड रेवेनेंट जब भी स्टेज पे आती है कुछ एक्साइटिंग होता है. ये देख के आपको थोड़ा लगता है कि यार आज कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत ज़्यादा लग रहा है इनमें?
नहीं, ऐसा स्पेसिफिकली कुछ नहीं है. ये लोग जब भी स्टेज पे आते हैं, ये लोग क्या यही कुछ ना कुछ करता है जब भी स्टेज पे आता है. तो कॉन्फिडेंस ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. सारे गेम्स जैसे जाएंगे वैसे ही फिर खेलेंगे ये वाला भी.
अब स्टेज पे तो आप इनका जवाब नहीं देते, बट गेम के अंदर यू गाइस आर हेल्ड एज द टॉप 2 टीम्स. सो आज के इस मैचअप पे व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स? हाउ डू यू प्लान ऑन बीटिंग दिस मैन?
मीन दे आर अ स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम, यस, बट पिछली बार जब हमने फेस ऑफ किया था हमारा एक प्लेयर नहीं खेला था. तो इस बार पूरा लाइनअप खेल रहा है, सब अच्छे मूड में भी है. तो होपफुली अच्छा मैच रहेगा. अच्छी.
अब इस पे आप क्या कहना है कि आज पूरी टीम है तो लास्ट टाइम एक प्लेयर नहीं था इसलिए आप जीते?
अभी मतलब कोई है ना है क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है. वैसे तो वो स्टैंड इन कर लिया था, बट वी स्टिल क्लोज द गेम. बट अभी मज़ा आएगा बिकॉज इट्स ऑन लैंड एंड ऑब्वियसली एज डिफ तो है दोनों साइड पे.
मज़ा तो बहुत आएगा. दूसरी चीज़ के बारे में मैं बात नहीं करूंगा. बट गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग मी फॉर दिस इंटरव्यू. अरे बट ठीक है चलिए वो गेम की बात करेंगे. Anyways, it is time to begin the action. लेकिन उससे पहले once again a thank you to our lovely sponsors, the OMEN Valorant Challenger South Asia, with title partners OMEN Stylic Partners, Philips OneBlade, and of course brought to you guys by Nodwin Gaming. बट अभी थोड़ी देर में इन दोनों टीम्स का मैप वीटो हम लोग एक्सपीरियंस करेंगे, देखेंगे कि क्या आज के पिक्स और बैन्स रहते हैं. एंड ऑफ कोर्स उसके बाद शुरू होगा आज का ये अपर ब्रैकेट फिनाले. आई होप यू गाइस आर रेडी फॉर द एक्शन. कुछ और लोग हैं जिनसे पूछता हूँ कि क्या वो रेडी है. सो लवली कास्टर्स, क्रैक, फ्रिट्स एंड स्पार्टस, आर यू गाइस रेडी?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely ready. We're just waiting for the map veto as well, my friend Johnny. But speaking about the map veto, the last time when these two teams duked it out against each other in the league stage, Lotus was the first map to kick things off with, where Grayfox destroyed Revenant Esports. Or not exactly like that. Revenant Esports was the one who destroyed Grayfox. But then in Icebox, Grayfox destroyed Revenant. And yesterday we saw something new being pulled out by Revenant Esports. So maybe, once again, if we do see the Icebox pick, Grayfox might just have a bit of a challenge here.
They might have a challenge, but then again, in terms of the basics, I still feel Grayfox's basics are much more clearer as compared to True Ripper, specifically on the map of Icebox. So it might still be a risky move, but hey, they're here for a fun time. So why not as well just see that map and eventually move into the best of 3 for the third map itself. But that's again a storyline for the latest parts of the game. We still know Grayfox did mention about the fact that their one player was on a stand-in, but they were having some shaky mindsets during that series. But this time they are much more confident in their lineup, and I'm hoping for the exact same thing because they did definitely change a few things up.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I want to see another bind from the side of Revenant Esports. I want to see the same composition once again. I want to see Revenant Esports establish their dominance on the map. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time for the icebreaker, as the map veto is going to be revealed in front of us. And off the rip, it's going to be an Icebox ban from Grayfox this time. They do not want to face that Harbor Wiper composition against Revenant Esports. But then Revenant Esports, once again, just sticking to that comfort ban, and they ban out Sunset. This is something I saw coming, but I want to see the picks. And Grayfox want to face Revenant Esports off in bind. Interesting. Oh, I'm down for this.
You wanted bind, man. You wanted bind. You mentioned split first. It was insta banned out. You wanted bind. We are going to see that happen. And honestly, even I'm interested to see what Grayfox will bring on that map itself, seeing what happened yesterday. But Ascend. Okay, understandable. Revenant would definitely want to go for Ascend because they are pretty strong on that one. And Grayfox has been looking very shaky on it.
They indeed have been, but then look at this. Another ban coming in towards Breeze, and then Revenant Esports banning out Lotus. Last time when Revenant Esports, when they faced off against Grayfox, Lotus was the pick, but it was Revenant Esports to come out on top. But this time it's Revenant Esports to ban out Lotus, which is quite an interesting pick. And once again, the decider is going to be split, just like last time. Oh, this is already quite an interesting map veto, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go back to the classic maps, Bind, Ascent, and Splits. There's a chance it might just go all 3 mapper, but there's also a chance it might just end in the first 2 rounds or in the first 2 maps by Revenant Esports. I still think so. Looking at the map veto, Revenant Esports should have the upper hand. But what do you think?
Bind has been played by Grayfox 3 times, man. They've got a 100% win rate on it, so I'm not quite sure if that's exactly where Revenant would be able to finish Grayfox Esports off. But yeah, at the same time, if you're looking at the all 3 mapper, I still feel Revenant has got that upper hand. Ascent, as we've already mentioned, Grayfox has not been looking that pretty on that one. Only played it twice, won one, lost one. On the other side of the spectrum though, Revenant, they have got their basics clear, and if it's about the vanilla composition, you know that they will eventually prevail because that's how solid their entire core mechanic is.
It indeed is. And now specifically, how can you forget that Super Flash combination? Once again, it comes out. Reyna, Chamber, Raze, and that Sky right there. A Super Flash composition between Reyna and Sky. I want to see how Revenant Esports this time, they play it off towards the B side. You move on forward to the opposite side, just sticking to the comfort zone. Nothing really out of the box. They've got Breach and Sky as the initiators, Sayo playing Cypher as the Sentinel, and then Coley as the control on the Brimstone, and then Venka playing the Raze. A classic composition from Grayfox, but it has been working out well for them.
it indeed has been. There's only one thing, and I wouldn't exactly call him a weak link, but yeah, skills kind of feels a little bit uncomfortable whenever he's playing the Brimstone, and not by utility. I mean, his utility has been on point. All those orbital strikes as well as the smokes, brilliant, and including the stim beacon. But yes, in terms of the lineups, I still am waiting to see him use out those few lineups. And it's the map of Wind, man. Come on, we've got a lot of lineups already for the Brimstone Molly, so I'll be looking forward for those incendiaries to land up perfectly on point. Yet again, I'm pretty interested. Both of these teams are playing with the Sentinel. One side, you've got the Chamber. Other side, you've got the Cypher in the hands of Sire. So I'll be looking forward to how that eventually works out. But again, SK Rossi needs to be stopped.
I mean, once again, I'm down to see those 4K Rossi plays, man. Yesterday, he got 3 4Ks. He wasn't able to convert any of them into a complete ace. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant versus Grayfox kicks off now. Revenant Esports starting things off in defense and Grayfox starting things off on offense. This is where Revenant Esports, the Super Flash composition, might just work pretty well. They have been asserting dominance off the rip towards Hookah, and the similar strategy is happening once again.
Could potentially be the exact same type of hit.
Blinded.
Wanted to get an early read. The flash did definitely give out an information of a player being there, but it's Rossi waiting for the first contact, but the timing.
Oh my god. Okay. Rossi cut off. Head ripped apart. Even the trap wire getting active, and look at Sayo. His position's in compromise. Good leer that was. Sayo catches one. Doss not taken out of the contention. It's still a 3v4. Man advantage in the hands of Grayfox. Cypher's down though, which is completely fine. Even the flank angles are cleared up now by the players of Revenant Esports. 3 players moving in from the back lines. Position somewhere down line compromised as well. Paradox still checking forward for the flanks himself, making sure that he's not going to get lurked on. But the players of Revenant Esports with this entire lurk, they definitely do have a decent amount of map control, but the site control is still missing. Every single person from Grayfox is being forced in the backside, and the defuse is being stuck as well. But Venka knives too! Oh my god! Grayfox, they convert the first round.
My goodness. Venka, if that's how he's starting things off, I don't know, man, where the confidence of Grayfox Esports is at this point. He just went in the smoke, knifed 2 people, only to be taken down by Severin. Jeez! But what can I say, man? That was probably the best idea in that situation, because the defuse was being stuck by Paradox. I wanted to say that there was still a smoke available for skills, so the post-plant utility was okay-ish for the retakes, I mean. But yeah, on the other end, it all just went in favor of Grayfox. And this time around, yep, they're all going directly into a trap play.
Oh, he grabbed the attention. There's still 2 players just looking forward to pop flash on their faces. The sky's ready too. But somewhere down line, Grayfox are playing this one quite safe and sound too. They do not want to go for the commitment instantly. Just take their time. There we go. Adrian King getting the first connection. Nothing converted yet though. Good flash. They peek out instantly. They're just going to walk into their decks.
Oh,
another player taken down as well. And at this point, it's just a complete mow down towards Long. Yeah, of course, Revenant Esports are not going to stand a chance. It's an eco round. It should be a meat grinder.
That was such a phenomenal aftershock as well. Grayfox Esports, their senses tingled at the perfect possible time, realizing that this might eventually be a trap play, because you would not want to peek just like that, and that too multiple times on the same angle. Good awareness. And then wrapping everyone up in Garden as well as the TP Cubby. It's all down to SK Rossi now. A smoke in his face, which just faded a second ago, but Venka is watching that angle. Should be able to get that pick. What? Nah, man. That's just Rossi being Rossi.
Yeah, there's a tremor to his face as well. Now it's stunned up. Rossi does not have any time. He's just looking forward to convert some kills at this point. But he still fights the second one, too. Well, I guess at least some damage is being dealt. 3 bodies taken away. Not that bad of an eco. But still something they can work on.
That's a very good eco. Again, that's a very solid eco. Though one of the investment was only a judge, so it's kind of fine. They were able to save a couple of bulldogs. Maybe just some light investment onto this one, and that's about it. But yeah, it gives Revenant leeway to easily move around because they only have one half shields. Everyone else with a full house of utilities. Apart from no headhunter bullets for Rossi though. It's fine. He's got a Vandal in his hand. It's going to be even more deadly. Paradox as well. The setup, still 3 people playing default directly towards the B. We did see a couple of players playing towards the A side. We'll potentially try and play towards the back as well. While on the other end of the spectrum, for Grayfox going in with a very spread default. Not wanting to pop in at any one part of the map particularly, but want to play in for picks, play it slow, take that space, take that control, try and find a pick and then move forward according to where they find the information.
Well, I mean, from Grayfox now, they're just going to continue this bonus. There's a bit of a pause over here. Things being held back, at least for now. Light shields on the board for them with Bucky, Bulldog now over here. An Outlaw can definitely be a great choice of weapon. But still, you do not really need to go for it, considering you can get your hands on Vandals and Phantoms, including Phantoms as well, considering the opponents do not really have a full shield, so it's just going to one-tap the opponents even in long ranges. Rossi on top of the truck. His position's not yet compromised. Now it definitely is. Quick flashes on the board, double satchels all the way towards U-Haul, and oh my god, Venka pumps lead into his chest, shuts him down. Sayo finds a haircut too on his skills, shuts him down as well.
What?
DOS9 all the way from the back now. Revenant Esports definitely trying to showcase some resistance, but the players have already moved in all the way from the defender's spawn towards B. It's a 3v3 scenario. This bonus round from the side of Grayfox so far is looking quite successful, as they have managed to retrieve one Vandal in their hands. But they still need to deal some more damage to try and get something more established. Every single player from Revenant Esports trying to make the rotation happen from the same angle, and DOS9's position's compromised.
Not a lot of post-round utilities available. Severin needs to make a play as well, but Benka wins it. He was in that corner. It should have been checked, but it was not. Paint shells go out as well. Sayo still playing on side with the Stinger in hand. Camera is going to give so much information. Paradox clearing those angles. It's going to be horrible for Revenant if they lose this one. Paradox tagged up.
Okay, no way.
Wins out the duel. Sayo taken down.
You try to go for the sheriff play as well. You try to book it out of that. Nicely done, Grayfox.
They're saving.
Able to squeeze some insane rounds away from the hands of Revenant Esports, and Revenant Esports so far, they're trying to showcase some resistance, but it's just not working out. Grayfox are doing a fantastic job in avoiding every single push that Revenant Esports is trying to make, including Grayfox is not wasting a lot of time for the takes as well. Keep that thing in mind.
They went in for a very pacey hit on this one. Again, a simple split coming in, and it's kind of all right to and understandable as well. They did not have the better weaponry, so they wanted to surprise the side of Revenant Esports, and they definitely did get surprised because the side was the weaker side. Only a couple of players on it, and both of them were taken down. It was a 3v3, and all the 3 players from Revenant went in for a flank. Now, it clearly shows that Grayfox have done their research. Never mind that. What a shot by Hoax on Paradox's head. That's a haircut right there.
Indeed is. And once again, they've got the judge in the hookah, so hookah's kind of on a lockdown. You cannot move in there. A broken buys on the board for poor Revenant Esports. Paradox's lifeline being cut off the rip. That's not a good news at all. Rossi ready with his headhunter to connect some headshots. Even Rossi now starting to move in towards U-Haul, making sure no one's going to be the one to breach inside. He still wants to keep that U-Haul control established. Once again, pulls out the headhunter, trying to go for some insane plays, but instead, his head gets ripped apart. A good skull-cracking shot from Hoax. Rossi taken out of the contention. It's a 2v5, and yeah, Grayfox are making sure that Revenant Esports do not even stand a single chance. It's better to just back away Severin and save that judge. Maybe in the next upcoming round, he can make something happen.
I'd rather just try and play a long range fight with a judge in hand. Of course not. He's going to be taken down. Kohli wins the last duel as well. A flawless round for Grayfox. The economy is going to snowball out of control. 4-0 start. That is massive, and that is more or less like a dream come true. But on the other side though, if you look at the ult progression, yes, you can clearly see that Grayfox has got a couple of orbs advantage, but that's about it. even Revenant are not that far behind. So in terms of the ult cycles, both of these teams would potentially get it at almost the same time. We can already see Seekers being up for both the skies, Adrian King as well as Severine. And just one orb point away Kohli is from his orbital strike. So they would want to try and play for the orb contention maybe. But it does not seem to be the case as they're all directly playing towards the B. With just one lurk. Sayo towards the A side. Hookah. Toss9.
Uh-oh.
Oh, alright. He knows
I mean,
better.
just look at the kill
Jump
feed,
peeks
man.
that area.
DOS9 does not even have a lot of kills. One single kill on the board so far. The man hasn't found a chance to activate himself that well enough. And Hoax is ready with some counter utility. But
what a
instead,
pick
the
by
call's being
Sayo.
made back away, and Sayo finds the opener on the opposite side. A-side's almost in the taking, and Skills goes for a raw peek out in the open. Gets taken care of, including Sephirine as well, just ripped apart. Even DOS9's position's compromised towards bathroom. He's trying to move up close and personal. Venka's ready with his crosses train. DOS9 gets the first, backs away instantly. He's not even scratched up, keep that thing in mind. He's got full HP, and DOS9, he's probably going to heal himself soon. And that's what he does. Paradox might be able to catch Kohli, but what was that? A blunder from him. And Kohli gets that 2K to close things off. What a big blunder that was. Revenant Esports, they're choking in some of these rounds.
My goodness, Venka, what a play. It clearly shows that they've done their research because Revenant
wasn't
was
even
out
Venka,
there
man.
playing in
It was
the way he
literally-
started. I know. Paradox did miss out that shot, but
Yeah.
I do not want to nitpick on that. But yeah,
You
that was
have
one of
to,
the
man. I mean,
round-changing mistake.
It wasn't
That was a
even-
round-changing mistake.
Yeah, it wasn't even Kohli who was playing that well at that point. It was just Paradox not being able to capitalize on that.
Agreed. He had to fire that shot. He had to connect that one as well. And that basically would have been a 2v2 situation, and DOS9 would not have had to be in a 1v3. The attention might have changed up. So, yeah, they should have been able to bring it back from the brink. But I still want to focus on how Venka, he started off from A shot and then double satcheled in directly into the showers. Severine was not ready for that play. He just ulted, and as soon as he was walking, pulling his gun out, that's when Venka popped in front of him and finished him off. That clearly established a partial hookah control, a partial showers control, which eventually helped his team to get in the plant and also go for a post plant. DOS9 had to wait for a couple of seconds for his team to make that rotation, and then he activated. But yes, Paradox, if he was able to hit that shot, this might have been an entirely different round. But Grayfox starting on a 5-0 note, this could potentially be a 6-0 if SK Rossi's Hero Vandal does not pay off.
Well, I mean, here we go. Grayfox are not wasting any time in making this
Oh
as
my
quick
God.
as possible. And once again, DOS9! Oh, just like a thief in the night, gets away with that kill. Quite slick with his moves as
Timing.
well. And yeah, now DOS9, he's definitely softened up. It's not an issue, though. It gets healed back up fully by the sky. Kohli making sure that gun's not going to be retrievable for the opponents because he knows the opponents are on broken buys. Paradox is still not able to find that sweet zone for himself. He's been choking up some of these fights, and that's something Revenant Esports cannot afford. That's their strong suit, and if they start choking the fights as well, then they will definitely struggle, just like the way they are right now. Venka has been taken down as well, so you can't say that's a race for race trade right there. But now the Super Flash combination that's still left alive from Revenant Esports, it has to do something miraculous. A-Site's probably going to be in the takings, and Revenant Esports, they're going to make a rotation all the way towards B. It's a big blunder. They think that there's a push coming in towards B, but no. Instead, A-Site's already being taken away. Grayfox, amazing stuff.
Everyone from Grayfox just gave a fake footstep for moving backwards, clearing that space. So Revenant thought maybe they're all going for a pivot. But it was just Grayfox cutting noise, and now they're going to cut all the bodies as well. SK Rossi. That's a triple push directly coming in from the showers. Smoke on their face. Kohli knows where they all are. Alright.
Oh my God, okay.
There we go. The
Okay,
spam.
it's done for. What are you even supposed to do at this point? You just can't fight back? You're getting killed through smokes. The opponent does not have any line of sight.
You can Kamehameha as much as you want, but if a Shenron is on top of you, you cannot win from that scene. That's what Grayfox are saying to Revenant right now. That's a lot of anime stuff I dumped down there. But okay, one of the most pivotal round of the game. It's a 6-0 start. If this one goes out of the hands of Revenant, you know Greyfox are ending up on an 8 or maybe a 9. So this is going to be a crucial one, but again, there's absolutely no buy for SK Rossi. It's fine, it's got the tour de force, showstopper being brought in, DOS9 found the first.
This is what I'm talking about. Revenant Esports, establish the dominance. Do something you're known for. And that's what they're doing right now, winning the duels as well. Severine with that 2K, and DOS9 to close it off. The round ended before it even started. What a quick resistance that was from Revenant Esports. I love it. This is what they're supposed to do, and finally they come out on top. But usually Grayfox was able to avoid that push majority of the times. But this time Revenant, they catch Grayfox in that sweet spot.
I mean, the replay is probably going to be as long as the round itself was, because all of those picks, they just came in right at that moment. They pushed directly A shot with the showstopper, and everyone else as well, taking the space from the hookah, but it was just a complete mow down. But maybe a pace change. Time flash comes in. Oh my god, Paradox misses the shots, but DOS9 is there for the cover. That's exactly why they picked up Arena. If Paradox falls, DOS9 will deliver.
Amazing stuff. I mean, at least there's equal traits on the board, right? I'm not exactly sure what's going on with Paradox, but he's definitely not able to win some of those solo duels that he's known for. Another kill found. Hoax, perfect stuff. Traits do happen back and forth, but still the man advantage in the hands of Grayfox. And now DOS9 messes up too. He misses the opportunity to take down the first man on the side itself, and now it's all down to Rossi with the operator. Can he make it happen? I mean, he's made some insane clutches happen with the operator, but the problem is he's being completely cut off with those smokes. It's just better to go for the safe at this point. And Rossi's super paranoid as well. He does not exactly know where he's going to get pushed from. It's better to just go for the save. There's still a decent amount of rounds left that you can try to book. Maybe try to make a 7-5 half, but for that, you will need to win back-to-back rounds. And Grayfox, I love the fact that they're making these execute so quick, not giving the players of Revenant Esports understand and adapt.
Sayo potentially wants to go in for a hunt as well. And it's fine. I mean, he's got a lot of creds in the bank. So might as well just try for that. However, yes, Rossi would really want to save this operator. 7-1. Grayfox having a dream start on the map of Pine. And they're just playing it so very quick. Only adding a couple of rounds where they went in slow. And that constant control of the showers that they're maintaining is creating a lot of problems for Revenant Esports. Only in one round were they able to maintain a control, and that was the previous one, round number 7, where Rossi, with his tour de force, was able to shut down the push or a lurk play that was coming there, and the entire team pushed in forward. This time around, seems to be another play that might show that it could potentially be a fast play hit, or at least they would want to gain some information, and a quick lurk as well is in place by Severine, taking the space over. But DOS9 is just doing his own thing. Shows his head, gets his head blown up.
Skills as well, able to shut down Venka in return, but what is this, Skills? He gets a 2-piece Revenant Esports. Oh, this time they shut him down in tracks. Grayfox. Once again, they try to do the same thing. They try to make a quick execute happen towards A, but DOS9 getting that initial pick, and then Skills able to find 2-piece in towards Hookah. Not in towards Hookah, in towards U-Haul is where everything got shut down. They were not able to get the backside control at all.
I told you, man, Severine's lurk, the moment he started his lurk at that point, there was absolutely no one to watch that backstab. And after Sayo fell, you just knew that this lurk is going to be super crucial. Not quite sure if that's exactly where he wanted the flash to go, but alright. Seeker's being invested as well, considering it might potentially be a fast beeper, so the space will be conceded.
We got
Angles
Rossi
being held.
Yeah, towards long, just holding it down. This time we're seeing a little bit of a slow-paced approach. Grayfox taking their time and thinking through. And I like that. Variation is something that can definitely make the opponents guess. That can keep the opponent guessing, that will make sure that you're also being unpredictable. And this pace change somewhere down line, Revenant Esports, they might just get caught off guard with that. Every single player is stacked in towards Hookah. There's only one man looking for to exploit long. And SK Rossi now is starting to lose those patience. Looking to take this fight up close and personal. And yeah, Kohli as well as crosses train is just waiting for Rossi to peek out. And Kohli, he wins that duel. Rossi put down in the grave. There's an operator just standing right in the front. If they want, they can go for the pick onto it, but Severin's positions have compromised. Severin has got 3 enemies in front of him, but he just cannot target prioritize well enough. He gets taken down. It's a 2-on-4 at this point, and yeah, the man advantage is massively favoring Grayfox.
Both the players were on the lurk, and the Cypher Trips gave out the information. Important one as well. Adrian King gets the skull cut on Paradox, and it's all down to just skills. Good for one. And as soon as he found one, Kohli is like, I'm out of there, man. I'm not giving him another 1v1. Incendiary on his feet. Bullets going in the wall bang. Kohli shuts him down, and Grayfox move up with an 8th round on board.
This is what you call doing a lot of research on your opponents.
Perfect. The most important thing about what Grayfox is constantly doing is that they're not playing on the pace of Revenant Esports whatsoever. They're systematically dismantling it, in your own words that you love to say.
Yep. In some of the rounds, they're making it super quick. In some of the rounds, they're making it super slow. I like that variation, and I want them to keep it up. Seeker's out this time. At least one of the players' position's compromised. The Seeker's going to catch him instantly. Adrian King gets one, but he's not able to back away with that frag. Skills instantly shuts him down. Skills on the side is definitely being able to sort of get something done, get some more business in his hands. But Paradox this time towards B. He needs to activate himself. Last minute rotation, but there we go. Rossi activates himself. Almost got the second frag too. His operator's not able to find the amount of value that it's supposed to, and Rossi's definitely not feeling that well about that. Neural Theft is going to catch the man flanking around as well. And DOS9 now needs to pop off in this duel, but it does not matter. It's Venka with the Vandal. A 2v3. It is still doable, but then Skill's lifeline gets cut off too. Paradox slits Hoax's throat, and he keeps him moving forward with the Vandal in his hand. Does not have a lot of HP to back him up, but still, at this point, you got to do whatever you can. 85 HP to back him up, and now they're just going to try to play for the contact play. It will be a 1-2 peak. Look at Venka, he's holding such an off angle. I don't think so Paradox is going to have any clue, and yes, he does not.
Venka wins the round for his team with that lurk set a play that started from a shot. He quickly won the first fight in the lamps itself, followed it up when Skills was not looking at him because he was paranoid about someone popping off from the showers, which was potentially being lurked upon by Paradox, but his lurk was just a second too late because he got the first pick but could not follow up with the second one. And in the meantime, Venka just activated like anything. And they won all of the main crucial duels on the side. Rossi, he won the first one, but I really feel he should have retreated at that point. He just wanted to get one more and then follow back onto the rendezvous, but that was just a little too overzealous from him, and a good punish coming in from Grayfox, because you cannot go in for those kind of peaks against the team like Grayfox, whose aim is just on another level at this point. And they're using all of their ults as well perfectly in the previous round.
Mm-hmm. In my opinion, Rossi just overheated. He should have went back as soon as he got the first kill, but instead he just stayed there. And because he stayed there, his position got compromised. Oh no, even that flank's position is going to be noted down now. He needs to wait for the right timing, break that trip later on, and then maybe try and make something happen, I guess. But flag's completely being sealed up. So at least Grayfox is going to be safe for now. They've got nothing to worry about just yet. The man's still just holding that tripwire, waiting for a last-minute rotation from the opponents, but that's not going to be the case. Grayfox, they have made their mind. They just want to move in towards that spot, towards B. They're ready for the util dump as well.
Severin is also waiting for the lurk.
B. There's a lot of players available towards that site, and Venka's paint shells finds DOS Knight. Double satchels in towards the site. Venka once again doing the same thing. And how does he win these duels? Grayfox, the quick burst always just panning out in their favor, and Revenant is not able to find a cure to this problem.
Just waiting for the first wave of utilities only to follow up with their own execute. That is just massive, man. That is massive. Taking care of all the Cypher trips. They've got the backstab checked up perfectly. And it's all down to Severin. He might as well just try and go in for an ace clutch. It's ace or nothing after all. Got a couple of flashes to work with. The first one, good. Flash. Never mind. Did not connect with the perfect person. And that's the third showstopper this man has had. Just one orb extra and he would have had it in the round for himself. That's just massive. Venka is popping off like anything.
Who would have thought we're going to see a 10-2 half? None of us. Oh my god, on the map of buying the 10-2 half in the hands of Grayfox. That's like a dream come true. It is a date with destiny for the players of Grayfox, and they've gotten a massive momentum in their hands. The wind is in their sails. It's their time to keep moving forward and just press up on the second map, which will be upcoming soon. But this map, at least for now, it seems done and dusted in Grayfox's hands. If this pistol round does not go for Revenant Esports well enough.
I mean, even yesterday, when Revenant were playing against True Rippers, I believe it was Paradox and Rossi popping off like madmen. And both of them have been just shut down so very perfectly right now. The fault line was charged up, but Kohli, I don't think so he's got any intention to peek on the back of it, or maybe he does. Yeah, that's a jump peek.
Okay!
The spot, but Rossi gets the first pick.
That's what I call a skull cracker. Cracks his skull open, double satchel all the way towards the site now. Paradox, he's found a lot of clearance. The paint shell's gonna, of course, make sure that Kohli's taken down way too low, but he still takes down Paradox. Another overheat moment coming through, and Paradox will need to pay the price for that. Adrian King wins that duel against Severin. Revenant Esports, they're just not able to win the majority of these duels, and that's why they're not winning the rounds too. Revenant Esports choking some of the crucial duels, man.
Severin needed to win that one, but it's Adrian King who came out on top, made sure that there's no possible pinch play coming in on towards the site, and at the end of the day, yeah, so Paradox thought that maybe his paint shell's damage would be enough to clear that one angle, but Kohli was just left on 21 HP. He just found the timing to play inside the smoke and finish off, get that one headshot perfectly, and everyone on Grayfox had that control of the backside. If you're executing towards the A, you need that backside control to stop the defenders from flooding in for a retake, because there are again two different angles they can jump in from. But Grayfox is just making sure that they do not let Revenant take that space away from them, even though they lost the first duel. Does not matter. It's a 3-2 defensive split. Only two players towards the B side. It's the weaker one, but they've got the better weaponry. Forced by the way, long from Revenant.
Yeah. Towards long the players are. And now Rossi's starting to move up. There's a man up close and personal. Venka wins that duel. Rossi was too busy trying to fight the man who was a little bit too far away. I mean, Grayfox winning that previous pistol round has now made Revenant Esports quite desperate to do anything. 11 rounds on the board. Grayfox, they're pretty much just a step away from nailing the players down and getting this round confirmed as well. What can they do? It's a 3-on-5. They do not even have the HP to sort of back him up. Yeah, with these force buys, as I mentioned, it's clearly the desperation now kicking in. Stinger in the hands of DOS9, and he's also going to get peeked on soon enough. ASAT's going to be in the taking. The players starting to move up slowly and steadily. And the spike is there.
Look how far back they were playing on the side.
Yep, the amount of control they're looking to find over here is quite insane, and they have found a decent amount of that. But not able to sustain it. That's the problem. Once again, going for to retrieve that spike. The Stinger will win that duel. DOS9 instantly backs away. But yeah, somewhere down the line, we all know it's done for.
All the three players from Grayfox were playing on side towards B, not taking any control of the long whatsoever. Because again, it's understandable. It's a save round for, or maybe a forced buy round for Revenant Esports, so they would try to make some proactive play. And Grayfox were ready to answer that. And even in that situation, Sayo with his trips, both of them were on site just to give him the information. And both the players, Sayo and Adrian King, were playing so far back. And that clearly shows you that they're all right giving up on the side. They'll be going in for the retake. But for now, Revenant Esports may be looking to find a first pick over towards the shot of Flood in all the way directly into the lamps. That's exactly what they're going for.
I mean, they're going to get the side control proactively in their hands. No issues.
At the backside though.
Once again, in the same spot. He has been there for a while now, including the pistol round. Adrian King getting that kill easily in their hands. Grayfox at this point, they're just roaming around the map as if it's their own playground. Yeah, there's a tremor in the face of Paradox. He just can't do anything. Completely stunned out. At this point, he's left out of the action. Even the defuse is being stuck, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Grayfox to close off the bind in a complete one-sided fashion. Grayfox dominating Revenant Esports. It's something we did not see coming. But hey, Grayfox, they were well prepared against Revenant Esports, straight up.
You love to see this kind of disciplined Grayfox Esports, man. And I'm pretty glad I actually chose them as my prediction for the winners. But what a game. What a game. They were able to quickly take control of the momentum right early on when they were on the attacking side. And then the defense, it's just again doing the exact same rinse and repeat thing. Over towards the A, if you give up the backside, you're basically giving up the potential of a retake. But they every single time held on to that backside positions and then went in for that flood after the Revenant Esports were in pretty awkward post-plant spot. They were able to finish all of them off, and I mean, it was just a wrap-up, man. At the end of the day, every single fight was being won, and after the 10-2 half, they seldom a chance for a comeback. So that's again, kudos to the side of Grayfox Esports.
I mean, Revenant were just choking their duels. The amount of times we saw them lose out in duels that they were not supposed to was insane. Something needs to be done here. Revenant Esports, the struggles that have been seen on the map of Bind can definitely move on forward and carry on in the upcoming maps too if they're not able to stop the opponents in track. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Ascent, ladies and gentlemen, where Revenant Esports might just have a chance to come back because it is their pick. And this is where Revenant Esports, as I mentioned, once again, they need to pull something new out of the box. If they're going to do the same stuff over and over again, Grayfox is one of those teams that does their research on the enemy team.
I could potentially say that on the map of Ascent, we did see previously Revenant Esports getting the win. So maybe that is one of the reasons why this could potentially go in for the third mapper as well. But if this is the kind of preparation, as you mentioned, sorry for that Grayfox are running on with, I don't think so. There would be any way for Revenant to make a comeback. But yes, they need to go back to their basics. They need to clear all of these things out because it was not just about those lurks, right? Most of the times it was just that straight up execute and fights up front on your face that every time Grayfox were winning.
Exactly. I mean, in general, Grayfox, they just had the perfect timing, it felt like. They knew exactly when to make the side hit happen. They knew exactly when to push, exactly when to hold back. Everything was just perfectly calculated. That's what it felt like. But now as we do move on forward to the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Venka with 273 ACS with the KDA of 1.6, and damage per round is going to be 182.1 with the headshot percentage of 33.3. Venka on the opposite side of things was popping out from, of course, Grayfox, but then looking at Paradox from Revenant Esports, he was not able to find his comfort zone at all.
Agreed, and it clearly shows as well in this scoreboard. He was the one who was way down bottom, even below skills, 5 and 11. Skills 5 and 13. Even Rossi was not being able to pop off, 7 and 12. The only man who had some kind of impact in the game from Revenant was DOS9. 10 and 13 on that Reyna, and that because he was just dismissing out of those awkward positions. Now that's the strength of Reyna. You could play in the awkward angles, dismiss out back to safety, but you do not have that kind of comfort with all the other agents. But looking at the first kills, it's Grayfox all the way, 10 and 5. All the post plants converted. Are you kidding me?
I know, right? But then move on forward towards the clutches. We did not see any type of clutches in this round. That just means that Grayfox pretty much played every single round quite in a clinical way. That they just did not give the opponent team a chance to clutch out anything. And look at the heat map too. Look at the majority of the duels. They were just happening on the A side. It's mainly because Grayfox on their attacking side, they were hitting the A side over and over again majority of the times. And whenever they hit the B side, there was heavy presence towards long.
Clearly shows you how quickly they were getting those control of the extremities or even of those short areas, right? A shot, just as you mentioned, it was already in their control. Showers, there were a couple of fights, but that does not even matter because they were quickly going in, pushing forward over towards the B. They took the B long control, and it always threatens you that maybe if the team decides to go in and take a teleporter, they will directly jump towards the A, get the plant in, get the postman, and they will have that backside control as well. And it takes a long time for the rotation. But all in all, a good game by Grayfox.
Indeed, it was a solid game, but also Revenant Esports, a lot of these, considering they choked on a lot of these duels, that's where it also gave the players of Grayfox to sort of prevail on top in the majority of the times. Now, look at SK Rossi. He was definitely connecting those shots, but the main issue with Rossi began when he started to overheat, and that's because of desperation. When you're not able to find success in game, you automatically want to start making those hero plays because you sort of lose trust over your teammates, and that's what sort of happened with Rossi, I think so.
Highly possible because a couple of times he potentially tried to be the hero, to be that spearhead that everyone wants him to be and try to make those plays. But yeah, most of the time it was just a situation wherein Revenant did not anticipate this kind of aggressive, dominating play coming in from Grayfox. That's the main thing. DOS9, yeah, he was able to find a massive value on that trainer, but apart from him, absolutely nothing. I mean, look at that showstopper. Right on the face, taking Lamb's control. Falling down does not matter. Team is doing its own job. Following up, getting those flushes as well.
I mean, in general, Grayfox just felt like in a perfect sync. As I mentioned, the timing was a crucial role, and Grayfox was getting those timings perfectly right. The only time you can really get the timing right is once when you have the good luck, or second time when you've done a good research on the opponent and you know exactly when to push, when to hold, and how to overall counter the opponent. And I think so it's a little bit of a both. Grayfox, of course, they had the luck when it comes to winning those duels because Revenant Esports were choking some of those, but then speaking of the timing, it was all pure research and homework done.
Exactly. They knew what Revenant would want to do on the defense, and they just made sure that Revenant never got comfortable because even though we saw a couple of rounds operate in the hands of SK Rossi, the only time he was able to find a value with that was potentially just once when he had the Tour de Force. And that was a round wherein Revenant just decided to change the gears and were like, alright, you know what, let's take all the control of all the areas of the map at once and push them directly in a pinch. And it's fine, right? Because you cannot continuously do that in multiple rounds. The enemies will be ready for you, and that's exactly what we saw. Grayfox then started posting up their trips in such a position that even if Revenant would want to go for a fast play, they will be caught in that, and eventually would be a situation when they are the ones getting pinched on. I really love the adjustments coming in from Grayfox and the homework that was done by them. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Now I think we might potentially see Grayfox winning this series in a 2-1 way. But again, the next map is going to be Ascent. And last time these two teams met, it was not pretty. Most of the times, Ascent has been won by Revenant, but Grayfox has been looking shaky, 50-50.
Interesting. As you mentioned, Revenant Esports, they have been looking much more dominant on Ascent, but once again, you cannot forget it's a puggish map, right? How many more combinations can you really come on top with on a map like Ascent? Every single combination has already been tested, has already been countered, so it's really going to be up to Grayfox how quick they are to adapt onto Revenant Esports. Revenant Esports is one of those teams that likes to assert their dominance, and considering previous game, Grayfox were being really aggressive. Revenant Esports, if they start things off in defensive half, all they need to make sure is that, of course, Grayfox is not able to do the same thing again, and just try and stop them in the tracks and just find yourself that perfect comfort zone, and every single player just needs to hit their shots, man.
That is one part of the spectrum, yes. But if you really want to ask me what kind of compositions I would like to see, alright, just hear me out, alright, don't get surprised. One of them could potentially be a Harbor Viper Reyna, if you really want to. And the second one could be a Phoenix Breach and Sova. Now both of these compositions, one of them has been run by PaperX, the second one has been run by Loud. But again, that's something that requires a lot of research, a lot of work to be put into.
I would say Phoenix on Ascent can be a little bit crazy, man. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, Phoenix is one of those agents that really requires a lot of individual skill to play around with.
It does.
Now, I would also say that Phoenix sort of is a self-sufficient agent. You've got the flashes for yourself. You can flash the opponents. You can also heal yourself on the back. So Phoenix is one of those agents that only plays for himself, just like a Jet too. But a Jet with the operator can also make a lot of value happen because you've got the ace capability with, of course, the dash that you can use,
True.
right? So you pretty much have like the second lifeline even if you do miss the first shot. But with Phoenix, it's not like that. You commit completely onto that one single fight with the flash, but if you mess around with it, you're completely done for. And considering there's not a chance for the second life, that's why a lot of the players do not like to play Phoenix in the first place, because with Reyna 2 you can dismiss away, with Jet you can try to fade away, with the Raze you've got pain shields that can help you clear out some of the crucial angles. With Phoenix, yes, you do have the molly, but it's still quite iffy, right? You do not really sort of rely that much on the Phoenix Molly to clear the angles out majority of the times, because once again refreshing it back up, and it does not last for that long. So there's a lot of things that goes around the corner over there with Phoenix. So I would still say we might not see the Phoenix composition. Harbor Viper on Ascent, in my opinion, might just be a little bit too much for our players, but let's just see what's gonna happen. Probably we're gonna see one of those classic Viper omens maybe.
You did not just say that out there, but yeah. So the only thing that I love about the Phoenix composition is the fact that the reason why Phoenix was picked up is because you can spam the run it back in every 3 rounds.
Yeah.
And with the breach as the addition, you make sure that you maintain the control of those orbs to feed into Phoenix, and then just 1 kill or death and you're already halfway through your run it back. Now that's one of the reasons, but yeah, it's an entirely unorthodox composition, something that requires a lot of work, a lot of effort to be put into.
There's 2 ways to look at it, right? It differs on region to region, right? Our region plays super assertive. We like to assert dominance. We like to play really aggressive. You cannot keep on feeding the Phoenix those orbs, because our region will try to instantly compromise onto that. We will capitalize. We'll push up with a flash. We'll try to stop that Phoenix from getting those orbs as well. While other regions, they like to play a little bit more defensive. They like to think through their actions. That's where you can sort of get a little bit of a control towards that orb, maybe try and get the overall ultimate orb being feeded to the Phoenix. But yeah, it really differs from region to region as well, right? Differs on the playstyle.
But I mean, you wanted to ask me for a crazy composition that's out there, a crazy composition, and it has been tried and tested by Loud themselves. So that's one of the reasons. But on the other side of the spectrum, though, now again, Revenant, the backs are against the wall. Losing the first one, Ascent, a lot of responsibility falls onto their shoulders to try and make sure that they get this map home and get everything done perfectly. Now, as you've already said, and we all know, one of the oldest maps that has been in the pool. Everyone knows how to play on that one. Everyone just relies on this exact same composition of the Sova, KO, Omen, along with a Jet and a Killjoy. Or if not a Killjoy, maybe you would want to go in with a Cypher, but that's absolutely fine. You just want some passive information with all those utilities. Now, what basic problem on that entire map is going to come on is the fact how perfectly can you lurk. Paradox will have a chance for the lurking plays, but at the same time, if we're going to see a Cypher being pulled up by Grayfox Esports, then the lurk potential, it falls down a lot.
Now, at this point, I just feel like we're making a lot of speculation, but I'm pretty sure we're just probably going to see those normal comfort picks, man. Let's be honest. There's normal compositions, 1 controller, double initiator, and something like that. We're probably going to be seeing those normal compositions that we see on the map of Ascent, because these teams really do like to stick to their comfort zone, including Grayfox, though. Grayfox especially is one of those teams that does not want to experiment around at all. So far, we've seen Grayfox play yesterday and today itself against Revenant Esports, and every single time that we've seen Grayfox Esports, they haven't really picked something completely new or out of the box. They're playing those similar compositions, they're playing those comfort zones, but they're still varying the pace in between. That's really catching the opponents off guard.
That's the main part about your entire play. Whenever you are on the attacking side, you want to keep on catching your opponents off guard and do not let them guess what you're about to do. And that's one of the reasons why they were able to get 10 rounds on attack. Converting all the rounds in a post-plant situation clearly shows you that even if you're executing on a stacked side, you are still winning out in those duels. You still know what you really need to do. The basics of Grayfox were just so clear, so precise, that they were always just barging in. And I just love the fact, I wanted to mention how Wenka never pathed in the exact same way for all the rounds. Sometimes he went in directly into the lamps. Sometimes he went towards the showers to catch people off guard. Sometimes he directly went towards the backside with those satchels. It is always super fun to watch. But yes, on the map of Ascent, now since there will be Jet, we already know Wenka also loves to play on that Jet with the operator in the hand. Will potentially was that mid. But I mean, it is going to come down to the same thing. Wait a second, what?
Okay. I mean, we're seeing Viper Omen being pulled out, Adrian King on the Killjoy, Venka on the Jet, and Hoax on the Sova. While on the opposite side, Paradox on the KO, DOS9 on the Jet, Severine on the Sova, Rossi on the KJ, and Skills on the Omen. Once again, classic compositions. As I expected, as I mentioned, we might just see the Viper Omen composition, and that's what we're seeing from the side of Grayfox. Moving in towards Revenant Esports, a single controller, the classic old composition, nothing new.
We were just talking about the fact how Grayfox might not experiment and they're always going with a standard composition. You also pointed out that maybe we might see a Viper Omen. I mean, how did you make that guess? That's my question. But Sayo pulling out a Viper. Now, alright, I want to see how this works out. Because in terms of the information and flashes, they've got nothing to gather the passive information apart from the Sova's Owl Drone and the Recon. And they've got no flashes apart from the Omen Paranoia. So I'm still quite unsure how it's going to work out. But yeah, one thing is so certain. They can quickly go in for a fake wall towards one, go in for the execute towards the other. But this is a very retake wall for the defense on the B. So since Grayfox are starting on the defense, I'm expecting them to have more rounds on board. Maybe 8.
Yep. They're starting off on the perfect side. But even Revenant Esports is starting off on the perfect side for themselves. They've got the attacking composition. It's one of the most OG comps out there. So one thing is for sure, Grayfox should know how to exactly counter Revenant Esports if they do try to be a little bit quick on those executes. They've got the snake pad to stop them in their tracks instantly. They've also got the nano swarms from the Killjoy to try and pull something incredible off. But here we go. Starting things off quite in a defensive posture. Interesting, Revenant Esports, for the first time we do not see them trying to just barrel stuff the opponent down in a pistol round. Every single person is playing this one as safe as possible. And now the players starting to move up slowly and steadily towards B main. There's 4 players available, and the Sova is the one leading the charge with the spike in his hands. The Jet will be dashing in towards the switch with the cloud burst, and at least we'll try to get the market rotation completely cut off.
Oh,
Good
what a
recon, gonna
recon,
give
man.
every single person's position away. And this is where Paradox needs to win this initial duel, but the Viper wall goes up at the perfect time.
What a timing on that recon. The entire gig is up. They've got to move towards the other side, and the response is absolutely brilliant. Nano Swarms, Rossi's dead with that. Adrian King, brilliant setup for the tree.
Still trying to move in towards the site.
30
And
seconds
Paradox
left.
is able to start things off on a great note. Venka taken down! There's still a man just lingering around inside of the site. And the Viper is still there. Grayfox's Viper is not being shut down. But finally it does. Sayo taken out of the contention.
planted.
It's a 3v2. Still convertible easily. The spike gets planted. A lot of pressure can be felt by Grayfox at this point. And Coley still towards the switch, just playing around. Grayfox trying to burst in towards the site. They need to find this initial pick, initial contact in a great note. But if that does not come through, then it's a big problem. And yeah, for Revenant Esports, it's a good sequential peak.
That was a good adjustment coming in. Even though they lost the first member, SK Rossi finished off right away. In those nano swarms, they still pivoted directly towards the B by getting that control. Because they thought that the rotation would eventually go in towards the A side, and they were right on that. They won out the duels on the side, and those are the most crucial moments in that. Going in directly with that Q till now, winning out the duels, taking control in the post plant, and as soon as they got the pick on Sayo, they knew the Viper's retake wall is not going to be any effective at all. They were easily able to finish everyone off. Now this wall, alright.
Revealing area.
Stops anyone from going into B main, helps them control towards the mid-market area, towards the tiles as well. Blocks off the angle on the cat. It might also help scale up anyone who wants to walk up towards cat, and that's exactly what Eskerosi is doing. Patron King.
Ready with the frenzy in his hands and still just waiting for the man to step in. But he hasn't just yet. Yeah, we all saw that. I'm going to ignore it.
Everyone.
Do not even point it out, chat. Do not even point it out. But yeah, Kohli still in the back lines. I like the fact that they've got a little bit of a duo fire just being set up. It's a good set play, but still Revenant Esports, they've just got the better weaponry, so they're easily going to break through it. Sayo getting spammed to his death, considering the owl drone already spotted him. And yeah, for DOS9, now it's an easy stroll all the way towards heaven.
Spike planted.
Garment Corp's classic in the hand. Looks cool though. Severin with the off angle was able to take care of the enemy Sova. Pretty sure the dialogue would have been sleep, brother. But yeah, it's a simple 2-round win coming in for Revenant. A perfect one as well. And I love the adjustment that came in the pistol round. And in the second one, they anticipated Patron King in a pretty nasty off angle. Will be playing aggressive for a 1 and done probability. We're able to quickly take them down, smoke off the area towards the window, and then follow it up with a simple, perfect execute. Good post plant as well, not losing most of their weaponries, having them intact. Now the smokes are going to go out directly. The one-way comes up towards the A to make sure Grayfox maintains the control of that, while everyone on the side of Revenant creeping up directly in the cat, moving towards mid as well. Rossi will clear that angle. Everything happening exactly as it did in the previous round. Here's the change.
Yep. Revenant Esports, for the first time, just lingering around in mid. And now looking forward to back away as well from that spot, just showcasing that fake presence. They get rid of that door. If Revenant Esports is still looking forward to explore B, then it's going to be an interesting choice. Every single player from Revenant just looking forward to burst in from the tree areas, and DOS9 able to flood in with some kills, which is quite important. He's found some crucial map control, that's for sure. And every single player is now just flooding in towards the heaven area. Grayfox, of course, a lot of map control has been given away, but they have also established some dominance on the map. Oh, Kohli needed to win that duel. He loses it, though. And now, considering Revenant Esports' economy, it's already been looking quite great. If they do win this round, Grayfox's economy is going to be reset. And DOS9, good duel, fights a 4K. DOS9 is definitely the main player in this entire previous round. He's going to be the MVP of that round, that's for sure. Severin's taken down only sliver of HP. He still goes for that peak. Hoax now might just have a chance to convert this entire round. He knows the man's in the back, but Skills is the one to come out on top.
Good timing on Skills. Knew the first one might be fake, but he still got himself in that off-angle position. But yeah, all in all, a great round by Revenant Esports after all. They won their bonus as well. Now their economy is going to snowball. They were also able to recover quite a few of those rifles. Just one, to be honest. And DOS9 has got his Blade Storm up. In terms of ult economy, you could argue Revenant is looking a little bit better. Another save broken by a round, maybe? Hooks has invested onto the Ares. Nah, he's going to change it. Understandable. All of them going in for a save. Just a few Sheriffs up on board along with the Stinger and a Spectre. So we'll be looking to make a proactive play over towards the B. But that's exactly where Revenant are playing in for that long range fights. Because they've got the better weapons after all. But alright. B long control. Maintained. So that's one macro win for Grayfox as it needs to be re-cleared with the out drone. They're not going to drive here, it are they?
I mean, 3 rounds back-to-back from Revenant. Solid start so far. This is the first time I'm seeing Revenant Esports actually think through before going towards the site. They're really being challenged to their fullest potential. Paradox claiming that ARP. Looking forward to back away instantly. baits out the shock dart too. It's funny how Hoax thought that it was probably going to be a fake tap initially, but instead it was not.
30 seconds
That's why we saw a little bit of a delay into that shock dart too. DOS9 looking forward to just move up close and personal. He gets shut down, and what is this? They're met with a quick resistance towards site. Two of the players doing a fantastic job and just stopping the players in tracks. Even Hoax able to shut down Severine, and then through Market. It's going to be another push. Adrian King with the Vandal in his hands. There's a spike in the front right there, and Skills, his hands are busy with the knife. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, but yeah.
Yeah, that's so very confusing why he would want to run knives out specifically when he might have seen Adrian King on that position. That was pretty awkward engagement though, but a very solid, thrifty round coming in from the side of Grayfox. Maintain the control of that B area, making sure that they've got the crossfire set up perfectly. Even though DOS9 with a nice out was trying to get some frags, but he was basically met with a situation where everyone was looking at him. He was finished off instantly. A perfect trade-off. And that means an operator now in the hands of Venka. Over towards A. One way is already there, so he will be able to peek in. No probs whatsoever. The exact same Viper wall like the round 2. The Killjoy setup is also directly towards the A side. B is the weaker one, but it's fine. They can get the rotation there. Winka! Unfortunate timing. He'll have to move back now. A long given. Rotation also being called. Goes over
There we Oh my god.
How?
This is that shot. It is so rough. And then DOS9, he just barrel stuffs him down. Grayfox, they cannot afford to do so. In the previous map, it was Revenant Esports who was choking their fights, and now this time it's Grayfox. And yeah, even the spike's being planted, but then Adrian King and his teammates, they're trying their best to stop the players in the tracks, and it's done for, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa!
Paradox also gets taken down. Oh my god. It was such a quick round. But yeah, I mean, Grayfox somehow they came out on top. I mean, that first initial operator shot missing out. And yes, chat, we noticed it once again. Do not even mention it. Do not mention it.
You know what? We're just checking, chat, how attentive you are for this one. So yeah, but don't point it out.
Yeah, it's a focus
But
test.
yeah, at the end of the day, so it was such a massive reveal by Hoax. It revealed the position of two players. No one broke that recon dart, which eventually helped out the members of Grayfox to peek and get those picks. And then the paranoia was absolutely mind-blowing by Kohli. Getting the player over towards the Jenny, finishing him off as well was just a piece of cake. A great retake in that regards. Recon taken care of. Position still revealed with the knife. So no paranoia to answer back. Kohli, run away, my friend. There's no one to heal you in this game. 8 HP out there, taking a lot of damage. Hero rifle in the hands of SK Rossi.
Okay, well, here we go. You hear the Hunter's Fury, but I guess no value found
He's
from it.
dead.
Kohli just TPs into his death. Unfortunate. Kohli wanted to TP back to safety, but then TPs into his death, and now Adrian King towards the site. He finds a two-piece. A lot of value found already, and now it's time for Wen to activate himself. Hold on. He misses some of the easy shots and then hits those. Well, I guess we should let him cook.
Let him cook, man. Just put him in awkward positions and he'll win out on all of those duels. And fun fact, even Null Command was invested in the previous round by Paradox. Thinking that since they've got the control of the tree, they would potentially have a good post-plant situation, but they just did not anticipate Wenka's operator finding so much value up on top in heaven. Just a massive play, man. Confidence dripping through their faces. And looking at the ult cycle now, it's going to go out of control for Grayfox. Already got a lockdown up. Expensive recon, couple of points away from Viper's Pit. Wenka one away from Blade Storm. A good paranoia to push him back. Yeah, they'll get the control, but will be denied for a couple of seconds. How did even Hoax get one from the spam angle?
Okay, Sova shutting down Sova. Venka standing in that snake bite. Okay. Or I think it was the Nanoswarm that he was standing in. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe the KO Fragment too, but he was standing in a Molotov. That's what I'm going to call it. And he was still taking damage, and he went for that shot and he connected it. And yeah, there we go. I mean, Grayfox now, they're making sure that Revenant Esports, no matter what take they try to bring on the board, they're going to be faced with a lot of resistance. Paradox, the last man left alive, and he's still going to go for the plant towards A. And at this point, it's just an effort to try and survive and do anything. And Paradox, the only reason why he's moving all the way towards defender spawn is if he wants to pull out a heroic play. He thinks that there might just be someone moving in from that spot, but no, instead, every single person from Grayfox is moving in towards street. Paradox, he might just have the angle. He might just have the timing as well. He should be able to backstab him. 2 kills should be easily in the hands of Paradox, unless if he messes up. Position compromised, good flash and a peek on the back of that, but still, Venka has a better timing.
The smoke. Kohli just put out a smoke on the spike, and since Venka was behind the smoke, he did not get flashed by that one. Paradox, that was a nice attempt, but again, Kohli, down from his grave, was also able to make a play. That could be the tagline for the new controller that's about to be out. But again, these B-sides execute, they just don't seem to be coming in. Apart from the pistol round, nothing seems to be happening for Revenant on that B whatsoever. It's a complete shutdown. And even towards the A as well, in one of the previous rounds, we did see that they did not allow Revenant to comfortably go in for a post-plant position. They always make sure that's an uncomfortable post-plant.
Can we successfully say mechanics can only get you so far, and this is the prime example of that? Because Grayfox, with the way they're able to adapt quickly enough onto the strategies that Revenant Esports is bringing up, and majority of the Revenant Esports strategies, they really do rely on aim. And now that their aim isn't exactly able to work the way they wanted it to, of course, they're getting those kills. Don't get me wrong. They're still hitting some nutty shots, but it's still not the Revenant Esports that we've seen yesterday and in the league stages, right? There's still a bit of a difference. And because of that, their strategies are not working out.
In terms of utilities, you could clearly see that it's so much better if you're Grayfox Esports. I mean, Hoax's recons have been mind-boggling.
On point.
Every single time he's revealing at least 2 players. Now that's the exact value you would want from a recon. Now, Revenant would need to break those recons as well. The early util is something that they are kind of getting some value of, but alright, a fast push towards the A, and everyone from Grayfox is ready for the reveal.
Oh my god, he still finds a kill. Adrian King gets away with murder. Hunter's Fury pulled out as well to try and stop the plant in this tracks. It was actually Severina do so instead. And Severina was not able to find any type of value with that. But he still moves in the site, and he finds a lot of value with his individual aim. Good job done. Severine with that Hunter's Fury, of course not able to get a lot done, but at least he finds some sort of a confirmation that there's not any player available on towards that spot. Hoax now, he needs to make this one as quick as possible. There is the lockdown in the front, but it's a double peek from Revenant.
I mean, it's understandable. They did get this round. That was a heavy investment of ultimates, I won't lie. A lockdown, as well as a Hunter's Fury, though Severine still is already 3 points closer to it. But look at the other side of the spectrum now. Venka, Bladestorm, Sayo, Viper Spit. We've got the expensive Recon on Omen. I know it's called From the Shadows, but it's just what we all love to call expensive Recon. That's majorly what it's used for. However, I would still say the pace change was still pretty solid from Revenant, and they were able to quickly get control of that site. Even though they lost the first pair, they were able to make sure to utilize that Hunter's Fury in a way that they push members of Grayfox in the awkward positions, and then eventually went out on all those duels. Widespread.
Pretty much. DOS9 now trying to move in this spot too. A pop flash to try and make sure that DOS9 gets the entry quickly enough. Good flash, but DOS9 instantly dashes away. Nicely done, but at least for now the tree control has not been established. That quick retaliation that we saw was quite nice, but then Kohli, nice tap on the skull of DOS9. The man does not even stand a chance to come out on top in that duel. There's also Viper's Pit available. There's the gun barrel just sticking out. You can see it, and there we go. Finally, Saya spots it. The gun barrel was just barely inching into that Viper's Pit. A big blunder from Paradox once again, and now it's all down to SK Rossi. What can this man do on a Sentinel? KJ all by itself. He's got an alarm bot to play with, but I mean, yeah. You just can't do anything with that. And a perfect recon dart as well. This just reveals his position. I do not exactly know how Grayfox has such a perfect timing on the utilities, but man, it's impressing me.
Who are we to disobey?
Normally, you would see Viper Spit being used to deny a specific chokehold of the map. And if you're playing on the map of Ascent, you would potentially want it to go where? Maybe in towards the market, and towards B main, or maybe towards the A long choke point, maybe towards the tree, or a position where it blocks off the choke point from both tree as well as the A long. But no, Sayo went in for a Viper Spit on site itself. Because the B was locked down, they knew A will be potentially targeted, and after the contact towards the tree, they had the full confirmation of that. Even the fake door break towards the B did not do anything, and that's a good reveal from the Owl drone as well. And this recon is also going to go, no man, come on.
Yeah.
Should be broken, yeah.
It is broken, but he knows there's 2 players available there. So at least right now, Grayfox can be a little bit more attentive and know that that position's compromised. Log's position is not cleared up just yet, so once again, they need to go for a re-clear onto that. They find the clear. Adrian King been able to find 1 kill with that Nano Swarm, which is beautifully done. And what am I watching? The man is a bird in the sky. And DOS9 finds a 2-piece with it. No one's able to clip his wings, but maybe Coley can't just make it happen. Paranoia pulled out. DOS9 completely paranoid. And yeah, now Coley's just looking for to clip his wings in the front lines, but Coley's quite softened up. And he cannot just go for the dual head-on. He needs to connect the headshot, but it's DOS9 to win it.
That's just a DOS9 hero play coming in clutch, man. That was what a way. I mean, I can't sing properly, but I definitely would have said, I believe I can fly. That's exactly what he was doing out there. Gets 2-piece. How? There's no assist on that. There's no flash on the back of it. No reveal. Absolutely nothing. Not even a smoke out there. He just updrafted, went behind them, and finished both of the players with the Blade Storm. A massive win for Revenant. And they've already got 5 rounds on the attack. I still feel that this is a very solid attacking half.
Oh, nice pick.
Itself.
Oh my god. Crucial man taken down. Omen not in the roster anymore. That's the only controller they've got. Oh, it's such a big problem. They do not have any visual denying abilities, man. And even Rossi's taken down. That star player not in the roster anymore, too. It's a big problem. No smokes to back it off, to try and stop the defenders in the tracks. They do not have the Sentinel as well to play the post plants. It's really tough. They need to completely play on this entire situation on aim. And still DOS9 prevails. DOS9 is getting some of the most insane kills at this point. He's taking matters in his own hands. Hoax shuts him down finally, but it's a little too late. Revenant Esports, they've got a massive man advantage.
Last round in the
Absolutely crazy from DOS9. The heroics coming in from this man. And as you mentioned, they had absolutely no smoke, so could not deny any kind of vision. So all he did was, you know what, let's just deny them the space. Man single-handedly playing in towards the CT. I'm not quite sure why was Adrian looking towards the right side but moving towards the left. Maybe he thought that his teammates would be able to keep a hold of that angle, and if in case they get flashed, he'll be able to be a little anti-flashy way. Alright.
Oh my god, Hoax. There we go. Start things off with a kill already with that Hunter's Fury. And yeah, the TP all the way towards the backside. I'm not exactly sure why I did that. Pulled out the shorty to try and get the kill confirmed. But Grayfox just were a little bit better in that duel. And out and over. I mean, the take did not even start, and we're just down to 2 players from the side of the opponents, which is Revenant Esports. Even skills being taken down. The overheat moments really now starting to make sure that Revenant Esports is struggling. Yeah, I mean, the position's compromised. Venka, he's got the Blade Storm in his hands, and I highly doubt a lot can be done at this moment. Paradox all the way towards the side all by himself. Wins the first, gets the second one too. Oh my god, he was way too close to win that.
I can bet his teammates were shouting he's 1 HP. He's 1 HP because he literally was just 18 HP out there. But yeah,
That knife was massive, revealed the position of two of the players, and the third one, he saw him. He saw Adrian King coming in directly from the long, so was able to take him down as well, isolate those duels. But at the end of the day, it was early round where we did see things changing up massively. Because normally you would not see Grayfox Esports aggressing on the defense, but in this one last round, they definitely did. With the Paranoia out in the main, paired up with the Hunter's Fury, that was a massive play. With that one-way smoke as well up on top. The return Paranoia was there, but there was no one to frag on the back of it. So this pistol round, again, it's going to be crucial to establish the lead.
I mean, that previous round was the last hope for Revenant Esports to sort of get lead, at least in the first half, but then that Hunter's Fury comes in and already just hands over the advantage to the opponent. So it's a big problem, right? Oh my god, okay, Severine. Hold on, Revenant Esports now starting to get pissed. Once again, the mechanics now starting to hit back different. Severine quite low on HP. Sayo catches one man slipping by. Good catch that was. Severine needs to back away. I mean, still the man advantage is in the hands of Revenant Esports, which is a good news, but it's just one man advantage. Severine's quite softened up as well. One single bullet onto Severine's chest can actually seal the deal. DOS9 peeks out through the smoke. He gets that kill too, which was a crucial one.
Remaining.
And now it's a 1v4. Next to impossible to be converted.
I tried to make that one small trap play in towards the tree itself with the snakebite and the Paranoia combination, but Kohli's Paranoia was half a second late. Had it been half a second earlier, we would have seen Severine falling down to just the snakebite itself, but this is again a massive straight transfer coming in on the ghost. That was a nasty flick. And then it was just eventually DOS9 following it up, wrapping things up on towards the site itself. A good round by Revenant Esports, a much needed pistol as well for them. But I still feel that they got 6 rounds on defense. It's much more than sufficient because it's a defense-centric map.
Oh, he did not even get spotted. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. DOS9 did get spotted. Maybe. Maybe not.
Not sure. But still better weaponry in the hands of Revenant. But Sayo has got his hands on the Sheriff, so it can be a little bit of a threat maker. Let's see, though. Benka trying to move up slowly and steadily. Finally now trying to move in from this market area towards the B site. It's a quick hit as well. Every single player, they do realize that you cannot really waste a lot of time in these type of shenanigans.
Oh.
Severine all the way from the back, but the Guardian is dealing a lot of damage. Players being softened up. Good recon dart as well. It's not able to find the value that it's supposed to. And Revenant Esports, it's their flood on the site. Yeah, it can't be stopped.
Alright. I was not quite sure if Severine was supposed to have that many picks out there, but this man has been playing with just 23, 25, 26 HPs for the past couple of rounds. Seems like he becomes invincible once his HP falls below 30. What is he? A world boss? But nonetheless, the anti-eco round for Revenant, and that's the kind of confidence booster that this team needs. Maybe just follow up on this exact same momentum, but Grayfox might not allow that. We have seen this team's attack pretty solid, but Ascent is the only map where we do see them struggle sometimes. But maybe with the Viper, they could potentially do it. A mid push coming in from Revenant Esports. They've got the weaker weaponry, so it's understandable they would try to make a trap play.
Okay. Benka, quick peek, gets that kill, dashes away, hands over the advantage to his teammates. Grayfox would want to win this round, that's for sure, and make it 7-8. But also make sure you're not dropping a lot of guns because the opponents is still on the bonus. Revenant Esports wanted to be a little bit proactive, assert some dominance, get that proactive control in the hands. Severine with that Guardian can be a big difference maker. But DOS9 lines up too. Beautifully done. Benka and Sayo taken out of the contention. It's now a 3v4. And this is not looking that great. Those Vandals can be retrieved easily as well in the hands. And still Severine's just trying to go for some spams. Good shock dart, gonna soften up the players even more. Cody's taken down quite low. And now towards the cat, the player's position's compromised as well. He wants to move in, but he just can't. Revenant Esports, they're making sure that the opponent's going to struggle, but at the same time, Grayfox, they once again pull things back in their court. And yeah, it's a 3v1 now. Paradox, he might be able to get his hands on the Vandal, and I guess he should go for the save if he's not able to get even one kill right here.
It's fine. Again, potentially going for that fight as well. He wanted to find a timing though, was going in for that early rotation. Was just not able to get that. Kohli was already there, making sure there's no backstab coming in whatsoever. Knife taken care of. And as well as Paradox. With that one smoke up there on top, it was, again, a pretty solid round coming in by Grayfox. Losing 2 rifles, it's absolutely fine. They'll be able to go in for the reinvestment. Lost 9, however, man, this guy is absolutely on cloud 9. 22 and 11.
30 seconds left. One enemy.
I mean, Grayfox making those major adjustments on the fly in the round itself has sort of saved them that previous round. But they dropped down 2 guns. I like the fact that Grayfox is quite attentive. They've got the surrounding awareness, and they're quite quick on adapting as well. We see a tactical pause from Revenant Esports because they still need to talk it out and know exactly what just happened in the previous round, because that was supposed to be their round. Dawson gave them a massive advantage in that bonus round itself.
Maybe they've got another counter strategy prepared for Grayfox for this one round. You may never know. The conversation is going to be crucial, that's for sure, and we will potentially see a change by Revenant. As it's again the gun round of the half. First one for this specific half. And it is going to be a make or break round for the economy of both of these teams. Severine bringing out the Odin, so the recon spam is going to be there. No operators.
Couple attacks.
Oh my god.
How is he even allowed to do that? That's what the main question is. How does he pushes that deep and he still gets one kill and then back away? It's not the first time he's done so. He's been doing that over and over again at this point. And it's working out majority of the times too.
Alright.
Now there's a shock dart being pulled out as well. Let's get Rossi popping off. A 3K towards main. The entire B rush has been shut down by SK Rossi. He was looking quite absent in this game. But then that one single play will make his comeback.
Another 4K maybe? Nope. It's DOS9 to close things out. Give their team a start. And then close things out as well, with SK Rossi being the major playmaker over towards the B main. Playing in that off angle and getting 3 out of that. I mean, you can't even start to say how bold that entire move was. Now, this is the situation where sometimes when SK Rossi makes these plays, he looks like an aim god. But when he falls onto those angles, I mean, we do end up criticizing that play. Because, again, that's a high risk, high reward situation. An early owl drone coming in.
Trying to get rid of that turret, man.
It's still not broken though, I guess. Finally
does. I mean, it's still sort of broken buys from Grayfox. They've only got one Bulldog. The rest of the players on complete Sheriff. They still have the intention to do a lot of damage. And the only way they can, if every single person is able to pop off in their own point of view. Yeah, smokes out as well towards main. Trying to get that proactive control. At this point, Grayfox, yeah, the slower approach is understandable because they just want to get some confirmed kills in their hands.
Wall is up, Paranoia ready, and they'll go in for the execute as well. Paradox has got his own flash in hand. The dash in comes in.
Here we go. Time to enter inside of the site. A perfect recon that was, and Venka on the back of that finds a 2K. Nicely done. Grayfox, they've got the side in their hands. Now it's a 2-on-5. There's also Hunter's Fury available in the hands of Hoax, but he's probably not going to use it because he knows Revenant Esports is leftover player. They're probably going to try to go for a complete save here. 3 guns being dropped off, and yeah, Revenant Esports do not want to do anything with this entire round. It's better to just go for the save. There's still Odin in the hands of that Soa, which is not that big of a threat. Still, if you do want to explore B main though, in the upcoming round, then it can be. But Grayfox, a solid recovery.
That was such a great set play coming in from their side. Specifically with those Viper Wall and the Omen Smoke, which denied so much space to Revenant. And Venka was easily able to quickly dash in, and followed up by their team, they were able to get those picks on site itself with all the util dump. It was brilliant. And it was a stacked site, by the way, and they went in for a full flood execute from A main. Won the fight against the player who was in the tree, made sure they've got the full site control, eventually ended up getting the round for their side as well, forcing the save on the next one. Ult economy, there are not a lot of it available, but yes, as you mentioned previously, the Hunter's Fury still in the hand of Hoax. Could potentially use it in this round. Carrying forward a Bulldog from the previous one, Sayo. Same wall over towards the A. It's actually a pretty nice wall though, because it cuts off so many angles over on the side. Helps you scale up as well. All you've got to do is just clear on the right side. That's all. And then you can also have the Omen smokes to block off those choke points, and then put the wall down to clear up all of the other angles that are left on the side itself.
Oh, man. For now, I mean...
What a shot.
Well, I guess finally DOS9's aggression has been cured and cancered. So I guess... looking at how the concern was
towards tree.
DOS9 was really making a lot of concerns for the opponents, and now that it's completely cured and cancelled, Grayfox, they're trying to move in on the back of that initial pick. They do find the entry towards the site. There's still Hunter's Fury available, and yes, the Odin's Pant's gonna find the kill too. Venka taken down. Should have realized that there's an Odin right on top. He should have tried to at least reposition somewhere, but unfortunately the man was trapped in that spot. Hunter's Fury pulled out, trying to stop the plan in his tracks, and he's still trying to go for those common spots. It's still a 2v2. Severine with the Odin in his hands, still trying to play as pushback as possible. The random spam comes in. Hoax still towards main, looking to find that amp opener. And yeah, really good recon.
Oh my god, this guy's recons are on next level.
Yeah. Gives the position away. And now look at what the man's trying to do. He's trying to wrap all the way from the back. Coley, perfectly done, but he whiffs! Oh my god! This is not looking that great. Hoax, he peeks out from the main, but he still collects both of them. Oh my god, the day saver for Grayfox.
You could say that Severine was actually tagged up as well, but does not matter because it was eventually a headshot. Yeah, I got confused there with a chance of Let's Go Grayfox. Whereas that was a headshot connected by Hoax on both the players, and it was actually a pretty solid one because you got 2 different 1v1s. But oh my goodness. The way that Grayfox are now playing made sure that they've got the early presence shown towards the cat, only to bait out the fragment over towards the tree, and then went in from the direct execute of A main. This needs to be stopped. Revenant needs to find an answer to this Viper wall, because it gives so much room to Grayfox Esports to work around with. And again, DOS9 was just out-fragging everyone. Now, for the past few rounds, he has been stopped.
As you mentioned, DOS9's play is being stopped.
Deep breath.
Now, once again, puts Revenant Esports in a big sign of concern. They've been relying heavily on DOS9, giving them that early game advantage, and once again, DOS9 is trying to do the same. Good snake bite. At least DOS9's not able to push up. Oh, that was his own teammate. He thought that it was he was the opponent, but I guess the communication wasn't exactly there on the point. And once again, they're relying heavily on DOS9 to make the heroic plays as well. DOS9 should be able to get the kill, but no, he whiffs! The easiest shots that he should have hit. And now, once again, it brings things down to a 4v5. Severine with the Phantom in his hand should be able to catch the man fading away, but no, the timing works against him. They're still...
Oh, he's in such an awkward angle, though.
Yeah, Cody
So
should be able
far
to
up.
catch this man right in the tracks, including Hoax as well. Severine's holding the off angle. I don't think anyone's going to expect him there, but still Venka wins that duel.
How do you even know that there might be a player there? That's just some insane game sense.
I think so. It's just on the back of the knowledge that they did have the proactive control all the way towards the
seconds
top
left.
mid. So
Maybe.
they were just trying to be a little bit more concerned about that fact. And they were just trying to have a little bit of more surrounding awareness. And that just got them that kill. But Paradox now realizing the fact that it's a little bit too late. The control's gone, and there's also Adrian King just lurking around towards Street. Grayfox, they are not leaving any signs of error for the opponents. The room for error is so less for Revenant Esports, man.
On the back of that very slow rotation, Paradox just threw out a knife out there in A main, which scanned absolutely no one. Everyone on Grayfox dodged it, so he did not call in for the rotation back. Adrian King should fall, Skills should collect one. Yep. You get the rifle back in, but not enough time to either go in for the defuse, triple peak. Venka gets the kill, and everyone moves backwards. Grayfox now finally back in the lead, and wait a second, Necro. The scoreline is 10-9, and it's already 1-0 map advantage for Grayfox. This might be a 2-0, and Grayfox might take it home. Because their ult economy is looking amazing.
I mean, as I mentioned, Grayfox in that previous round, they played it perfectly. They did not showcase any signs of errors for Revenant Esports to even try and exploit. It was just perfect, be it the timing, be it the map presence that you guys were trying to showcase. DOS9 went aggressive once again. They were relying heavily on the Blade Storm of DOS9 to find any sort of value, which it was not able to. That was the main concern. And now keep this thing in mind, SK Rossi's got his hands on the lockdown. The players, all they need to do is make sure they're baiting out SK Rossi's lockdown. Initial lockdown comes in, and Rossi is ready with his counter lockdown too, and he uses that. But they still decide to move in towards the A site. I'm not sure what the game plan is here, but they should be able to get the site control whatsoever. Paradox still finds out Venka, but then Sayo with a quick retaliation shuts him down. DOS9 as well trying to explore mid from tiles. His lifeline gets cut down. Coley still towards Tree. His position's known as well. Rossi's position compromised to return. 8 bullets in the magazine, and he loses that duel. A 1v2 in the makings. Adrian King just isolated towards main, and it's going to be Skills to put that final nail in the coffin.
I love the idea from both the teams because, as you mentioned, both the KJs had lockdown. Adrian King utilized his first. Rossi went in after that. But the thing was, Rossi's entire setup of his utilities was in Tree itself. Because he knew that if in case he puts the lockdown, there is a chance that Grayfox might push forward in Tree and towards stairs to take his lockdown down. He had all of his utilities prepared for that counter. He was countering their counter thought already. And it happened in the exact same way. Even though the lockdown was destroyed, the positioning of Revenant was in such a way that they were ready to fight that angle with a crossfire. But Venka and Sayo double up own picks on B main, changing the area of the map and now have the advantage in this round 5v3.
0 point utilized, so at least that's going to give them the information. Gets rid of the turret.
Look at where Adrian King is, man.
Toxin screen down.
And yeah, I mean, our drones to clear out the nukes and crannies. Gets that info. And there we go. Rossi, a quick tap on the skull. Kicks things off in a fantastic way. Already the resistance quite nice. Revenant Esports on towards the site, making sure the site's on a complete lockdown. Paradox has managed to squeeze in. Oh my god, there we go. Trigger discipline play, and all of them line up. Paradox! Oh my god, what a monstrous play that was!
My God, the man waited. He waited the hell out of all the players to move forward, only to be behind them, line them up, and then finish them off in one spray down. Jeez.
One enemy remaining.
My God, man, that's just Paradox doing Paradox things, dude. But
Just
all
calm,
in all,
cool, collected.
Calm, cool, collected. Yet, I would still give the credits to SK Rossi in that one because he made a bold play, moved out of the smoke, found the timing, got the first pick, and then put out the alarm bot on towards the right, put out the nano swarm over towards the stairs. That's not exactly where he wanted to put it, but still stopped the entire push of Grayfox Esports over towards the site, and now their economy should potentially be broken, if not Vandals and half shields.
Paradox had the opportunity, but still the way he grabbed that opportunity was nice. Showcasing patience, knowing exactly when to break that trigger discipline was perfect. And then moving a little bit to the right, lining them up, and then going for the spray. Nicely done, Paradox. Good thinking on the fly.
They had the false security of Adrian King having control of the tiles, that no one would be backstabbing, but Paradox just found a god timing.
Deploying drone.
Now, for Grayfox, they've got the Blade Storm, the Viper's Pit available that they can utilize to go for the side take. The Viper's Pit mainly will be used in the post-plant scenarios. Shock Dart out. Try and clear any sort of utilities around the corner. Another one will bounce right off the corner.
Nothing cleared though.
Yep.
There's still an Nanoswarm, there's still an alarm bot.
And look at Paradox, once again, just holding such a pixel angle. Just waiting for someone to walk in his crosshairs. Soon enough, he will, too. And Venka goes for that white spin. Nothing found with that.
Oh,
Fragment out as
beautiful.
well to try and stop the players in the tracks. And the fragment's quite perfect, too. It at least stops the players in the tracks. And Toss9, he had the right moment. But he unfortunately
9
missed
HP.
that shot. And yes, as you mentioned, Adrian King has also got the timing. He will find skills instantly. Another man in the front lines, but unfortunately, the closure does not come through. Paradox is taken down only 5 HP, so he still can't do a lot on the side all by himself. Only one single bullet away from meeting his death. And what am I watching? Operator taken down. Coley instantly TPs all the way towards the A site. And Paradox towards the backside. His position's compromised. And Sayo will put an end to his misery. It's a 2-on-1. Sephrine's going to be the last man alive from Revenant Esports.
What a scrappy round over towards the last few seconds, but Sayo made the play of the round itself, getting 2 there. Severine's recon needs to be dealt with. If it reveals the position, he is done for. But a shorty in the hand. The question is, where is Severine going to drop in? Oh. Well, couldn't see anything there. Oh, the wraparound! The wraparound!
Oh, okay. The problem is, the players sometimes, they walk a little bit too close to that Viper's Pit. And then there's a gun barrel just peeking out. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing that happened with Severine.
Maybe.
His gun barrel was peeking out at that spot, and everything just got messed up. But yeah.
That's the full Grayfox family out in the audience as well.
I like that, right? Grayfox getting some cheers. Definitely they deserve it. They have been playing so well. Revenant Esports, of course, it's a fan favorite team, right? But still, Grayfox getting those cheers, it's always nice to see. Even Steven grounds, right, for both of them.
Indeed. But that's a fast pace he execute. Quickly going towards the door, clearing it out. Nanoswarm was there, but Rossi in the backside gets the headshot. Now looks over towards the other side as well to catch the players crossing, but Adrian King has got the better aim. Everyone went in forward. Oh,
nice
my
shot.
goodness! Skills taken down, but DOS9 Paradox finding some retaliation in the answer. Down to a 2v2.
Oh my god, yeah. Well, Sayo wins that crucial duel too. And it's done for.
It is done. My ult is ready.
Grayfox just one round away, ladies and gentlemen, from closing this series and making it a 2-0. While Revenant Esports, now they're going to be in a big sign of worry. I mean, DOS9's been able to play quite well throughout this entire game, right on the back lines of Paradox, but the rest of his team is down to 14, 12, and 10. SK Rossi, it just feels like this KJ is really holding his potential back for some reason.
He's just not being able to play on the KJ whatsoever. Initiators, understandable. But as for the Killjoy, I'm not quite sure if the only reason why they're going in with the couple of role swaps is because they wanted Paradox on the KO, and then there was just Severin who was able to play the Sova. Otherwise, Severin would normally play the smokes. But all of that going to be for later for the round. Lockdown being invested now. Severin still playing in towards the angle. Goes behind the Jenny. There's still a small gap in that. And everyone is rotating from Revenant already. 3 people coming in for the backstab. A couple of players over towards the site itself. Molly goes out. A big reveal. And the shot does not connect.
That was the moment right there. If he finds even one kill, he would have done his job. Rossi just looking to pop out of that smoke with the Bucky in his hands. But can he actually find any type of value? DOS9 moving all the way from the flank. Yes. And he does! Oh my god, Rossi finds a 2K. That was such a crucial one. But then Adrian King and Sayo, they return back with one more. Sayo now trying to stop the man in the tree on his tracks in a perfect way to take him out as well. Just rips his skull apart. And even Paradox gets shut down. Grayfox, they 2-0, the strongest opponent in the name of Revenant Esports. One of the best teams in this entire bracket has been moved down to the lowest bracket. Grayfox, this is a stark statement made by them.
Not a single overheat moment. Pure discipline on this team. Even though DOS9 was popping off like a madman, they still kept their cool. They made sure that their heads are leveled until they went home. And they are going directly into the grand finals. And just as you mentioned, defeating the strongest opponent they have yet faced, taking the revenge of the group stage. And what a way.
Oh man. Grayfox. As I mentioned, it's a stark statement made by these 5 players here to conquer the South Asian region. While Revenant Esports, they've got a lot to talk about. Severin definitely has a lot to talk to his teammates. DOS9 was popping off. Paradox was able to play quite well, but then Severin, SK Rossi's skills just not able to pop off on the occasion, not able to stand up on that occasion. And that's where the main problem relied. Even SK Rossi on that KJ role wasn't able to do that great of a job when it comes to the kills department. And yeah, for Grayfox, every single player was looking in great form. They were ready for this matchup. They were well prepared. They've done their homework. You can clearly see it in the game too.
Nothing taken away from Sayo. I'll be brutally honest about that. The last 2 rounds was his givings to the team. Specifically, round number 23.
Oh, dude, he's talking about the trigger discipline play with Paradox. Look at him.
Yeah. No, the round after that. That was round number 21, if I'm not wrong. I'm talking about the round number 23 where on site it was just 10 seconds remaining and Sayo was standing there. He had to take 2 players down on site. One of them being Rossi. The second one, if I'm not wrong, maybe Sova. But he had to take both of them down. He did that and put out a Viper's Pit and then went in for the plants when 5 seconds were remaining, as again, if I'm not wrong, Kohli was just using from the shadows to jump in towards the Vine Cubby. He was alone on site. He made that play and made sure that his team were going towards the map point. I mean, that is crazy. And then in the last one, winning the fight over towards the tree as well, taking care of the lurker. Even went in on the side to get the first one of the kills on site itself. That's crazy.
Alrighty, I mean,
exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to move on to the stage right now.
और उसके लिए वेंका आप भी आइए, and Hoax, I would like you to join me as well. Both of you, and both of you. क्योंकि बात आपसे भी करनी है, पर Hoax आपसे start करूँगा. वेंका this side. चलिए शुरू करते हैं अब हमारा इस win के बाद first of all how are you feeling? क्योंकि ये last जो map था it got very intense.
I mean अच्छा लग रहा है. Second map इतना close होना नहीं चाहिए था, but it is what it is. सारे अच्छा खेले और जैसा मैंने बोला था पहले कि हमारा पूरा रोस्टर खेलेगा तो we'll definitely get a 2-0. आया है.
इसी बात पे आते cause आपने कहा था अगर मैं खेल रहा होता तो रिजल्ट कुछ और होता. आज खेल रहे थे, रिजल्ट देख लिया 2-0. What do you have to say?
I mean, it was a good series. It was a good series. It was fun. Hopefully we see these guys again in the grand finals because these guys are good. We're good. It's always a good match when we play them. Last time, हाँ मैंने बोला था कि अगर मैं खेलता तो 2-0 था. I still stick by that and I've proven it as well. Hopefully we win the grand finals as well and good luck to all the other teams playing in the lowers.
Other teams की बात करते हैं. This was supposed to be the tough competition for you क्योंकि group stages में we saw back and forth between you guys. Now you have finally taken a stand कि Grayfox Revenant से थोड़ा सा आगे जा चुके हैं, but they still have that low bracket run and the competition is not going to be easy. तो आपकी क्या expectation है? Who do you think you will face again in the finals?
I think lower bracket से वापस ये लोग ही आएंगे. वो देखो वो जो आदमी जैकेट पहन रहा है वो lower bracket में कुछ ना कुछ करेगा फिर से. I think lower bracket से mostly Revenant ही आएगी और finals होगा, rematch होगा. Best of 5 है I think finals. तो मैप्स भी अच्छे होंगे, मज़ा आएगा. देखते हैं. आई थिंक कल मज़ा आएगा जो भी होगा. रेवेनेंट आए, TR आए, मेडल आए, सबके सामने हमारा सेम ही गेम प्लान है. विल प्ले टू विन एंड विल सी व्हाट हैपेंस.
एक फाइनल क्वेश्चन, ये थोड़ा टेक्निकल है. दिस वन कम्स फ्रॉम आवर एक्सपर्ट्स. ये आपकी कॉम्प के बारे में है. आज की जो 2 कॉम्प्स आपने खेली, एक तो आपकी असेंट के, उसके पहले बाइंड, दोनों वर अ लिटिल वियर्ड. तो ये एक्सपेरिमेंट्स लास्ट डे फाइनल्स पे क्यों?
मेरे को क्रैक ने पूछा था इंटरव्यू में कि कोई एक्सपेरिमेंट्स देखने मिलने वाले हैं क्या. तो जैसा आज असेंट में देखा क्रैक ने, हमारा बेसिकली प्लेयर्स जो रोल पे ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल है वो रोल्स पे जाते हैं. तो सेयू का वाइपर आई थिंक लीग में वन ऑफ द बेस्ट है. कोई उसको बीट नहीं कर सकता वाइपर पे. और उसको किलजॉय पे इतना मज़ा नहीं आया था तो हमने बोला खेल ले वाइपर. तो उसने वाइपर खेला आज और इट्स ऑल अबाउट हैविंग फन एंड विनिंग एट द सेम टाइम.
I mean, we had a lot of fun watching you guys play. Vanka, last question for you. We asked कि finals में कौन दिखेगा, but we have the low bracket final coming up next. Lower bracket semi-final. My apologies. उसमें आपको क्या लगता है? What can be the result? Who do you think is going to win?
I feel like my goat Techno is going to drop 90 in one map. If Techno you're here, I am rooting for TR. I want TR versus RNT lower final because honestly all the teams here are very good, but seeing TR versus RNT is a different experience. So hopefully we get to witness that again, and whoever wins between TR and RNT, hopefully we can beat them.
Hopefully नहीं, just say we can beat them.
हरा ही दिया है अभी अब.
ये confidence चाहिए था. But guys, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Thank you so much. And that is Grayfox Esports, ladies and gentlemen. हमारी सबसे पहली finalist team. लेकिन अभी भी आज का low bracket semi-finals बाकी है. इससे पहले कि हम लोग आगे बढ़े हमारी journey में, a huge thank you to our lovely sponsors. This OMEN Valorant challenges South Asia with title partners OMEN, brought to you guys by Nodwin Gaming, with styling partners Philips One Blade. अभी हम लोग एक छोटी सी break की तरफ आगे बढ़ेंगे. But you guys, stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back with the low bracket semi-final.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
Overheating is a gamer's hell. It tortures you with lag.
The upgraded OMEN tempest cooling technology. OMEN 16 with Intel Core i7 processor. To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Phillips.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and with that previous game, we've also found our first grand finalist in the name of Grayfox Esports. Now we're going to move down to the lowers bracket, where things are, of course, going to be more interesting. But before we do so, we also got to look at the post-game stats, right? The previous map of Ascent was definitely quite interesting. That Viper Omen composition we saw being pulled out from the side of Grayfox was definitely quite defense-oriented lineup. But hey, it sort of worked out for them perfectly. MVP is going to be Coley from that previous game, 254 ACS with the KD of 1.6, and damage per round was 160. And then FP percentage was 16.7.
The man stepped up when you really needed him to, and at the end of the day, he was always there for those trades, and he was making sure that the smokes were always on point. The paranoias were insane. Making sure, I mean, doing the basics as well perfectly is exactly what you need, and that is what the entire team of Grayfox were able to do. On the other side, DOS9 with his heroics play is the one who's got the highest ACS of the entire game, 289, 25 and 17. But again, at the end of the day, it is a team game. It's a team play. If your entire team is outperforming the opponent, that is all you need.
Pretty much. I mean, you've got the stats in front of you, right? I mean, you can see Paradox with 21 kills and 19 deaths. Of course, the best performer from the side of Revenant Esports was DOS9 with 25 and 17. But then on the opposite side of things, from the side of Grayfox, every single player was performing on the equal point. You can see there's not a lot of difference when it comes to those kill points. Moving on forward towards the map stats as well, you can see the first kills, majority of the towns were being found by Grayfox. This just showcases the amount of confidence Grayfox had moving into this map of Ascent.
I totally agree. Though I still feel that even in the post-plan conversions, Grayfox were the ones who had that advantage. 7 out of 8. Revenant only were able to convert 6 out of 8. 2 thrifties as well for Grayfox Esports, and that's exactly where all the trouble began. Those thrifties. When the second one went in their own favor, it gave them that confidence. And looking at the heat map, jeez, it's a battleground.
So many fights were taken towards the tree area, moving in towards heaven. A lot of those fights happen over there, and also some of the fights happen towards the generator spot. You can see, even including the back site, there were a lot of fights happening on that spot. If you look at the B site, not a lot of fights happening towards mid. In general, mid presence, when it comes to the deep mid presence, we did not see a lot of that happening. But in general, in general, most of the times we're just seeing those perfect side hits from both these teams, which was understandable too. For Grayfox, they needed to make sure they're not really giving a lot of time for Revenant Esports to capitalize. And for Revenant Esports, they needed to make sure that they're showcasing as much as resistance as possible. But still, Revenant in their own defending side, we saw them play a little bit quite push back though, which was understandable considering the confidence was quite low too. You can clearly see in the highlights too, some of the shots were also whiffed. Bovenka was of course feeling himself.
There were a couple of things that I really kind of found out in the play of Revenant. Was one of the fact that they were not taking space proactively, apart from the fact that it was basically just DOS9 who was being on top on that charts, right? And over towards when the side swap actually began, we always saw that Viper's wall being used up to perfection. Because again, if you focus on this one, it cuts off the entire mid where you normally put out an Omen smoke to make sure that you are moving in the mid without getting checked. And then it goes directly towards the tree angle as well over the stairs. When it blocks it off, you get the control of the tree. Helps you walk up towards the cat and then go in for the split. There's always a threat. And when he changed the way his Viper ball works, it was basically an easy A execute, and we did not see any answer for the side of Revenant on that situation. I'll be still pointing the fact out how the role swaps of Revenant just did not work out in their favor. Normally, you see Rossi playing on Sova, Severine playing on Omen, and then Skills is the main Sentinel. But this time, it was Skills on Omen, Rossi on Sentinel KJ, and eventually Severine playing the Sova. I'm not quite sure why they did that, but it definitely did not work out for them.
It indeed did not work out. Rossi's one of those players that likes to play pushed up, and unfortunately playing that Sentinel role really made him hold back, and that was one of the main problems. You saw that trigger discipline play as well from Paradox. Of course, the play of the day, without a doubt, hands down. That play was quite insane. But in general, getting back to that Rossi's topic, as I mentioned, it just felt like that Sentinel role was sort of stopping him from reaching his fullest potential. This Bucky play could have been quite clutch too, But unfortunately, the follow-up from his teammates wasn't there in the last round, and that's how the closure was found. But still, Revenant Esports is one of those teams that we know they pack a lot of punch. They've got a lot of overall confidence too when it comes to taking those aim duels. And now that they're going to move down in the lowers bracket, whichever team that's going to face off Revenant, they're going to have a hell of a challenge.
Ooh, I mean, that's going to be trouble to deal with such a powerhouse at the end of the day. But yes, when you have a broader outlook over what exactly happened, you could clearly see that Grayfox were doing great.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the stage because we've got something new lined up.
Made his presence felt. Buddy, how are you doing? Or what's your name?
Ashish.
How are you doing?
I'm great. Really had a great time here.
Are you enjoying the action?
Yeah, definitely. Grayfox really demolished them in first map, and second map was really great as well, neck to neck.
It's quite clear there's no Sentinels to support here, but आपकी favorite team अभी तक कौन सी है?
Revenant.
Revenant.
Yeah.
You feel bad about this loss?
A little bit. I'll have to wake up tomorrow early.
All right. I mean, कल जल्दी उठना पड़ेगा, but आज के लिए we still have one more match to go. I mean, this one was a tough loss for you, but next match, what are your thoughts on it?
Medal. साई भाई का एम, साई भाई का गेम.
अरे सीधा एक ही प्लेयर के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा. But generally अगर बात करें, you have experienced the OMEN Valorant Challenge South Asia. Have you checked out the amazing OMEN booth there?
Nah, I just came late, so haven't explored yet. So planning on exploring.
That also needs to be a goal. But we'll find some more people to talk with and have a conversation with. Let's go to the other side. Because मैंने notice की थी एक चीज़, stage का हमारा पूरा एक side was dominated by the players of Revenant, and on this side we have everyone who was cheering for Grayfox. Sir, आपकी chairs इतनी loud थी कि almost एक point पे सब Grayfox चिल्ला रहे थे. कैसे?
वो क्या है ना कि रेवेनेंट के उधर से सपोर्टर भी चिल्ला रहे थे. अब यहाँ से भी हमको सच चिल्लाना था, तो अब वो तो करेंगे ना, टीम को सपोर्ट करेंगे.
ठीक है, तो एक काम करते हैं, अभी हमारे पीछे थोड़ा सा सेलिब्रेशन भी चल रहा है टीम का, तो इनको और हाइप करते हैं. एक बार चेयर हो जाए फिर से. लेट्स गो.
क्या चेयर करते
जो आप कर रहे थे. लेट्स गो ग्रेफॉक्स.
लेट्स गो ग्रेफॉक्स, 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 लेट्स गो ग्रेफॉक्स.
That's the finalist, ladies and gentlemen. हमारी सबसे पहली ग्रैंड फाइनलिस्ट टीम. फैंस का पूरा सपोर्ट है. टीम इज वेरी पम्प्ड अप. लेकिन अब इनका सामना फाइनल्स में कौन करेगा ये पता करने में अभी भी काफी सबर बचा है. बट फॉर नाउ वी गोना टेक अ वेरी शॉर्ट ब्रेक. यू गाइस स्टे ट्यून्ड, कीप वाचिंग. विल बी बैक आफ्टर दिस.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the OMEN Valorant Challenge South Asia Split 1 Cup 1 Finals. Allow me to introduce to you guys Revenant Esports. True Rippers. अभी बस एक ही चीज का इंतजार है. You guys are excited for the action to begin as well.
The first match for the OMEN Valorant Challenge in South Asia. Let's see. Side of True Rippers, Deathmaker gets the first blood.
6 seconds on the clock. Para with the frag. The tap is there. Helen with the double.
Perfect timing. दोनों खिलाड़ी सामने.
A 40 dogs. Para with that ace. Let's go, Para. One, the second, the third.
Timing is crucial and Deathmaker fought. लेकिन शॉट भी हुए हैं यहाँ. Skills रन भी करेंगे तब भी काम बच जाएगा. Skills with a perfect headshot. Because he finds True Rippers की सबसे बड़ी win condition. राउंड से बाहर हो चुकी है फ्रेंड्स.
होल्ड कर रहे हैं डॉट साइड, वेटिंग फॉर एनीथिंग चीकी टू हैपन. डिसरप्ट को बहुत ज्यादा मन कर रहा है. 1 2 3 व्हाट डिसरप्ट डिड समथिंग क्रेजी. पैरा विद वन.
वहां पे एक एंगल था. डबल पीक का शिकार बनेंगे पैराडॉक्स. रेवरेंट विद द बॉल स्कोर लाइन. द लैंड स्पैन है एज अ फेवरेट. जिस तरीके से खेले ये फेवरेट्स का टैग अभी भी उन पे.
नहीं, वो तो मेरे को पता है ट्रॉफी जीतने के लिए है. वो तो मतलब यहाँ पे जो लोग देखे बैठे हैं वो लोग को भी पता है. बाकी सब कंसोलेशन प्राइज के लिए.
This is the second semi-final of the day. Grayfox Esports versus Revenant Esports. आपको भी पता है वाइपर से आप कितना कुछ कर सकते हैं. बट कीबो थोड़ी देर पहले आपने बोला था वो स्कोरबोर्ड पे नहीं दिखते. वो चीज पे उन्होंने सीरियस हो गए. वो ऐसे सिचुएशन में भी तरीके से खेल रहे हैं. बट वी के लिए डेडली एक और फ्रैग लेना चाहता है. ही डिलीवर्ड एज वेल. टीपी करके आ रहे थे कोहली. डेडली विद द डबल. रिपेंट शेल बहुत और चिप डैमेज देगा. और ऊपर से डेडली के ये शॉट. ही फाइट द डबल एज वेल. और उसके पीछे बाकी प्लेयर्स स्केल अप. बट एंडर किंग एंड वेंका टीपी हैज.
But what? Look at the goal.
Wow,
That's just
Kohli.
brilliant.
चला जाएगा। शावर को तो बहुत ज्यादा प्रेप करे और रोलिंग थंडर 2 खिलाड़ी पकड़े जाएंगे, दोनों को जंप करते हुए एलिमिनेशन। मैप में कुछ मिला नहीं और उसके बाद सायो विद द फाइनल ब्लू। ये जो वापसी करी है इस टीम ने इस पूरी सीरीज के अंदर पहला मैप हार के।
टीम में 2 इंपोर्ट किए हैं, वेंका भी यंग है, सारे यंग है, तो सबको ग्रूव में आने के लिए एक मैप लगा और फिर बाकी 2 मैप पे मुझे इनिशिएटर्स मिल गए और फिर मैं टीम के साथ खेलने लग गया और फिर आपको दिखाया क्या हुआ।
You know, it was crazy. But audience, आप कल भी हमारे साथ जुड़ सकते हैं IGS पुणे में। फिर से हम लाइव जाएंगे फॉर द ओमन वैलोरेंट चैलेंजर साउथ एशिया की सबसे बड़ी वैलोरेंट लीग। तो कल तक के लिए कीप गेमिंग, कीप ग्राइंडिंग।
Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Down you go. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब। देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं। तरुण में जैसे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण। चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं। आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप। Better believe you're gonna be, pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना। आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना, ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना। 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसा में टरेंचुला ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला। मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी। क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां, चंद्रगुप्त मेमोरिया या किला तू लोरिया। Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना। आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना, ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना। 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. Shut back down.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像不带货，在我看来你帮着无奈，你们胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, but I paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像不带货，在我看来你帮着无奈，你胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team's the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。倒是我起来和点酸奶之间出了那种 I'm great, I go way, but I paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test.
Last player standing.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像不带货，在我看来你帮着无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像不带货，在我看来你帮着无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像不带货，在我看来你帮着无奈。Now we still go ape, hey. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. I'm a true to respect. Standing tall through the test.
Enemy mark.
Nailed them. Got him. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mama, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMC. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long. Nothing on credit. I got style. Don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no letters. I got style. Don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Crown. 30 seconds left. One enemy. Headshot.
Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am the Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा मेरी दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick. I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुज है मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना. तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त मेमोरिया या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, only the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I can wave up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. You cannot be me, but I stand out. I'm a flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team's the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们至今有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不代不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。倒是我起来喝点酸奶之前出来那真的。I'm great, I go way up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. I'm a true to respect. Standing tall through the test. I'm a true to respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像个灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，now we still go ape, hey. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. I'm a true to respect. Standing tall through the test.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that breaks to OMEN's Valorant Challenger South Asia, presented by Nodwin Gaming with our styling partner Phillips One Plate. I'm going to be hosting Caster Necro John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be Shai Shanu. And yes, now it's time to move down to the lowers bracket, where we'll find out a team that will be eliminated from this tournament completely. OMEN Esports versus True Rippers. It's a matchup, well, which might just go completely one-sided or either a super close affair. I mean, it really just depends on the map veto too. As we do move on forward towards the brackets, we did see the previous matchup between Revenant Esports and Grayfox, where Grayfox 2-0'd the likes of Revenant Esports, the tournament favorites, and then Revenant Esports has now moved down in the lower brackets themselves. True Rippers will be facing off against OMEN Esports in the lowers bracket too. In the past, as you mentioned, OMEN Esports has 2-0'd the likes of True Rippers, but that too in the league stage. We never know what the grand finals or what the final brackets has for their stakes. I mean, Aryu, Techno, Hellev, Deathmaker, Disrupt, every single player in this team has been performing quite well. As I mentioned, the first time that I saw this roster's announcement, I thought that this might just be the super team that the South Asian region has been looking for. But unfortunately, True Rippers' performance hasn't been up to the mark. Moving on forward to OMEN Esports' roster, this team has definitely been showcasing some promising moves on the board. Sai, Deadly 10, Excali, Kibo, and even Levi, every single player inside of this team too, they've got some potential, but today Deadly 10 needs to play well if his team wants to taste that victory. Yep. Yeah, 208 ACS, 137 damage per round, while Techno only has 123, 0.7 kills per round, but then you can see the similar type of kills per round even from the side of Techno. In general, this is still quite a close comparison, but in overall factor, if you look at True Rippers versus OMEN Esports should still be looking much more confident moving inside of this entire matchup, because as you mentioned, True Rippers, they've already lost out against OMEN Esports, and True Rippers, considering they were the first team to move down in the lowers bracket, they were already fighting a lot of demons in their head. I want to see this matchup go super close, all three mappers. If not, well, as I mentioned, there's nothing in between. It's going to be a complete 2-0 one-sided affair. Mm-hmm. 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 Interesting. I mean, specifically if you talk about True Rippers, they've got some of the good fragging players as well, right? Deathmaker on that duelist role too. The last time when he faced off against this entire roster of Metal Esports, he was actually playing that Gecko role, which was quite interesting. But now we're seeing Deathmaker back on that duelist. This might just bring in a little bit of more surprising effect for the opponents, Metal Esports, but I'm pretty sure they have been looking at Deathmaker years and years now playing on that duelist role, so they should be much more prepared for Deathmaker's duelist, Deathmaker's raise as well if Pine is being picked. Once again, as I mentioned, the big icebreaker here is going to be the map veto. We do not know which maps are going to be picked here. The last time when these two teams, they picked any type of maps, it was Sunset, Icebox, and Lotus, but it was a 2-0 series.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or beat. Let's go, 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 go.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Phillips.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or beat. Let's go, 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 go.
Finally, it is time for the low bracket semi-finals. And I have one simple question before we begin. Are you guys ready? Good, you guys. यहाँ से आवाज नहीं आ रही भाई, क्या हुआ? Right, ठीक है. थोड़ी एनर्जी तो है for the low bracket semi-finals to begin, but एनर्जी और ज़्यादा हो जाती है जब हमारे players हमारे साथ आते हैं on this very stage, and that is the next process that we're going to begin. So we're going to start calling off our teams, ladies and gentlemen. To start things off, we're going to have the teams जिन्होंने कोशिश तो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी करी थी कल, but still missed out on the win just by a smidge. Ladies and gentlemen, Crew Report! Right, all set for the competition. अब True Rippers तो आ गई है, उन्होंने अपनी जगह ले ली है, लेकिन सामने उनके जो खाली स्पॉट्स है, अब उनको फिल करने का टाइम आ गया है. So we're gonna call on the competition on stage, and we all know who it is. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Metal Esports! Medal Esports, ladies and gentlemen. अब हर बार की तरह इस बार भी एक छोटा सा इंटरव्यू होगा with players from either side. कल साई भाई का इंटरव्यू लिया था, आज हम हमारे एक और बड़े भाई का इंटरव्यू लेंगे. Excali joining us from the side of Medal and Helen. आपकी टीम बाय डिफॉल्ट आपको नॉमिनेट करती है ऐसी चीज़ों के लिए, पहले तो ये बताइए ये क्यों?
सबको मैच में फोकस करना है, नर्वस नहीं होना है. सबको इसमें नर्वसनेस ज़्यादा है.
अरे आपको नर्वसनेस तो नहीं एक्चुअली?
नहीं, कुछ नर्वसनेस नहीं तो है नहीं, मतलब नर्वसनेस तो है नहीं. ऑब्वियस खेला है, ये लोग को बहुत बार हराया भी है एंड आज कुछ डिफरेंट होने नहीं वाला है, सेम रिजल्ट होने वाला है. मेडल इज गोना विन, सो आई एम एक्साइटेड.
आपने मेरा एक क्वेश्चन का जवाब तो ऑलरेडी दे दिया कि हिस्ट्री जो थी वो आपके फेवर में रही थी. 2-0 था ग्रुप स्टेजेस का स्कोर, लेकिन कल के दिन यू वर डूइंग वेल, कम बैक हुआ सामने से, द अदर टीम टुक द विक्ट्री. आज ऐसी चीज़ों को रोकने का क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहेगी या यू गोना कीप इट सिंपल?
नहीं, कल का फंडा सिंपल था. तो रेवेनेंट के सामने हम लोग को अपर ब्रैकेट में खेलना नहीं था, लोअर ब्रैकेट में खेल के वो लोग को नॉकआउट करना था. तो दैट्स व्हाई वी आर इन लोअर ब्रैकेट, विल विन टुडेस मैच एंड देन विल नॉक रेवेनेंट आउट ऑफ द इवेंट.
अभी इन्होंने स्टेज पे आते हुए जो वेनम आपकी तरफ फेंका है, हाउ डू यू गाइस प्लान टू काउंटर दैट?
मतलब इट्स बीन अ वाइल दे हैव वॉन अ गेम, तो अभी क्या ही बोले. तो स्टार्टिंग में 4 जीते थे, उसके बाद तो जीते ही नहीं है. देखते हैं अभी.
अच्छा, एंड अगेन बिफोर यू गाइस केम ऑन, पिछली सीरीज जब एंड हुई थी, आई वाज इंटरव्यूइंग द फैंस और आपके भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा सपोर्टर्स आए हैं आज हु आर होपिंग फॉर दैट मैन राइट, दैट टेक्नो टू ड्रॉप अ बिग बॉम्ब. डू यू थिंक, are you feeling confident in Techno and your team today?
Of course, yeah. I think Techno RU, they're gonna step up big time today. So let's see.
Ready, guys? Friendly handshake time before we begin the action. Now this is what it is all about. It's about having fun as well at the same time, about the competition. और competition की बात कर रहे हैं तो मैच शुरू करने का वक्त आ गया है. इससे पहले कि हम मैच की तरफ आगे बढ़े, huge thank you to our lovely sponsors, the OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia, with title partners OMEN, brought to you guys by Nodwin Gaming, and styling partners Philips One Blade. But अब चलिए जल्दी से चलते हैं हमारे casters के पास, where we have Krat, joined by Fritz and Spartus.
Some friendly banter on the stage between Medal Esports and True Rippers. Of course, these guys go way back, years and years. They've known each other for such a long time. They're friends off stage and competitors on stage. And now that True Rippers is facing off Medal Esports, I'm pretty sure it's also going to bring back a decent amount of nostalgia for these guys. And not just for these guys, even for us. True Rippers in the past, they have been ripped apart when they faced off against Medal Esports, but I'm expecting some changes on the fly from True Rippers, considering they have tasted a pretty decent stuff in the past as well.
I mean, talk about reading your opponent, right? That's exactly what happened between Helef and Excali in front on stage while during the handshake as well. But yes, history, it seems to have not been repeating itself specifically for today, since again Grayfox won against Revenant, unlike what happened back in the past. Maybe True Rippers would be all able to pull off an upset right in front of us, but that is going to be revealed back in the map Vito itself, and the first ban comes out to be Breeze. Medal sticking with their ban.
Exactly. I mean, Breeze is going to be banned out from Medal Esports, then Ascent instantly followed up by True Rippers. Now, let's find out which is going to be the first map that will be picked up, and it will be Sunset once again. Oh, this is deja vu all over again, my friend. I'm feeling like we're probably going to be seeing the league stages all over again. And True Rippers picks the defense, while True Rippers, now it's going to be their chance to pick up. And considering we have seen a little bit of changes from the side of True Rippers too, it's going to be Icebox once again being picked up. Oh my god, this might just be a 2-0.
Let's hope that True Rippers have got a counter strategy prepared, but Medal this time around bans out Split. So, unlike group stages, at least that will not be left as a decider. True Rippers taking away Bind as well. I've already mentioned about the fact if it's a Lotus and a Sunset, you can already place your bets on Medal because they are pretty solid on both of these maps. On Icebox, things could go either ways. Now, we could potentially have a deja vu or what happened in the group stages, but maybe, again, that was an overtime, so I'm also expecting True Rippers to change a few things up. We know that they love to play the Gecko composition as well on both of these maps, but here's the thing. Helef normally plays Gecko, but on this specific map of Sunset, we will potentially see him back maybe on a Sova if they really want to. If they want to change a few extra things up, then you may never know. They might be surprising us just like how today Grayfox did with the Viper comp.
I mean, hey, we're glad the fact that people are having a lot of fun in that venue right there. Everyone's enjoying their time in there. And yeah, of course, the fans supporting their favorite teams, be it Metal Esports, be it True Rippers, but you guys as well. Do let us know in the chat, which team do you think is going to be the one to come out on top? Will it be Metal Esports once again prevailing on top of True Rippers, or will it be True Rippers pulling something new out of the box and completely astonishing all of us?
It's going to be super fun to watch out though, because previously when Sunset was placed, True Rippers pulled out the Gecko Breach, wherein Breach was played by Helif, and Gecko was in the hands of Deathmaker. But yeah, that was way back early on when they started the series. Now, since we can clearly see that Deathmaker has settled in for a duelist role, I really want to see if the agent select is going to look exactly the same, or maybe we're going to change a few things. But yeah, as you already mentioned, I really love the vibe that's been happening out in the arena. The change of the environment as well is really good. So everyone who's living in Pune, you might as well want to check out the stadium and want to say hi. What was your line again, Necro?
Drop by and say hi. At least do it, you know? You're not losing anything. You might as well try to have fun, make some new teammates, make some new friends in the arena. And yeah, just in general, have fun. There's a lot of stuff that you can enjoy there. But here we go. Agent Select in front of us. And Deathmaker this time will be on the duelist on Sunset. The last time when we saw Deathmaker play this exact map, he was playing the Gecko role. And now he's back on the duelist, while Disrupt on the Breach. Cypher, of course, there too, from RU, Helef playing that Sova, and Techno on the Omen. While you look at the opposite side of things, Deadly 10 is playing Raze.
Sai sticking on Cypher along with Excali playing Sova, Kibo on that Breach, Levi on the Omen. Almost a mirror composition apart from the fact that there's a Raze on one side and a Jet on the other. That's about it. And Deathmaker, he basically went in for his comfort. I still would say the Raze would have provided a little better value, specifically with the paint shells and the showstopper, but it's fine. Jet is also pretty solid, and since True Rippers are starting on the defense, all they really need to focus on is to get 4 rounds on defense. That is more than enough. But yeah, considering the fact how True Rippers need some brushing up on their post plant, I think so they would want to get as many as possible, but pistol round is where everything begins.
It's a wake up for you guys. The matchup begins between True Rippers and Metal Esports. As True Rippers, they kick things off in defense, and Metal Esports on the offense. Levi playing the controller role. I want to see how well he's going to be able to play with that. And Sunset being one of the most newest maps out there, it will be a little bit of a tough affair for these teams to sort of adapt onto. They have played this map in the past as well against each other, so there's a chance we might see some predictable plays as well. And off the rip, it's Sai to start things off in a great note with the Cypher. He's also got a couple of trips on the flank too to make sure his team's not going to be flanked. But look at the Sova, which is Excali. He's all the way in the back and now finally starting to make some last minute rotation happen. He's there in the back lines to catch someone lurking, to catch someone flanking. But True Rippers, they've already lost the sight. It's not a great news at all. Metal Esports already positioned for the post plant, looking quite perfect. Even the darts are out. It might just reveal a little bit of the intentions of the opponent. Classic up close and personal. There's a chance it might just prevail on top. But no, the activation is not just found yet. Deadly 10 hits the floor, taken down and dusted. True Rippers slowly and steadily. Their defense is crumbling apart. They're not able to come out on top. Metal Esports playing completely pushed back. Sai finds the man who was going for the defuse. And now Levi looking to push up close and personal. One last man alive, and Sai's gonna knife him down.
I won't lie, it did get pretty messy, given the fact how they still got the side control and they did not lose a lot of members. True Rippers were not supposed to get so very awkward in that post-plant situation, and one of the major things was the fact that Metal Esports, they did not take the backside control, they did not even have the market control, so True Rippers was supposed to go in for that retake. But at the end of the day, it's again a pistol round, the shots connected for Middle. They were quickly able to close it out as well. Knife as assault on top of the wounds, or maybe a wound on top of another wound. Yet, a pace change coming in from True Rippers. A fast push directly. Not entirely though. All they wanted was the AWP, and yeah, Deadly should be able to get this frag.
Nicely done, Deadly 10. These eco frags can really be a massive confidence booster for a man like Deadly 10, and he needs those. Yesterday, he wasn't able to perform that well. So today, he needs to make sure he's performing really well. His team relies on him heavily. And now Deadly 10 and Excali just looking for a burst inside of the site. Deadly 10's used both of his satchel, so he's not going to be able to go that proactive and get the site control instantly. Look at True Rippers, even they have pushed up quite deep. Looking for to flank all the way the opponents. And Sai as well has done the same thing. He's found so much map control. They're just lingering around, moving away from each other. It's weird. Both of these teams, they've got so much map control, but still no confirmation. And now Helef is probably going to spot one man in the front, but no, unfortunately, the timing's missing.
Paranoia went in on the site as well. The execute just a very simple novel. What a good right click by RU. Double up is not an option, and the backstab is also cleared. Helef shut down. That was again all on the back of how much space I was able to take. That the information was already out. The players could be either on site or maybe a backstab, and Kibo's senses tingled on the perfect possible time. It's fine though, pistol and the bonus, that's about it. Now it's going to be one of the crucial rounds for True Rippers. You do not want the enemy to steal the bonus away. Pistol anti-eco, it's understandable. But this is where things might potentially change. And the question is if True Rippers are going to be going in for the exact same setup or not.
I mean, here we go. They have managed to kick off once again in a decent note. Getting that proactive control. Good kill from Deathmaker. It was needed. The aggression being stopped, but then Deadly 10 finds a two-piece. That's it. The defense falls apart. It's all down to Disrupt. What can he do in the backside? Soon enough, the entire site's going to be bursted open. And Disrupt, he might just crumble down. He's got one flash to back himself up. But even Deadly 10, he's got the paint shields to force the man out. Techno,
it is absolutely
even he's
fine,
starting to slowly and steadily move into that spot. Disrupt, while he's still there, right on the mouth. And yeah, it's going for that elbow clear as well, but I don't think so. It's going to be that easy, man. Good Tremor, gonna at least sort of shake the man away, but then Deadly 10, he finds the perfect haircut onto Disrupt, shuts him down. It's a 2v4.
Yeah, it should potentially be done. The Aftershock would push out Techno, and he's done for with the flash as well. RU not being able to get the round, and that's the bonus converted with 4 rifles stolen away. Medal are looking impeccable, and I mentioned if it's a map of Sunset, they are almost unstoppable. You always love the util dump that comes into play, and even in this one, they just took a pause, stopped in. The first frag from Deathmaker was absolutely phenomenal, but yet again, if you lose the control of that A long,
crispy.
Yep, it always is.
Yeah,
you lose
Deadly's
the A
definitely
main
feeling
control.
himself today.
He is. That's the best part about it.
Sleep, brother.
Good pick. Excali still looking to disrespect that smoke. Shock dart out, and here we go. Metal Esports, easy kills converted. Every single person was just playing there, and you blink it and you miss it. The round's converted.
Wow. I mean, there was nothing to even analyze about that previous one. It was just a complete mode on in the B main. That's all. The AWP fight, that's about it. Medal though, on the back of second round's information that True Rippers would like to contest for the AWP, knew that is exactly what will happen this time. So they were ready with all the utils. And were just able to go in for a complete mode down with the Aftershock, shock darts, chip damage, and then just the spray down with the weaponries. So this is going to be a crucial round. Operator out.
Showstopper out too. There's an operator in the hands of Deathmaker, but he's completely blinded by the paranoia. Pain shields as well, they're still available in the man's hands, but he's not deciding to use it just yet. True Rippers playing it as patient as possible. Good spot. Excali not able to fade away. Time, and what's this? RU disrespects his own net. He moves up, gets the two-piece, and now is still alive. It's a 3v4. Man advantage in the hands of True Rippers, but all it takes is one single mistake to lose it all. But Deathmaker now striking the players down in the front with the operator. It's really looking tough to lose all this advantage they've gained so far, but Kibo with the Tremor can definitely catch at least one of the players off guard. Deathmaker was completely trapped there, but luckily enough, his own teammate saved alive using his net.
Not quite sure what that one small pause was after the showstopper, but Deadly did not even have any of
30
his
seconds
satchels
left.
available when he popped it off. So is this supposed to be a complete walk out in the park? And eventually, it just expired. The only one who entered the site was Levi, who cleared the trip fires, and even after that, there was again a pause for some reason wherein Medal just waited. I think so. Maybe they were waiting for their refreshable utilities to come on, maybe for Kibo's fault line or something like that. But it just feels so unconventional of them. Though a good capitalization on the back of it by True Rippers, and the operator also paid a lot of value. And this time it's going to be directly posted in the B main.
1-4. And True Rippers, they've only got one round so far. Time to hold things back and take things as safe as possible. There was one spot. He will get spammed to his death. I'm not exactly sure what Metal Esports was trying to do there. But they've only got one trade in return. Still, it's a negative for Metal Esports. Levi spotting out the man in the front. Techno taken care of. Techno whiffing a lot of those shots in that fight. And now once again, the man advantage that the players had, it's taken away. It's a 3v3. Metal Esports, if they do win this round, True Rippers' economy will be in shambles. They will still be able to buy in the upcoming round, but it will be a pressure that True Rippers do not want to face.
Nine disrupt needs to hold, and he gets taken down. Eurotheft is going to reveal the position of Aryu as well.
Yep. Aryu instantly repositions, goes for the fight against Sai. Does not come out on top, it's a problem. Sai needs to go huge on the side itself, but he's busy, and Aryu disrespects it. Peeks in the front, quite proactively, gets the kill onto him, and now Excali's going for the plant. Excali will need to at least hold some sort of an off angle. He needs to go massive. He needs to catch both these players off guard. It's a 2v2. Levi's got decent amount of HP to back him up, but Excali, if he's able to get even one, he's done his job. Aryu is 36 HP, so there's still a fighting chance. But Excali, he's only taken down 11, and that too, his position's compromised. It's not that great. Levi finds the first, and True Rippers now, they're in the man disadvantage. They can try to play for the trades here. Deathmaker slowly and steadily moving up, trying to re-clear that same angle. But Excali, he just pre-fires around the corner.
Smart stuff indeed. Middle this time tried to take away the space on the mid because they understood True Rippers are not playing proactive in the mid. However, the crunch was just perfect. From True Rippers shutting down, going in for that punish entirely early on, but Levi again activating over towards the A long, where we did see that duel go out between, if I'm not wrong, Excali and Levi. Excali was taken down. He was supposed to win that fight though. And on the back of it, From the Shadows was used, went in towards the B, but as soon as they realized it's actually a stag side, Sai called in for a rotation to move in towards the A. He was taken down, yes, but a good post-plant positioning coming in from both Levi as well as the Sova. An important timeout by True Rippers. Deathmaker is having fun though. That's a good thing.
I think this timeout is mainly to catch a breath. You know, just sort of calm the nerves down, relax, guys. We got this, you know. It's still the start of the game. Nothing's really going away from our hands. We've still got a decent economy. Just relax. You know, it's more sort of to catch a breath and calm down the nerves. And as you mentioned, Deathmaker's having fun, but Aryu's sweating. You can see his face. This man's sweating. That's why he's also got a napkin right next to him.
Pretty sure it's probably for the water.
I mean,
but okay.
I mean, listen. In a tournament, it's quite normal for your hands and for your palms to get sweaty. It is quite normal. That. And even me personally, I do sometimes have a little bit of either like tissue papers right next to me so that I can keep on wiping my hands, because your palms do tend to get sweaty when you for long hours of gaming sessions.
Agreed. My 24-hour gaming session, I definitely did teach me that. However, a good understanding of True Rippers that Rolling Thunder was available, so they're all playing directly towards Bulba. Deadly 10 taking that space. Levi wins out the duel against Techno yet again, and here we go. He had this Fury invested, should get one tag. He had actually managed to take care of Sai.
Disrupt still there in the back lines. Oh my god, good aftershock, but it's not going to find anything. True Ripper slowly and steadily just coming out on top in these duels. And yeah, Deathmaker single-handedly just popping off and shutting down Metal Esports in their tracks.
Beautiful.
Metal Esports is definitely facing some resistance that they did not expect to face. Specifically on the B side, Deathmaker's got it on the lockdown. The only best chance they're having is the A side if they want to move towards it.
Now, here's the thing. Whenever you're executing towards the B side, you need two crucial spaces. You need either the market or you need the B backside Bulba control. You need either one of those two. If you've got both of them, that's a dream come true. No one's going to break your post plan until you lose the duels. But you called in for an A push. This time they're seeing an A push in the elbow.
That's what they realized, but then Deathmaker as well is quite smart. He realized the same thing too. He knew that there's a chance Metal Esports might try to abuse the A site now. But instead, this push is being stopped in the tracks. Metal Esports starting things off with a man disadvantage. What was that? Levi turns around, slaps down Hellfighter, who's too busy with his drone. But then Deathmaker here to gain the man advantage back to his team. It's still a 2v3. Man advantage in the hands of True Rippers. And Side X Cali, the deadly duo, they need to pop off. Sai finds one, restoring the life back in the hands of Metal Esports. And you can see X-Cali as well. He's found so much map clearance. He's found so much site control. Unfortunately for Disrupt, the timing works against him. But he's also got the confirmation that the players are still on top of the site. Good ult. He's going to find the first kill. Then also a tremor to back it off. X-Cali is so screwed.
Brilliant one indeed. When Saya was able to take down Techno, I really thought maybe this round could be doable. But then they went in towards the exact same side where it was stacked up. And that position behind the box, it's almost difficult to bail anyone out from there. Because it's just such a solid position to hold, specifically on site. Yeah, you could potentially say it could be crunched up, open from two different directions. But, I mean, come on, hear me out. There's absolutely no way for someone without any utilities to kinda force out if anyone's playing in there. But slow down potentially this one. Trying to establish the mid control. Deathmaker with
oh
a nice
my
round
god.
should get Sai. And that's just Deathmaker now popping off.
Yeah, Deathmaker's just feeling himself at this point. You can't even do anything against it. Deadly 10 needs to pop off in return to sort of get that balance restored. And yeah, look at this, man. It is one-way smoke, and Deathmaker's still going for the odds. It's crazy the fact that Deathmaker's still looking forward to challenge this duel. And yeah, X-Cali able to find one. Once again, Metal Esports sort of back in the race for this. Are you shutting down X-Cali in return too? Beautifully done. 3v4. Man advantage once again in the hands of True Rippers. They're always getting this early man advantage. That's keeping Metal Esports in a big guessing situation. They're just not able to realize how to deal with this situation in general. And there we go. First down, the second one is well in return. And Hellfighter from the back will seal the deal.
Every single time Metal are going in for this mid crunch, they are just being demolished.
I mean, we're not really seeing the proper utilities, though. I'm not going to lie.
True.
The timing is off. They're just completely trying to play off on the basic mechanics, on the basic team play. But where's the utility utilization? You're not using the utilities at the right time, at the right spot.
Medal is not meddling like they meddled. Please ignore that. So, here's the thing. I mean, if they're going in for that mid-top push, you really need, just as you mentioned, a util dump over towards one side or at least a smoke so that you can easily push over towards the other direction. But that's just not happening. They're kind of going in dry, both the angles open. And then, of course, all True Rippers are doing is that the LF is just using his recon over towards an edge only to make sure that the second player who's on the other side will be peeking in, getting the frags. And once he is being taken care of, that is the timing that LF will find to shut down everyone who basically got backs towards him. So it's working out really well for True Rippers. And also, it seems that they're working out pretty well over towards the A side, specifically when Disrupt is playing there. with all the util. But in terms of the ultimates, now the rotation seems to be favoring middle. They've already got two main, Hunter's Fury as well as the Showstopper Sai, one away from the neural theft.
There we go.
Never
Okay, well,
mind.
the ultimate's wasted. Not able to find anything from that crucial ult, which can be confirmed pick for you. And then, even the Hunter's Fury being pulled out now. Even the Hunter's Fury is not able to find a lot of value. Deathmaker was easily able to escape away from that entire trap. Techno is sort of softened up, but it's completely fine. Techno's still alive. All he needs to do is play in the back and keep on utilizing his utilities. And Deathmaker, what was that shot? The man's not even able to back off, and Excali goes for the dry peek. What is Metal Esports doing? They're making some rookie mistakes. They're going for the dry peek against an op. It's not something you're supposed to do. Tremor's out. At least for now, Deathmaker's going to be in a bit of a panic situation, but it's okay. Kibo is also getting flanked up from the back lines, and that's it. True Rippers, they're not leaving any room for error.
I'm still not quite convinced over the fact why they invested two major ultimates in a round that was a save. They had no good weaponries, and they invested the Showstopper, which was basically used up to break the door. And then, of course, they just invested a Hunter's Fury over Deathmaker. I mean, he's a jet. He will obviously be able to dash away from the Hunter's Fury, or maybe at least updraft.
I mean,
it's just very unconventional of middle of what they are doing, but alright. Again, trying to establish the mid presence.
Yeah, that Showstopper needed to find some value, but here we go. Deadly 10 finally getting something done. Out of those struggles that he's faced back-to-back in a couple of rounds, are you able to cancel that ultimate? But he's able to dink the player in the front too. Metal Esports, they're facing some real resistance. Techno's been having a rough series so far. He's only got 1 kill on the board. But maybe in the future he can definitely pop off. The utilities has been on point for True Rippers though. A good smoke towards Boba, making sure that they're completely cutting off that sight line. And now Deathmaker just looking forward to pop out of that smoke. True Rippers, every single player is quite healthy. Good shot from Excali, but then even Deathmaker just clearing out the backside easily. Good Tremor, a good cloud burst in the front lines for Deathmaker to block himself. But then it's still a 3v3 in return. Size way too low, he cannot afford to give the duels, but Deathmaker, this man is popping off. Even Hellef is feeling himself. True Rippers, every single player is performing up to the mark.
For as long as you will play over in B main, you'll be just taken down like that. Does not matter how solid the post plant util dump is. As a matter of fact, they did not even have a lot of utils to dump on. You need the market control or the Bulba control. They had neither, and they conceded the space just like that. I mean, you could clearly see True Rippers did not even need to use a lot of utilities. They were all dumping into the players who were playing in B main, be it the flashes, be it the fault line, and now their ultimates are basically snowballing, getting the Hunter's Fury as well as the Lure of Theft and rinse and repeat.
Disrespect. The man completely disrespects the boundaries, and he still comes out on top. I'm not exactly sure what Disrupt was doing there, but he was completely distracted. But at least Levi is softened up, so the man advantage once again neutralized. But then Argue finds that pick, and once again restores the heavy presence for True Rippers. A 4v3 will make that a 2v4 now, and Deathmaker is here to get the closure, here to get the 4K. Hunter's Fury pulled out. They know exactly where the last man is too. His position's compromised, and there we go.
It just seems to be done. True Rippers getting 7th round on defense.
Switching sides.
That's all you need when you're playing on the map of Sunset. It is absolutely mind-blowing to see the development that they've shown, and look at that. After losing the first few rounds, they've got a straight series of 6 rounds in their bag. That is massive. Absolutely massive. Just some good understanding and honestly a heavy punish of what Medal are trying to do. And it's, I've mentioned it a couple of times, man. This is just not like how Medal plays. They're making so many mistakes.
This is also the map pick of Metal Esports, by the way.
Exactly.
I mean, I told you, Medal Esports are going to be facing the True Rippers that they have not faced before. The changes that they made on the fly.
I might drop a song or read. Let's go, go, go,
Overheating is a gamer's hell. It plucks the fun out of 4K graphics. Ouch!
The upgraded OMEN tempest cooling technology beats the hell out of overheating.
OMEN 16 with Intel Core i7 processor.
I wake up and I repeat. It's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or read. Let's go, go, go.
And specifically, Medal Esports struggling so much. It really gives True Rippers the confidence that they had lost in the past series. Yeah, and even Deadly 10 not being able to pop off just adds on a little bit of more salt on top of the wounds. And over here on the opposite side of things, it's just Deathmaker taking matters in his own hands. He's single-handedly dismantling the team in the front with his operator place.
And more than the operator, I love the fact how he was able to quickly use those blade storms in 2 crucial rounds and get his team the important frags, the openers that they really needed. I mean, come on, man, wake up, boy. I know you won 6 straight rounds, but still. Anyways, you always love to see those happy faces over towards the True Ripper side, right? Because again, the roster has got a massive potential, and since we're on the same topic, Medal is making those unconventional plays, those unconventional mistakes. Yeah, and it's fine. Now they'll be on the defense side. 7 and 5, that's what they've got to work with. 3 ghosts in the hand, and the same thing could be said for True Rippers.
Pretty much. I mean, Medal Esports, this pistol round means the lifeline to them. And if they lose this pistol round, it's done for. Deathmaker slowly and steadily inching up. Nice pick. Excali backs off instantly. Lets them have the map control. Shock dart as well. It's not going to go that deep, but then Argue is looking forward to move up close and personal. At least notes that there's an enemy in the front, but then Sai finds a pick with the spam. Deathmaker all the way from the back has got the sight confirmation too, and even Hellfighter able to return with one. Some of the crucial picks being found. True Rippers, it's a 3v3. Hellfighter's low. That's the only problem. That's the only concern they have. But Deathmaker, the way he was able to just stroll across the map so casually, it's something Medal Esports needs to look forward to. True Rippers, Disrupt as well, popping off now, shutting down Deadly 10, the man who's supposed to be the deadly threat against him. And yeah, slowly and steadily, this pistol round is starting to fade away from their hands.
It's already done and dusted. I mean, look at the rotation. Never mind. Deathmaker says I don't even need that rotation to come into place. I'll just finish them off with my aim. But how was Deathmaker? What? 21 and 7.
I mean, that's what I've been mentioning. Deathmaker has literally been on another level. The only time Deathmaker wasn't able to play that well, because last time he was playing the initiator role, and his team relied a lot on him, so he could not make those solo plays. Now, playing the Jet, he can make those solo plays, and also has a chance to get away with it, because he's got the dash!
Okay.
But Sai cuts his lifeline off this time. Deathmaker not able to get away with that this time, and Sai gets away with the murder.
On the other side though, Deadly 10 wanted to explore mid, punished heavily by Techno for that. Couple of sheriffs remaining in the hands with just a little bit of utilities. Aftershock for Kibo, who's still waiting to see if there's any flanker coming in.
Okay.
Paranoia, but Disrupt's angle was unchecked for, and this seems to be just a wrap-up.
Right there.
Side control taken, with only the loss of DM, that's fine.
All I can say is that True Rippers, in this map, they just seem a step better. Simple. There's just a step better. With this round, they're also going to get the 9th round on the board. The upcoming round will be a bye round for Medal Esports. So they can stop the opponents reaching the double-digit marker. But it's been a while since Medal Esports has even won a single round. Kibo, good pick. But there we go. Helif, that's it.
That's 8 rounds in succession, though, for True Rippers. Literally 8 successive rounds. Look at the timeline. It just does not seem to be favoring anyone on that south, middle. Not being able to win anything after that round number 6. Though, this is going to be the best possible chance. Audience prediction goes on to 50-50. I see. Well, the map certainly says something else. 4 harsh shields up on board. Only 1 full by Kibo.
Shadows traveling.
Tremors being utilized. Techno now slowly and steadily moving up against the opponent. Techno's been having a rough day in this series. I mentioned this. And yeah, the True Ripper squad, they've been feeling themselves, that's for sure. It's a bonus round for True Rippers too. Good paranoia. Deadly 10 softened up so much. Tosses the paint shell, buys some more time, regains the control of that spot. And look at Excali holding an off angle. In an angle that's going to be unexpected, but still he will be cleared anyways. Good one-way smoke. Excali will get the initial advantage. But both the players from True Rippers, they're not even overextending that at all. This owl drone being utilized, Deathmaker might just dash up close and personal, but no, he gets tagged. So that's a problem. He needs to back away from that. Both these teams, they're gaining a lot of information, but we're not seeing any actions being taken.
They've already shown a lot of presence directly towards the ramp as well as elbow, so it's absolutely fine because there's no way now for middle to re-clear that space without investing at least a couple of bodies out there because there's no owl drone available, no recon as well on cooldown. So they quickly pivot directly from market towards the B. They've taken care of almost all the utilities. And Levi is also just stunned up, and that's going to be Sai getting the first one. A quick trade by Disrupt.
Deathmaker, yeah, he's already just roaming across the map at this point.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it just feels like Sunset is his home. Look at him. Are we even gonna see anyone stop this man? Well, I guess finally we do. Kibo just nails him down. And then Aryu will get the closure anyways.
Overheat moment from Deathmaker, but it's absolutely fine. I mean, when your team is winning 10-5, it's the map of Sunset and you're on the attack. That's what you want. And again, what a good call in the previous round. Realizing that, yes, there might still be a couple of extra players there, and they've basically used all the Sova utilities. They could clearly just go in for the pivot, and there would be no way for any kind of early rotation from the opponents. And as soon as they took the market control, they made sure they're going to push on towards the side. Again, took the Bulba control, and then it was just a roll-up because RV also activated out there in the mid. Was able to take care of one. Good jump peek from Techno. So he's a little bit of mid-aggression.
Okay.
Take flight.
Owl drone utilized. Every single player is just stacked on the site. And I guess they know it too. But they're still adamant in taking the fight whatsoever. They just do not care. Argu's found so much clearance on the opposite site. And yeah, True Rippers, they're pulling back now. Do not need to force it at all. Just go back to the opposite side. Play there. Argu's already roaming around. He's probably going to close it off all the way to the defender spawn. And that's what he's doing. Neural theft being used. Deathmaker's dead body is going to reveal everyone's position. And Deadly 10 now knows that there was a man who sneaked in quite deep. But True Rippers, all they need is the site control and the spike plant, which they're going to find easily.
But there's still a possibility of full flood end depending on the way they use the utilities. That's the main thing. Up on top is going to be Techno playing in over the default boxes. So now it's time as the smoke fades away. Where's the retake util? They've got a decent amount of it. Paranoia in the hands of Levi along with a fault line which has just been used up. They've got the rolling thunder available though. What an answer back coming in with the aftershock as well. Should get one, but Disrupt misses the shots. Does not matter. Helif is with the answer. And Techno over on that off angle was able to get two as well. What a mow down by True Rippers.
Done for. I mean, they're just getting packed up in a box and sent back home. You know, one of those skins, the toy skins. Have you ever seen that? I forgot the name for it.
I have.
I think so. It's Nerf guns, right? The Nerf gun set.
Maybe just packed up and sent back home. Transformers being shipped. And I'm not saying that. But either ways, it's already 10 rounds in succession, by the way, Necro. True Rippers are just tearing apart middle.
Okay,
Oh my
there we
God.
go. Oh my god, hold on.
Levi.
Hold on!
Levi!
Metal! Levi, that TP was insane! He gets away with a 3-piece too! Oh my god, Levi, what was that play? That's one in a million moment right there. Pulls off that TP, gets a 3-piece, that too, last kill was a fadeaway shot, and then just backs away with only 19 HP left over. No way Levi's still alive, man. It's hard for me to believe it.
Now such a great fault line play coming in. And that's the middle that we were waiting to see. But even after that, the tripwire is still in place, so it should give out the information now. Owl drone not checking the left corner, not checking the
He
left
do not
corner.
know he's on left.
Ace.
Oh my god, 4K. Ace! With only a 19 HP gets those last 2 frags. There's just no way Levi does that. A heroic play to save the day for Metal Esports, and this might just be the momentum stopper. But still, Metal Esports, for how long can they rely on these heroic plays?
Jeez, man. I mean, how... That's just a pair up of the utilities and then him TPing, making the classical Omen TP plays. Brilliant one from Levi. And that's what you need. That's what a medal needs right now. A hero to bail them out. But you talk about the hero, you always need a villain. And Deathmaker is the one on the other side who is technically being one. Has been fairly kept quiet for the last few rounds, so really would like to pop off at this point. No updraft available over the smoke, so it's fine though. They've taken up the elbow control as well, so that's exactly what you need. And 2 people over towards the lurk as well, over towards mid. That's going to help them out a lot. Deathmaker taking a lot of space on the side. A spam comes in from Excali though. Gets 1, gets 2. No one is. Oh, that's the neural theft though, either way. So you could not do anything over that fact.
2 of the players still there. By the way. Argue and Techno. Last 2 remaining players. Yeah, True Ripper's momentum for now has been stopped. It's been put on a halt. Recon dart out. Argue's position compromised. Still the scan comes through. Excali at this point just trying to put the icing on top of the cake here. True Rippers, they're still going for this 2v5 take, man. And now it's a 1v5 to back it up. They've got decent amount of economy. They can still buy in the upcoming round. He gets the first one, but then the second one is not there.
Understandable. For a second, I really thought that it was a recon that was giving out the information, and then I realized, oh, all right, it's not the recon, it's the neural theft. But what a timing on the back of it. Sally this time,
30 seconds left.
popping off, utilizing the smoke of his teammate, and then it was just Medal pinning out on all the duels. Finally, a couple of rounds going in their favor, and they've got a pretty solid ult economy though. Rolling Thunder, Neural Theft. On the other side, Kibo with his own.
Okay, scan goes off. Aftershock available, utilized instantly. Okay, Disrupt shuts down Levi. This is where Metal Esports overheats, and they give the advantage away. Oh no, this was not needed from Metal Esports. They pretty much served this round True Rippers in a silver platter. And from True Rippers, all they need to do is take a casual stroll on the site, get the spike planted. That's it, nothing much left here. It's a 2v4. Seems pretty tough to be converted, but it can be converted.
Spike planted.
Outful though. The post plant looks good. They've got one for the backstab. Watching a couple of players out up front in open. Nah, it's just not doable at this point. There's not enough utils. There's still Rolling Thunder available for Disrupt as well. As soon as he hears one, he's going to pop off his own. But wait a second, Kibo and Sai.
both winning out on all their duels. Gives in the Rolling Thunder as well. Can catch Techno. But there's the reply. Techno still wins the fights. I will be taking care of Disrupt. Is down to the last 1v1. Do they have enough time?
Answer's going to be no. And Techno's the one to come out on top. It's done for. 12-7, True Rippers. They're making this series look completely one-sided. At least the first map. The upcoming map is going to be Icebox, which is True Ripper's pick. So you can technically say the series can be one-sided. But yeah, so far, Metal Esports getting distraught on their own pick. True Rippers as well. Just making sure that the opponents are going to be sweating as much as possible. Deathmaker's been able to pop off. So far, he's single-handedly carrying his team. But his teammates, too, are doing a great job setting him up for success. Look at that. 13 is the second fragger's scoreboard. And Deathmaker's on 25. That's a whole other level. Side with the operator, position compromise. Hunter's Fury used as well to try and catch at least one of the players off guard. And for True Rippers, they're completely safe for now.
But a couple of players have already been dinged up pretty heavily. LF just 45. Disrupt only 70. So you could say the Hunter's Fury did kick them out decent value, but there we go. That's the answer. You are the Hunter and he will get the hunted. Kibo will be finished off. That's the initiator off. No more flashes to work with. No paranoia for Levi either. Showstopper, send it, not catching anything. Sai does not check the corner at the right time. Aftershock finishes him. Deathmaker follows up. And this is the map that will potentially go for True Rippers until we see some heroic from Deadly and Excali.
Specifically Deadly. He hasn't been able to play that well that we expect from him. But Excali, a nice haircut. Deathmaker shut down. Overextension was there from him, but this time it does not pay off that well. Paint chills, a little bit misplaced. The close right angle cleared out as well. And now Excali's getting chipped up as well. Not a lot of time left over, ladies and gentlemen. This is done and dusted. They're going to go for the fake tap. And yeah, the last two remaining players, they will be forced out from that spot too. Hellfighter, he's quite chipped up. Goes for the peek. The defuse is stopped. Whoa! Do they have enough time? That's the question. I guess they do. They barely do. No, they don't! Oh my god, True Rippers just barely bought enough time to make sure that the round's going to be confirmed in their heads. And True Rippers, what a one-sided sunset game that was. Metal Esports tasting their own medicine.
Quite a lot of plays from Metal that you would expect them not to make, but jeez, what a game by True Rippers. The way they were able to perform. The way they were able to adapt on the fly, understand what Metal were doing, and then create a play right out of thin air. Phenomenal. And the timeout that was taken, I believe after round 5 or round 6, that worked out wonders for them. And it's just all disappointment from the side of Metal. Seem to be lost, and their body language is just not there.
It is quite
True
rough
Rippers
luck.
have basically done, yeah, True Rippers have done the unthinkable.
Pretty much. I mean, unthinkable, really? That's my question. Deathmaker wasn't able to enable himself on that initiator role. But when he got that jet in his hands, he started feeling himself. He started feeling on top of the world. And remember, Shaish knew my prediction was True Rippers. I said this. I said that True Rippers will probably be the one to win it against Metal Esports and move up forward. The only reason why I said that was because Deathmaker's switch up on the duelist role was huge. I know it does not sound a lot, but look at the scoreline. I don't need to speak anything else. Just look at the scoreline. It just gives you a big speaking of how well Deathmaker has been able to flourish when it comes to playing that duelist role.
I mean, whatever you're saying today is basically getting true. You might as well want to ask for some wishes for yourself. But yeah, you called in for the Viper Omen on the Ascent. We saw that happen from Grayfox, the team that we did not expect to pull out some nasty compositions, and they did. And you expected True Rippers to win because Deathmaker switched on back to the duelist. That is really what happened. And this just looked mechanically so strong. Yes, half the time it was basically Deathmaker doing Deathmaker things on the defense, but you just cannot deny the fact of how clean their retakes looked, especially over towards that A side, where every single time when there was a plant, they went in, easily they were able to retake the site, and then were able to go in for the defense.
Exactly. I mean, in general, with how things were looking like for True Rippers, it just felt like True Rippers knew that this is their game. Even at the start, when they lost a series of rounds, True Rippers were still not sweating at all. They were like, yeah, it's chill, it's completely fine. They took a tactical timeout, they caught a little bit of a breather. They're like, okay, guys, we got this. We know we're better. And now just look at Deathmaker's scoreline. 362 ACS, KD of 2.0, damage per round of 241.8. You realize how good the stats are?
Got to be kidding me, man. 46% headshot ratio. That is bonkers. Basically, almost every second shot is a headshot. Everyone on his team, none of them have got an ACS over 200, let alone 190, man. It's just 12-12 on RU, 14-12 on Helef, 12-13 on Disrupt. It was just a Deathmaker show all around the map.
7-13. I mean, a one-sided affair. This just makes me concerned even more moving inside of Icebox. It probably is going to be the same thing. True Rippers, they were just winning a lot of these rounds fair and square. On the back of Deathmaker, yes. Were his teammates doing a great job setting him up? Yes. Deathmaker was moving in all by himself inside of the side, while his teammates were in the back trying their best to provide him that cover fire. And considering he plays the Jet, as I mentioned, he's also got the ace capability. Unless, if that's being utilized, then that's where the teammates need to back him up with the flashes and proper utilities, which we saw that happen. Look at the entire heat map. A majority of these fights were taken in B main and then towards the B side itself.
That's the main part. I wanted to focus on the exact same thing, that in those post plants, you really need to take control of the market or the Bulba. Those are the two places you'd really want to be at. If not, then every single fight would be either on the site itself or in the B main, and defenders will almost every single time prevail because they haven't yet used the utilities, right? They've got their entire util set to be dumped upon in B main, and it's a very narrow area which you really cannot play around a lot. There's just this one small screen in front of you behind which you can play, but that's about it. And that is one of the main reasons why we clearly saw Middle not converting their post plants there. However, on the other side, they were taking the control first. Their mid crunches were just being demolished by True Rippers, and that's about the story of 7-5 situation. After that, on the attacking side, True Rippers just doing True Rippers thing, taking control of all the important spaces of the map and then going in for the execute. They were in the market, they were always in the A main, taking care of the ramp area as well as towards the elbow, finishing off everyone. It's just a True Rippers show.
Pretty much. And then Deathmaker in general just popping off on that pistol round too, just single-handedly getting that pistol round for his team. And as I mentioned, that pistol round was supposed to be the savior for OMEN Esports. And them losing that sort of made sure that they're also going to lose all their hopes and dreams of winning this Sunset map. You can clearly see in the highlights too, Deathmaker's confidence was on cloud 9. He looked unstoppable. And that's what happens, right? When you're winning the majority of your duels, you get this confidence, you start to overheat, and if those overheat moments work out too, that's when you start playing unreal. Levi with this play was insane. This ace from Levi, it's something you're not going to see that often. That teleport play was incredible.
I'll be honest, the last time I saw something crazy on an Omen was in the Masters Madrid matchup. But jeez, this play, it was insane. It's always fabulous to watch whenever these kind of outplays happen, but we know that you cannot really rely on these plays every single time. There needs to be a full team play coming in, and that's how you will get the map. It just did not seem to be the case with Middle this time. And it specifically comes down to the core of this entire map, where they gave up a lot of space during the post plants, and when they really wanted to go in for those executes, they were not being able to steal the important parts of the map away. And I mean, at the end of the day, duels will be just being won by True Rippers because they were being favored into that.
Pretty much. I mean, talk about being favored right now. And one thing is for sure that Deathmaker is being favored by everything. Today, God is on his side. No matter what type of duels he's taking, of course, I know I'm exaggerating a lot onto this, but it needs to be, man. The scoreline that we saw, he was completely disrespecting a lot of those angles that Metal Esports was even holding. Even on the defensive side of things, you saw the operator towards A site just peeking out in the open, going for those peaks, backing off, and still being alive in the back lines and still doing more damage. That right there needs to be stopped in the upcoming Icebox. If it's not stopped, well, then we know Icebox is one of those maps. If played right, if you're feeling well, if you're winning the duels, it can really reward you heavily because it has got some of the long-range angles.
Now, here's the thing. Last time, Gecko was being played by Deathmaker yet again on the map of Icebox. He did top frag on that map and it almost went into the overtime. Now, the question is, will True Rippers still keep him on the duelist or will they give him the Gecko? I personally feel they should just keep him on the duelist. If that's working out for you really well, why do not change it at all? He's feeling comfortable on it and the entire team has basically settled down in all of their respective roles.
We're probably going to be seeing Disrupt on that Gecko role and Deathmaker once again on that duelist role, which will be the Jet without a doubt. But Deadly 10 on Metal Esports needs to pop off. He needs to do something, including a couple of more players, because some of the players are they have just lost their touch. And even Levi, he was finally able to pop off with that ace, but still, you talk about the individual impact, it wasn't there in the other rounds. That one single solo play is not going to cut it.
I will agree with you on that one. He was still having a decent amount of impact in the game though, but Xgali, he also needs to slowly step up in these situations. When Deadly 10 is not being able to perform, you really need the rest of the players to slowly take that place, and it's absolutely fine, right? Sometimes the duelist is just not having the right time. You could also say that he's having those LAN jitters in him. But yeah, he needs to brush it off. He's basically the star player of the team, and everything kind of revolves around him getting at least 1-for-1 in the round. And he really needs to step up that much at least.
He needs to. And including not just that, even Kibo needs to pop off. The Kibo that we saw yesterday in a couple of matchups, he was insane. Specifically in Lotus, the Kibo that we saw, we're not able to see the same Kibo today itself. Kibo has been absent from the game. Throughout the entire game, we did not see Kibo's impact at all. A lot of the puzzles, a lot of the pieces in the puzzle aren't matching for Metal Esports. Hopefully, on the map of Icebox, which is much more older map, they should be feeling a little bit more in that comfort zone. But I'm pretty sure, considering it is the pick of True Rippers, they've probably been cooking up something new, just like they were cooking up something new on the map of Sunset. We saw that change clearly, and that change was massive. As I mentioned, probably in the map of Icebox, we're going to see Disrupt on that Gecko role.
I mean, I'll still say previously when they faced off Revenant, their composition was better and it was supposedly a counter to the Viper Harbor composition. They just could not close out the game in terms of the aim duels. They were just not able to win, and Rossi, Paradox, they were popping off. But there's one thing about the map of Icebox is the fact that you can go for a lot of lurk plays. Paradox was doing that, and that is the reason why Revenant were having a very easy sailing smooth time. If in case we are going to see True Rippers adjusting to that and them going for the lurk plays, they'll be able to have an upper hand. But if Metal has done a little bit of a research and a homework, they should also get this point out in the open and should be able to utilize it in their advantage.
One thing is for sure, Deathmaker is once again going to try to make a lot of the solo plays, including mid. Mid will be heavily contested, in my opinion, by True Rippers if they are starting things off on the attack. If they're starting things off on the defense, we'll always see that push and pull strategy from them. From one side, they will try to pull themselves back and play super defensive. From the opposite side, they will try to push up, get some more early game advantage, and also the map control. If you do have that, it means a lot. It gives you so much visual confirmation that you need for that early information. But on the attack, as I mentioned, mid will be exploited as much as possible by these guys because they have faced up against Revenant Esports in the past, and this is what was exactly happening to them.
That's one of the main points about True Rippers, their defense setup. It did face a lot of problems in stopping those lurking plays. Now again, yeah, you can understand that one day is just not enough time to prepare for all of that, and you kind of still need a lot of VODs reviewing.
Pretty much.
But again, man, it's again playoffs. It's not now, then when. That's the main thing. And you've had a lot of time to cook a lot of those things up. We clearly saw a very good upgrade on the map of Sunset, and now I'm expecting the same thing to happen on Icebox itself. Previously, it was an overtime. This time, I'm expecting maybe with the form that Deathmaker is in and the way True Rippers are playing, True Rippers should steal it away.
They should be able to steal it away, but I mean, once again, you never know. Maybe somewhere down the line, Middle Esports, they're also quite prepared. Middle Esports, they're quite good on their comfort picks. And considering Icebox can be one of the comfortable maps as well to play on, as I mentioned, it is one of those OG maps, right? And Middle Esports, going back to their comfort, once again, be it on the Agent Select, they like to play that comfortable Agent Select too. We did not see something completely new. Kibo on that Sage in the past, it's something you do not really see that often happening on this new Icebox, but Kibo on that Sage, Excali was on the Sentinel role, he was playing the KJ, then Viper was the only controller they had, which was in the hands of Levi. So in general, it works out pretty well. It's one of the most classic compositions that you can ask for. It works out as well, so you might as well try to stick to the basics and try your best, right? But Deadly 10's Duelist, man, it needs to find a lot more value. It cannot be cut off just like that. Deadly 10 needs to find a lot of those individual picks, just like how Deathmaker is able to do so.
Last time when we saw him on Icebox, he was able to pop off and was doing a lot of the heavy lifting. 27 kills, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, again, if you're watching that double Sentinel composition of a Sage and the Killjoy along with the Viper as a controller, that's like one of the most OG compositions of Icebox that almost everyone used to run. And it did provide you a decent amount of value. There were a few changes in that where we saw the Deadlock being used up instead of Sage, or maybe people kind of paired up a Deadlock with the Sage. That was absolutely horrible. I never loved it. But yeah, Deadlock and a Killjoy, still pretty okay in terms of how you utilize the Deadlock utils. But again, that's one of the most classic compositions. So it has got a lot of loopholes. But here's the thing. It is still a pretty good comp to stop anyone from going in for those nasty lurks. Because there we go, double Sentinel should be able to lock down a specific site properly, if not show the presence on both, or at least slow down those pushes. Now, that's one of the important things. However, again, Icebox is actually a pretty small map with the long range duels. Let's be honest, there have been some certain statements being said about this map, and one of them was that it literally is a kind of map where you spawn into the site. That's how it basically feels. So we will eventually see a lot of util dump, but in terms of the compositions, I really want to see the Viper Harbor, I'll be honest.
Interesting. I mean, that's an interesting take on the Icebox. In my opinion, Icebox is a perfect balance. I wouldn't say on the sides, but it's a perfect balance for both these teams, and it gives them a fair shot to sort of have a good taking on any of their things. For example, if you're on the attacking side, of course, you will be spawned up a little bit more far away on the sites itself, then you will need to try and make it inside the site. If you're on the defending side of things, you will be spawned up on the side itself, which makes a lot of sense, right? But Icebox is one of those maps that has a decent amount of nukes and crannies, depending on what site you want to execute. If you want to go for the B site, then it is completely out in the open. You would need a complete control of that site. You would need the Viper wall to back yourself up. Maybe a double controller can really help you get that B site control quite easily in your hands. But then if you talk about the A site, there's a lot of nukes and crannies. There's a lot of those corners that the defenders can try to exploit. And that's what we see happening over and over again. So it really depends on and keeps on varying on what side exactly you want to hit. And even the utility should be used accordingly. Now, if you try to talk about Metal Esports and True Rippers facing off on Icebox, imagine what are the chances we see a double duelist being pulled out by True Rippers. Now, you might say I'm crazy, but I still remember last year in 2023 when I saw True Rippers play it off on Icebox. It was one of their weakest maps, and they used to play this double duelist composition where we saw them play, I think it was Reyna and Jet. It was a weird composition that we saw, but I mean, from what I remember, this was the composition. They used a double duelist. What if we see the same thing repeat itself?
I wouldn't say it's entirely implausible, because again, we've also seen that happen in Masters Madrid, right? And if the player on the Reyna is starting to pop off, then it becomes difficult to stop her, in the words of Reyes herself. But here's the thing. If you're running with a double duelist composition, you really want the Reyna to be the one to take those second contacts after your first duelist. He enters the site, And then Reyna is supposed to quickly go in. You can pair up the Lear with even more solid flashes. That's really one thing that you could do. Gives you a lot of room. But again, if you're going in with the Reyna, you know that Killjoy is the only one sentinel that remains for you to be locking in the composition itself. And you can arguably know when a person is trying to lurk, but again, there are just so many angles out there that a person could lurk on that it becomes super difficult to check for it. And you can either keep basically your alarm bot in towards the kitchen, or maybe you can put the alarm bot over towards under dew or somewhere along that lines, but you still would not have the full information. And if you put a turret somewhere around the tube kitchen, or maybe that window in the kitchen that basically now is there for some reason, that turret will still be broken out early on. That's again some of the few cheeky things that you can try, which normally we do not see happen. Normally it's just a very straightforward setup coming in. But at the end of the day, I don't really feel the teams are right now ready to start with that kind of compositions yet. They would still stick to their default.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a Harbor Viper from the side of Revenant Esports though. And we might see the same thing being replicated over here, at least from one of the teams. I would love to see an Harbor Viper from the side of Middle Esports. It's definitely quite a solid composition if used properly, and we know you've already got Viper's Wall set up on maybe the A side or the B side, then all you need to do is use the Harbor on the opposite side if you want. But imagine the amount of visual denying utilities that you have, and plus you can use Harbor in such different and unique ways for you to get yourself the plant, for you to play for the post plant. There's so many different ways you can use Harbor. This really gives you the fluidity as well. Back it up with a good flash initiator. Well, that's just an icing on top of the cake, right?
That's the best part about it. You know, I still feel that Harbor Viper is like one of the best compositions out there in terms of the utility. Yes, there's also Omen in Viper, but I just love to see Harbor Viper come in. I mean, yeah, that's definitely not me being biased over an Indian agent, but it still is in terms of the cascades that you can use, deny a lot of vision, follow up on the back of it, high tide. Obviously there you can shape the walls around in whatever way you really want to, and also helps you cut the sight on multiple angles. And then again, there's the cove, right, which basically gives you the assistance in going in for the plant or the refusal or even the visual denial, blocks out the fire as well for those crucial shots so you don't get those unfortunate one taps. But we've been yapping a lot about what might happen. Let's see what's actually happening out in the arena with all the fans out there being super happy and yet patiently waiting for the game.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, we've been yapping a lot, and finally it seems like the game's about to begin in front of us. Whatever issues we had has been sorted, and now we're about to step directly inside of the map of Icebox. This is where OMEN Esports will be looking for to get their revenge against True Rippers, but this is the map pick and home ground of True Rippers. There's a reason why they went with this pick, and we have got the agent selected in front of us. Once again, the classic compositions, nothing changing, and as I mentioned, Disrupt is going to be the one to play that Gecko, and Deathmaker will be playing that Jet.
Always love to see that happen, and that's the exact kind of composition that I was basically thinking about when I was looking at these teams and thinking maybe this is exactly what they would pull off. No change whatsoever, apart from just as you mentioned, Deathmaker will be on the Jet. The man was just eco-fragging in the previous one. Let's see if he'll be able to continue it in this one or not. Full-on mirror matchup. It is going to come down on who utilizes the utilities the best, who's got the better strategy, and which IGL is able to read to their opponent.
That was Wingman right there, who just ran in front of the camera.
I know.
Here we go. OMEN Esports versus True Rippers begins now. OMEN Esports starting things off with defense and True Rippers on offense. And as you mentioned, really comes down to who's going to be the one to utilize the utilities at the right time. In general, the utility utilization needs to be on point, or Deathmaker just can W key and pop off.
That is, again, can situation. But we'll just talk about that if in case it happens. But the way he's been playing, it could potentially. But yeah, it's a Sheriff on one side, all ghosts, 4 ghosts on the other side. Decent amount of utilities on the board. Not a lot of the investments out there, but you already know that as soon as the pistol round will begin, we're going to have some solid action out there. Those are such big headphones though, with those big ear cups.
Noise cancellation headphones, my friend.
I mean,
I've wore one of those. I've wore one of those, and The noise cancellation on those things is insane, dude.
Oh, that's the reason. I mean, they're the pro players after all. But here we go. Round begins. Decent amount of util. Couple of shock darts as well in the hands of Sai with a wingman being brought in by Kibo. We're gonna go in for a quick execute. Maker dashes backwards though on the other side. Yep.
Yeah.
Making sure he dodges the volley.
Right there. Turret on the corner. Will be cleared out. Easy side entrance found so far. Even the wingman's going to go for the spike plant. There's a massive lurk coming in from the side of Metal Esports. A lot of shots have been connected. And every single player from True Rippers as well is looking for to stop the players in the front in their tracks. Yeah, True Rippers so far winning the majority of the duels as well. Argue able to reply back onto one. And Sai going for that fake tap on the spike. Disrupt and Argue. They pop off together. And now it's a 2-on-1. Deathmaker doing a great job softening up the player. And Argue will get the final blow.
That is such a great presence of mind from True Rippers, realizing that the flank might be a massive one. And they were able to win out on all of those trades as well. It did get a little messy, but still True Rippers seem to be so perfectly in the control, going in for those double peaks, triple peaks, trading their players perfectly, and then winning out the entirety of that round. Great start, exactly what you would expect from them. But again, that was just a pistol round. This next one should potentially be their round yet again. Maybe trying to go for a flawless. That's what their main thought would be. Are you investing into a Vandal? So is Deathmaker. Guardian for Helif. Sheriff in the hands of Disrupt. Decent amount of utils on board as well. On the other side, we're going to see 4 Sheriffs being brought on board. No shields whatsoever. They might not have enough to go for a full buy in the next one.
Ain't no way. Deadly was going for an aggressive peak with the classic. Interesting. Man's got nerves of steel. Soon enough, he's going to get peeked on, clear cut. And he will be cut off too. But there was a double peek, so the man in the front needed to back away. Deathmaker still looking forward to clear out at least one of the sides. Good wall. It's going to block off the vision completely. Backside's got no chance to try and stop this plant. Wingman's going to move up ahead. The spike will be planted. Excali tried his best to break that wingman, but a little bit too late. The spike getting planted. It's a 4v5. Disrupt softened up. It's completely okay for True Rippers. I mean, they've got the better weaponry. What's going to stop them? Deathmaker. Oh, he catches a bullet to the dome, and he's only taken down to 5 HP. True Rippers, the players are getting softened up.
The low fight coming in. Flash. This is such a messy fight. And then there we go.
Oh my god, what am I watching?
No way, man. No way. What are we even
My eyes.
seeing?
Even my eyes are blinded by that play.
I just deleted 5 seconds of what previously happened. But yeah, I saw the knife. I just saw the knife. There was nothing before that. It did not happen. But it's fine, man. Sometimes happens. It's alright. It's the pro play. They always end up hitting those nasty shots. However, a good cleanup from True Rippers. Not a lot of weaponries lost. They're still carrying forward both of their rifles. And that's exactly what you want from your bonus round.
I mean, I'm just giving a moment of silence for that play.
Don't talk about it.
We gotta talk about it, man. It's something we cannot let lose. Okay! Slapped right on the face. Sai was trying to tickle Deathmaker, but then Deathmaker just slaps him down. And off the rip, they're starting things off with an advantage. Already a 3v5 to kick things off with True Rippers for them. This round has been served in a silver platter. They're just moving up. They're probably going to get the plant down as well quite easily. Nana Swarm's in the front lines too. Excali being cleared off from that close quarter. Wingman's going to go ahead for the plant. Wingman might just be stopped. And yes, it has been. So that was a good stop. But then Deadly 10 is going for quite a risky peek. I'm not sure if that's going to be worth it. Deathmaker needs some backup. They need to go for some proactive control on the site. The spike's being dropped out as well. Excali, good turret. Right on top of the spike, but it's being neutralized instantly. Deadly 10 still just holding in the back lines. The call-out should have been given away. That there's still the spike on the side itself. And now Techno is looking forward to go for that plant, but unfortunately the plant might just not come through yet. Techno shutting down Excali, Deadly 10 replying back, but it's all down to Kibo now. A 1v4. Can he make this happen?
He found a timing on the back of that alarm board being deactivated. So he could potentially have this one. Ah, he fired the shot! Helef saw him. Finished him off as well. And that's another solid round. It was the bonus round for True Rippers. And with the way they are playing, this might as well seem to be a 5-0. If it's a 5-0, it's going to be a 6-0. Medal need to break through this play, and they need to break through this setup of True Rippers that's been happening time and time again. I mean, yeah, you don't need to hide your smile. You can actually. Even though you're being shown on the camera. Your team is doing insane. But faces of concern.
The Metal Esports is coach, yeah. Opposite expressions.
You should be concerned.
3-0 being the scoreline. Here we go. Deadly 10 once again softened up. I mean, these Sheriffs, yeah, they're there, but are they really making any type of difference? Absolutely not. Deadly 10 catching a little bit of hurt once again, taking down 34 HP. Should not be going for the same peak over and over again, Deadly. Because you're proving deadly yourself at this point. Recon dart out, shock darts out as well to make sure the closeline's going to be cleared up. And they've already taken that proactive control. Great shot. Excali now does not spot the man sneaking up, but he still gets the shot. Disrupt put to sleep. Excali, beautiful stuff. It's still a 3v4 though. He can have a chance to retrieve that Vandal in his hands, but it's a little bit too far out in the open. And Kibo from the top, looking forward to pop that flash, but he still does not. Dizzy not being used. Kibo, good shot. Puts that nail in the coffin for the man in the front, but then Deadly 10 as well, shutting down Deathmaker. What just happened? I don't know here. This has been panning out in the favor of True Rippers. Oh no, playing it safe and sound should be the way to go. And what is that?
Thrifty.
He was able to stick the half. Now that's the problem with the Viper Snakebite, that if in case the enemy is full HP, they can actually brute force the defuse even standing in the molly, until and unless of course they've got a poison cloud on top of them. This was just not there. But the gap in smoke proving to be dreadful. Kibo finding that one pick, and then Deadly 10 following it up on Deathmaker as well. Phenomenal performance, and that's the kind of retake you really needed from Medal. That's the way to go. Understanding the pace that they were playing at, found a couple of picks, were able to retrieve the weaponries as well, and now putting a dent on the economy, at least a little bit. Deadly 10 will be able to take the space on top.
Oh, holding the close quarters. Do not go for the peak. Do not go for the peak. Good hide from that flash. He gets the leg shot. Deathmaker's low. He can feel the hurt at this point. But Excali's still in that same angle. Will that be re-cleared? That's my question. He's still at the top. Disrupt and his teammates slowly and steadily trying to move in. Excali finds that opener, which was crucial. Hellfighter taken down, and Deathmaker's already softened up. So this might just be a 3-on-5. Unless Deathmaker's able to connect some insane shot onto this operator, then he can definitely deny all the possibilities. But so far, Deathmaker is moving into his own death, and Deadly 10 connects that crucial shot. If Deadly's popping off, keep that thing in mind, Metal Esports will win this entire round too. And look at this. Deadly 10 so far has gotten a 2K in his hands. It's a 2v4. Lockdown destroyed. But still, True Rippers, they're pushed up way too deep in the enemy territory. Not a lot of time left. They need to go for the spike plant too. But they just do not have it in the hands. And Deadly 10 is holding in the back. He whips that shot. It's fine. RU is taken down to 1 HP. RU needs to find the value. He does so as well. Deadly 10 with the Blade Storm. He whiffs completely. And that's it.
Wow. I believe he did not actually miss the shot. It was potentially a wall bang with 149 damage. That's the reason why he was taken down to 1 HP. Again, that might be the case, but that was a great pop-off. It all started with Excali finding the first one onto Helef. And then just Deadly 10 going into those constant repositions and re-peaks, following it up with all those kills. And at the end of the day, closing things out with a classic in the hand. Against a 1 HP, that's what you need. But look at the ult economy of True Rippers, man. That's massive. Lockdown. There's the hunt. That was the mosh pit. So again, Deadly 10 being forced backwards. He will be going there with just a bruise.
Lockdown utilized. Now the site's on a lockdown. Deadly 10 still adamant. He's not falling back just yet. He'll be detained. He will be detained, that's for sure.
Yep.
He has been
That's
two
two
players in total have been detained. I'm not exactly sure where the second player is, but the spike's going down by the wingman. And oh, this overextensions from Deadmaker. It's not working out. Hunter's Fury being utilized as well by the attackers, and Kibo barely survives at the brink. Thrash being used as well, and I'm pretty sure if Thrash is able to find even one detention, that's it. Techno unfortunately gets shut down. Metal Esports, the resistance from them has been insane, and Deadly with this op is able to connect some insane shots.
What the hell was that? That is not just an overinvestment, my man. That is extreme. They invested every single ultimate they had. Every single one of them. And still the round went in for the side of middle. That's just a massive mess up by True Rippers. That should not have been the case. They invested the lockdown along with the Viper's Pit. That should, in any ideal situation, that is just enough for you to get the round, specifically when you've already got a first pick. Deathmaker preemptively peeking out of that pit, specifically when he heard the shots being fired over the rafters. That's where everything started to fall down, and then it was just investment after investment after investment, and then of course the Viper fell in the pit itself. That is just such a necessary tactical pause.
Tactical timeout expires, and True Rippers not being able to find that sweet success. It's really putting them in a big state of discomfort. That operator from Deadly 10, it's able to find some in real value. And finally, we're seeing some change. Now True Rippers looking forward to approach the mid because they've realized the operator has been posted up towards the sites majority of these times as well. And now pushing up towards mid with the sheriffs in the hands. They're trying to challenge a complete aim duel. The man's ready with the recon dart. It will be destroyed immediately. And Sai's got no clue that the players have already snuck up. They've snuck past him. Helef is still there in the front lines. He hasn't pushed that deep. Deathmaker's position is also noted down now. And Deathmaker keeps it moving up, pressing to the mark. And he finds the pick on the side. Important pick. If he can get his hands on the Vandal, that can be an icing on top of the cake. But unfortunately, he doesn't.
It's fine. They've got the B-side control though. But middle just re-clearing the entire crane area. They've got full space. They can confirm that there's no one coming in for the backstab. So they can quickly go in for this bench. But look at the amount of space that True Rippers have already taken. Seems pretty difficult, and weaponry in a massive disadvantages. Plays only Helef with the Vandal. Guardian for Arju.
Uh-oh.
What a shot.
What is he doing?
Why is he doing?
Yeah, I don't know. The man just straight up updrafted to his death for no reason. He could have tried to play a little bit more patiently, but I guess Deadly 10's feeling at the top of his game with the few shots that he's connected in the past, but that's what you call overconfidence, my friend. And there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence. Here we go. Levi the last man, and that too, True Rippers with a thrifty.
I mean, that was not even supposed to be a True Rippers round, but alright, on the back of that timeout, they were still able to quickly get that one round for themselves. And as you mentioned, they worked up all their way towards the mid, cubes, and every other place. Quickly able to clear every single one of them off.
Here.
With just a hero Vandal though. And Helef was able to find a massive value with that on two people. One of them being served to him in a silver platter. But alright, the operator being brought in from Deadly. On top should get one. Missed it. He's got to reposition now, but there are still Two players push it up in the angle. However,
Good tag.
Rippers are actually looking to explore towards the other side.
Oh,
Hunter's
no.
Fury. Yeah, that's done. But it was the lurker though, Necros. That's one important thing.
Him being spotted right there gives Deathmaker so much chance to move up. And now the weapon's being switched up as well. Deathmaker, it's his time to press W and move inside of the side. He's already found the first kill. Second man's position compromised, and Excali left with no choice than to give the site control away. Good pick from Disrupt. That's it. Now the site control's in the hand. Even the spike's gonna be planted. Beautiful stuff from True Rippers. All they needed was that one single round to sort of disrupt the flow. And as soon as they have done that, on the back of Disrupt, they're starting to win a series around. But hold on, it's still a 3v3. Nothing much can be said. Levi utilizing that Viper's Pit, which is quite solid. And this was needed for the retake too. But look at Ryu. His position's uncompromised, and Ryu's got no clue that Viper's just lingering around. At the top, Techno finds a shutdown on Akibo completely, and Ryu's position is still unnoticed.
Wait,
Levi finds
that's
that
the
crucial
Viper
pick.
down.
Deadly
Yeah,
going for that defuse, and what am I watching? Disrupt, he shuts a boat down.
What? What? Show me the replay for that one, man. Show me the replay. How did they even pull it off? Ryu was the one who was basically lurking all that far behind. And yet it was Disrupt to finally catch the last few players. That is mind-blowing.
Time for a field test.
Unfortunately, there's no replay for that, but middle, I mean, their buy is entirely broken. Though, again, it's Icebox, right? It's an attacking map, and you could possibly argue getting 4 to 5 rounds in attack is just more than sufficient. So all they need is just one more extra round. It's kind of fine. Kinda fine. And if Excali is hitting those shots, it's even better.
Uh-oh. Debo. Disrupt taken down. That was a crucial pick right there. Now, True Ripper's flow is going to be disrupted. Unless Deathmaker finds a 2K with this op, then things can be different. Excali's position should be definitely noted, that's for sure. I'm also a little bit scared for what Deathmaker's trying to pull off here. He might just walk straight up into the crosshairs of Excali. There's a chance, but they've also skipped him. He's got no clue. The players have moved up. Deathmaker, he switched on over towards the Phantom. His position's noted down as well. And what was that from Excali? He whiffed the crucial shots. He needs to pay the price for that. And already now, soon enough, the site control should be taken away from the hands as well. But Deadly 10 steps up huge. Getting that crucial kill, stopping the take on the spot. Now these two players left to clutch it out for themselves. Another man towards mid being taken down. Hellfighter does a great job. It's still a 3v2. And there's not a lot of time left over. You need to go for the plant ASAP, Rocky.
The lurking Sova, man. The lurking Sova has been paying off for True Rippers. I don't know how is that even supposed to work, but it actually is working out really well. A deep Viper ball as well. That's the Hunter's Fury being invested. Hello. He could have kept it for the post plant. And by that I mean the tap on the spike, but it's fine, I guess, since it's again a 3v2 situation. He gets a tag on 2 of them. Keyboard low, Deadly 10 low. And one of them has been taken down already. So I would still say it paid out a massive value. That shock dart, if it lands him, it's going to be nasty, alright.
Oh,
no,
nice.
far away. Helif gets another one. And Sai will be taken down by Techno. A solid round by True Rippers.
Helif stepping up huge.
Yeah.
On the back of his
Hunter's
plays,
Fury.
his team's able to come out on top. I mean, that's incredible. Indeed, quite incredible. And if you look at how this entire round started off, too, it started off in a really weird way. Metal Esports had a big advantage. They shouldn't have lost this one. This is where the presence of my Neo-Varanus seems lacking a little bit.
Hey, when Levi was caught out wandering in his own spawn, when Helif was playing in the tube, that's again the type of play that always happens on Icebox, man. It's always the lurkers who try to get some value. Alright. L10 not being able to hit that shot. So, does not come down crashing onto their side. Because it's again a very heavy investing round. If it does not go in their way, it's definitely an 8.
Oh, the operator needs to find some value, needs to find some assurance. Deadly 10 just waiting for that first contact. The Deathmaker is going for quite a tight peek. Deadly 10, the quicker one to react. Coming out on top in that duel, Deathmaker, I'm pretty sure he almost had the finger on his trigger. But unfortunately, it just does not work out. It doesn't pull it in time. Sai moving in towards the side as well. He does hear the plant tap coming through. Good snake fighter trying to deny the plant, at least for now. Another shock dart follows up. Techno might just be softened up a lot more. Another man from the side of True Rippers that needs to step things up has to be Techno. He has been struggling a little bit here and there, but then Disrupt, he backs his teammate up in quite a great fashion. Dizzy shut down. Not been able to find the value that it's supposed to, but it's still a 3v4. And Thrash returned back as well from Disrupt. This is huge! But the man still unfortunately does not get detained, and Disrupt, he's way too low on the HP.
The Thrash did not find the value, but it's fine. Levi was able to quickly answer back on the other side though, catching 2 people. And Sai came up on the life on Mosh. It's okay. They were able to get that round. 4 on board already for middle. Anything over this one is basically just cherry on the top of the cake. Deathmaker with the Blade Storm. Ult economy looks pretty okay for True Rippers. Not that high, but for middle, it could potentially slow ball because they're just a few more points away from Hunter's Fury as well as the Viper split for their own side and already got the lockdown along with the Blade Storm. It could potentially be massive. Oh. Well.
Dizzy pulled out too. Some of the confirmations are given away. Oh, good shock dart. You try to deny that Dizzy take again, but Disrupt able to return back with onto Levi. Big problem. Controller taken down by Flint. They do not have any visual denying abilities anymore. And the B side now is just going to fall into the hands of True Rippers. Good traits on the board. Nicely done. These 1-for-1 traits are really bringing True Rippers back to life in a great fashion. And Sai's quite low too. I don't think so he can handle much more pressure anymore. He's way too low. There's a man pushed up close and personal towards Snowman. And this should be it. Oh. And Disrupt is also checking his crouch.
Yeah, making sure it works fine. But everyone just quickly push. I'm still pretty surprised as to how and why would middle push up when they've got the lockdown in place. Yeah, it's understandable there was already a lurk coming in from Techno, but I was still not hoping for middle to quickly push forward and steal that space away to try and brute force the fight. Specifically when they had their lockdown up in place, right? Because it was True Rippers who had to concede that space. But again, they've got to watch out for these lurks. It's every single time one of these lurks finding a massive value on the back of it.
Yeah.
They steal away the rounds too. So
okay, look at them squeezing in so deep. There's an alarm part that's going to give their position away, but it's too late. They have already strolled in all the way towards kitchen. Unless Excali's able to catch some of these players off guard, then it can mean a lot, but Excali's position's noted as well, and Disrupt is there instantly to go for the trade. The amount of map control they found, Metal is going to regret this, because the players of True Rippers, they can move in anywhere they want. The possibilities have now just increased. Unless if Kibo is able to reply back in such a great fashion, then things completely change. Good shock darts, but even in the return, you are going to find some great shock darts. Hunter's Fury pulled out, no value regained from that, completely wasted.
Oh, are you alright? Gets one. 10-10 on top of the tube. Sai should be taken down. How does Sai win it? And Deadly-10 as well, closing things out in that round. That is massive. The best possible outcome for middle, 7-5. Sai winning out that duel, that was everything in towards the CT. Jiggled out perfectly, went in for that wide peak and was able to quickly adjust his aim much better. And then Deadly as well, closing things out. One of the main reason why this time their tube lurk did not work out was the fact that they lost the spike. Otherwise, they could have gone in for that plant directly on the B site as well, as it was entirely cleared up. There was only Killjoy was standing there, and they finished him off as well. If I'm not wrong, it was Excali. There we go. 5 ghosts on board for middle on the attack. They need the pistol.
Yeah. I mean, it's the similar story repeating itself once again, right? 7-5 half. Middle Esports now on the attack, and Levi is able to kick things off nicely. Good start. Deathmaker once again on the duelist inside of Icebox is definitely struggling quite a bit. And then Deadly 10 now in the back lines towards yellow. Trying to pull something over. Techno playing quite pushed back. Somewhere down line, True Rippers do know that there's a chance this might just be a B take. But still True Rippers waiting patiently. Good pick from Techno. And then a Dizzy as well to flash out the player. True Rippers, what a re-clear that was. And now the rest of the players from Metal Esports are just left desperate. They're moving in towards yellow themselves. Moving in from main towards yellow. Levi softened up. Good wingman. Yes, of course, there is a dart to give his position away. But what a shot from Disrupt. He keeps on peeking that angle. He still keeps him coming out on top. And the KJ at the top as well. He's not able to do a lot. One last man alive. Excali, he should not go for those egoistic peaks, man. The turret's going to deal a lot of damage. Helif still manages to fade away. It's a 1v2. Helif needs to wait for that lurk to come through. And this is where it's going to be activated easily enough. Argue from the back will be stabbing him.
Okay. Okay. Hey, it's fine, it's fine. He was able to get the shot at the end.
You failed. Now sleep.
Maybe. On the back of the play that Disrupt made, True Rippers were able to quickly take this one home, even though they lost the first blood. That's something that they would potentially be doing in the next few rounds as well. Again, it's Icebox, man, though it's an attack-centric map. But the display from Disrupt, it was everything. The make or break of this round. And then RU was able to close things out, and we get a replay of that as well.
Here we go. Deadly 10. Pushing quite deep. Sheriff's on the board for himself. Every single player from the side of Metal Esports is just going to try to play with the Sheriff, and I like this pick. Finally, we're seeing Outlaw being utilized. It's the first time I'm seeing Outlaw being used in the playoffs. Nicely done. A shot through the box to get the deal sealed. And the players are now starting to move up close and personal, and that's it, man. It's the nail in the coffin.
I'm not quite sure how many utilities Deadly had. If in case not a lot, means he'll be on a half shield. And that's what it is. And it's not just him. Even Levi on a half shield. This Outlaw will become an operator if you're on a half shield. So that's such a precise aim. Even he did not know that there was a guy out there. What a reaction from Elif. Super fun to watch that one out, but alright. There's 3 people on the half shield. Excali's been taken down by Deathmaker with the headshot. Does not even need an outlaw, as it's in the hand of Disrupt now. Spike not yet committed, but it is over towards the A. Conceding a lot of space, rotation being called towards the B for some reason.
.25 shield on the Levi. Interesting.
And on Deadly.
Yep. And keep this thing in mind. They need Levi for this take. Still the wall's not being initiated. I'm not sure what the game plan is, but the man's quite softened up now. Kibo's low. 35 HP in the hands. There's still a Guardian waiting in the back lines. And OSI, nicely done. Catches Argue too. 3v4, man advantage in the hands of Metal Esports. Keep this thing in mind too. This is also a bonus round for the opponents. Wingman will get the plant down. Good shock darts, even deadly tents now softened up. This really gives a chance for that Outlaw to strike once again and get that better value in their hands too. But the Outlaw, is it able to find the value that it's needed to? Disrupt is the man with the Outlaw in his hands. Is all the way in the back lines towards the ramps. And Hellfighter is way too low. One single bullet and he will be taken care of. Disrupt, is he actually going to go for the save? That's what it seems like so far, but he's still going for those exit frags, I guess. One more bullet needs to be connected, and he's whiffing a lot of those shots. He gets that connection. He's still going for the take, actually. But he needs to realize there's not a lot of time left over. You might as well just try to give up on this.
I mean, man, my boy is just a second too late. He's confirmed his death. It's fine. Yeah, he was pretty late on the back of it, but it's fine. He just wanted to go for the exits, as you mentioned. Outlaw in the hands of Disrupt, I mean, I think so the man just needs a SMG or maybe a rifle to kind of pop off just like he normally does. But either ways, a very solid round coming in from middle, though I wouldn't exactly say one of the best because they lost 3 rifles. And that means, again, a few half shields. So if in case True Rippers want to reinvest on the Outlaw, they can. Never mind. They've got enough to get the Operator on board. Even better. But a Hunter's Fury up for Sai. And they're playing in for a very slow default again.
Hunter's Fury. LF finds Deadly 10. That's a big pick right there. Deadly 10, the duelist on the opposite team, now taken down for an initiator. I would say that's still worth it.
Out of charges.
True Rippers. Oh my god. These type of picks is really giving a massive advantage to True Rippers. And now it's a 3v4. Hunter's Fury utilized in return as well, but no value being found. So that's a bit of a problem. And Aryu still safe in the back lines. Nicely done. Aryu shuts down the first man. Wingman as well spotted. Instantly cut off. So the plant's not down just yet. It's a 2v4 and the Operator shots missed. And there's also a big wraparound coming in from the back lines. If he's able to find even one pick right here, it's going to mean a lot. And he does! Spike's dropped once again. And Kibo now left all by himself in a clutch scenario. Kibo, he accidentally jumps. This is what you call the mouse scroll wheel.
I guess so. I mean, even I got confused as to why he would want to jump, but True Rippers doing the unthinkable, maybe potentially knocking out Metal Esports off the tournament and in a 2-0 fashion as well. I mean, the early banter is going to be biting them in the back, I suppose. But either way, it's still
Placing swamp grenade.
amazing to see how Helef was actually able to get Deadly 10 with the Hunter's Fury early on in the round. And that's the jet we are talking about with the dash and everything. Kibo's position revealed, Poison Orb going up. The people to make the cross. Helef might as well just want to rush backwards with the Dizzy. Spotted a dash upward, Deadly 10, nice attempt.
I like that.
But Helef survived.
He wanted to catch the man off guard. Wingman was being utilized as well, but then a return Wingman to try and stun the players in the front. But that's also going to reveal the position and disrupt.
Perfect.
A good spray transfer onto the skulls of the opponents. Leaves them in a 2v5 scenario. With this, True Rippers will get the 11th round on the board for themselves. And this might just be the nail in the coffin that's needed. Yeah, Sai will return back with one, but is that really going to make that much of a difference? That's needed. I highly doubt so. Sai in the back lines, all it takes is a couple bullets to the chest, and that's it. Well, it will be on the dome. A haircut to close things off.
True Rippers moving on to the 11th one now. This has been a comparatively slower map, yet at the same time you could clearly see it has been pretty scrappy at the same time. But True Rippers now finding their value, they were finding their footing. Even on their attacking half, they were up 7-5.
Placing swamp grenade.
And I really thought that might actually be enough. But Middle, they just don't seem to be having a fun time on the attack whatsoever. Every single attempt that they've tried to make has basically resulted in them not getting any fruits. This time around, a very slow approach yet again, but everyone towards the end. Look at that massive look from Techno and Helif already.
Hey, you forgot to mention the main key win condition. The Thrash and the Lockdown. Lockdown's being invested. I mean, there's the Nano Swarm to try and stop it. But once again, Disrupt's got his hands on the Thrash. So, I'm not sure what exactly he can do to try and deny the entire retake that might just be coming through. Thrash being utilized as well. But the Thrash isn't able to find a lot of value. Return Thrash's wall, but does it find any detention? It does actually. Mosh Pit being used as well to try and snuff out the Viper. A lot of shots missed in return. Look at RU's turret as well getting that kill. And finally, the operator's able to find some crucial value. A 1v1 between Deathmaker, and it's going to be quite a close range duel as well. The Elf Draft to try and take down the man. So many whiffs from both the sides, and now finally it's going to be a knife duel. It will be Deathmaker to close it off. Does he have enough time? He will. More than enough. Oh my god, that whiff in the end was insane. How does he whiff those shots?
The classic right click, man. It all connected to the body. Not even a single went onto head. But what was that? I mean, these players, they just decided, you know what, let's go for a knife duel. Make it an area where we're out in the open. There's a sea on the right side. And then it's the sunset time, talking about their own morals and then pulling out their knives. What? It has been such a crazy round, though.
I mean, this map of Icebox has been filled with a lot of whiffs. Remember that whiff towards Kitchen, and now this is what we're seeing? In total, I think so we saw 3 whiffs, but that spray transfer on Disrupt was nasty. Metal Esports at least able to react on the back of that on the fly. Nicely done. They get 2 in return. Matted Fannies now swings back in their hands, which is quite good. Dizzy out to try and get any type of confirmations on towards site. They do not find anyone else. Wingman's going to move up forward, get the plant down as well, which is quite good. Plant will be down, but then Deadly tense shots, they connect. Hunter's Fury out. It's not going to find a lot of value, but Techno this time pops off. He needed to. It's the last round as well. He needs to put that nail in the coffin. Recon dart out. It's not able to find any type of attacks. Kibo's position still unnoticed. There's a man at the top. His position's compromised. I'm not exactly sure what Deathmaker was trying to do there, but he's also taking a lot of damage. Techno backs off from that plant. He's got it halfway. If he wants, he can go for the stick once again. And yeah, the wall's up. Now he's going for the stick. It's halfway done. Oh my god, he almost got it. No, Sai. He pushes up and gets that kill.
My quiver is never full.
Desperation from True Rippers, but the previous 2 rounds have been pretty scrappy. However, it has given a ray of hope to middle, that's for sure. Over towards the A. They can go in for those explorations, and in the post plant as well, they could potentially find some good value as well. But jeez, that was way too close for any kind of comfort for either of these teams. However, just as I mentioned, a broken buy. Yet again, an operator being invested along with a hero Vandal. Blade Storm now being pulled out on the other side. Deadly 10 wants to throw in some knives right at the skulls of the players. That's the updraft. Trying to catch Techno. Retreated safely. Oh, okay. Goes in for the Viper Spit as well. Does he realize there could potentially be another person lurking?
I don't like this from Deadly. I don't like this from Deadly. It's too scrappy. Too scrappy. Deadly, that was way too scrappy from him. And he also lost his team the advantage. No, the overextension from Deadly might just cost him that round. Deadly should have backed off in time. Wingman going for the defuse. Yes, he will be stopped, but it was more sort of a distraction. Excali finds that kill. Viper's Pit being used as well. They commit everything. But at least they get the Vandal in the hand. Imagine if RU pulls off this clutch. It would be way too much. It would be way too much. And yeah, at this point, both of them, they're just trying to play with their food. Turn it out. Getting that kill too. RU nicely done. Maybe try to get it halfway done. And yeah, the man's not going to go for a clear cut pick. There's no way.
Wait. Ooh, okay. Kibo went in for a pop in, but
yep, pop and swing.
He did hear the shot being fired, so he should have waited for another tap. That definitely got risky, but there was no time either ways at the end of the day, so it's kind of fine. He had to play in for the survivor as well, but Still, there was the Viper's Pit committed, and as you mentioned, the overextension from Deadly, wanting in an attempt to find a pick to equalize the odds, he just made sure they did further. And then Levi fell inside his pit as well. That could have gone horribly wrong for True Rippers. For middle.
I'm not even sure why that Viper's Pit was committed. I guess they got so much confidence in that round that they thought they will probably be able to convert it. But then they only lost the one and only ultimate they had ready. And now I guess they need to feed Disrupt at least one of the ultimate orbs to get his Thrash back up. And that too, Disrupt hasn't been able to find a lot of value with that Thrash, to be honest. So even that's a bit of a problem. Excali, good pick, good find. Owl Drone's out as well to try and get some sort of an information, and every single player from True Rippers is just positioned for success. Disrupt gets that. Quite a cheeky man. Hellfighter replies back with one more. Oh my god, True Rippers with these individual plays that they're able to pull off. It's quite incredible. But then side through the wall, he shuts down Hellfighter. He spots him jumping up.
Thrash is available though. Is there a orb present or not? That's the main question. Because if it is, then Kibo could potentially play in for an orb and then go for the plant as well with Wingman. Can get his own Thrash up.
Yep.
Shots being fired over towards screen. Wingman going in for the job. Ryu needs to take the space back, and he finds the perfect timing. Excali is
down. My god!
Detained.
They're both detained! It's done for! Both of them are detained. They're gonna go for the spike defuse as well. It's a 1v3. If Sai pulls off this clutch, that would be a godly play. But what are the chances of that happening? Yeah, the man's getting overwhelmed, and Ryu will be the one to put that nail in the coffin. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be True Rippers to win it up against Metal Esports. What a massive upset has been pulled out. Metal Esports is the first team to take an exit from this playoff bracket.
One of the best detainments of Disrupt in this entire series. Such a phenomenal play coming in, and True Rippers yet again. This day should be termed as the day of upsets. In the upper bracket, we saw Revenant falling down 0-2 to Grayfox Esports, who moved up on top. And down in the lower bracket, we saw True Rippers winning things out in a 2-0 style. They deserve all the happy faces as well as the praises that are coming out up front. Super fun match indeed, and what a great way to play.
Oh man, I guess the guys were sweating, huh?
Maybe.
I mean, makes sense, dude. Makes sense. Imagine True Rippers, they have lost against Metal Esports in the past, but then they pull off a 2-0 series against Metal Esports, and you can clearly see the players are not that happy. They have taken an exit from this entire split one of BCSA, which is quite unfortunate, but hey, it is what it is.
That definitely is unfortunate for all the middle fans out there. There were so many people who were expecting them, but it's fine.
Well, thank you so much for that, lovely casters. And of course, another amazing series coming to an end. Ladies and gentlemen, your winning team for the lower bracket semifinals, True Rippers. Can we have a round of applause for them again? भाई काफी देर से Let's Go TR चल रहा था, अब कहाँ है? That's more like it. And for the interview, HLF. दोबारा. अब मैं पूछूंगा नहीं, by default मेरे को पता है आप आओगे. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, confident. I think we are back.
Yes, you guys are back. लेकिन एक comeback आपने किया था. First map पे थोड़ा सा down थे early stages में. What was the call after that?
Nothing. Sunny ने बोला, guys, मेरा shooting चल रहा है. Just let me do the thing. But then he started calling what he wanted to pick, and वही फिर तो Sunny show हो गया भाई. और कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते.
आपने range दे दी थी team की, भाई तू चला.
बोला जा, तू भाग.
अब कल एक और टीम का आपको सामना करना है, and it is going to be a tough matchup. Revenant history आपके फेवर में नहीं रही है. Revenant have beaten you in the past. क्या चल रहा है अब दिमाग में उनके बारे में?
कुछ नहीं चल रहा है, जैसे आज खेले वैसे ही खेलना है. फर्स्ट गेम जो हुआ अपने के साथ Revenant, I think we weren't comfortable and confident. So I think we are getting back slowly. So I think it will be a good game tomorrow.
It is definitely going to be a good game. HLF, thank you so much for that lovely interview, and congratulations on the win. And ladies and gentlemen, Metal Esports as well. Can we have a round of applause for them as well? Right, so it was an exciting day. आज के matches भी काफी ज़्यादा मज़ेदार रहे. We saw the upper bracket final. Grayfox, उन्होंने भी आज अपना revenge दिया. True Rippers as well. An amazing comeback from their side to close out the series with a quick 2-0. But इसके साथ हमारा आज का सफर भी खत्म होता है. We still have a lot more to discuss about the games that happened today, and of course the matches that will take place tomorrow. उसके लिए हम अभी थोड़ी देर बाद discussion शुरू करेंगे. But before that, thank you to our lovely sponsors. Starting off, OMEN Valorant challenges South Asia with title partners OMEN, brought to you guys by Nodwin Gaming, and styling partners Philips One Blade. But अभी के लिए हम लोग लेंगे एक छोटा सा break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or beat. Let's go, 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 go.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Phillips.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or beat. Let's go, 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 go.
I mean, the overall scoreline that we saw, it was something that none of us expected to. Metal Esports getting dominated in a one-sided fashion like that by True Rippers. Yeah, I mean, I knew somewhere down the line we are going to be seeing those major changes from True Rippers when it comes to the Asian select, but Metal Esports getting dominated in such a way, I did not expect that at all.
It's not just about that, right? Even before the day started, we discussed whether we were going to see some 2-1s today in both the maps.
2.1 KDA.
Exactly. I was about to mention that exact same thing. The reason why we do not have a 2-1 is because this guy has a KD of 2.1.
Yep.
It's Helef on a Sova.
On Sunset, it was Deathmaker, and then on Icebox, it's Helef with the damage per round of 205.1. If you move on forward with the mat stats, you're going to find Disrupt with 21/13, but the MVP from the side of True Rippers was Hellfighter, and moving on forward to the opposite side, it was Sai. Sai was the only man who was trying his best to carry his team on the back, but as I mentioned, man, Deadly 10, he needs to start cooking as quick as possible.
I mean, he has got absolutely no chance in this Cup 1 now. Maybe for towards Split 2, they could potentially see that. Yeah, exactly, for Split 2. But here's the thing about problem with the middle yet again. 3 out of 6 post plans. That's only half of what they could have achieved. 11 and 10 first kills, it's absolutely fine, almost equal. 50s, that's one for each team. Absolutely no clutches. But in terms of post plant conversions for True Rippers, it's 7 out of 9. And for middle, it's only 3 out of 6. They, even after getting the site control, they're not able to hold that area. That's the main issue for them.
I mean, we've got the heat map in front of us, right? And look at the top right side, which is, of course, that side towards A. And majority of the duels were taken in the backside, either all the way from the belt. That's what another hot zone was. And then towards the B side, we saw a lot of the fights happening towards the planner area. Then majority of the red zones were just divided all across the board. Resistance was there, but specifically speaking about the A side, the resistance wasn't there. Majority of the times, the control was given away. And that's why you see those red zones popping up on the backside.
And those red zones are again the places where, yeah, again, we saw most of the fights happen. And it always almost seemed to be on the side itself. even towards Snowman, we did not probably see a lot of those places, right? And
No.
we will see exact same thing even in the highlights, that most of the fights were exactly on the side. Very low lurk plays, and at the end of the day, it was very simple, straightforward executes, and way too far back, laid back post plans instead of doing something out of the box, maybe doing something cheeky. But I love the fact how Helef pulled out the Outlaw.
Yeah, Outlaw was definitely quite a interesting mix, right? And we were talking about how the players are not utilizing that new weapon. It has a lot of potential as well, but unfortunately, we're not really seeing a lot of those Indian players going for the weapon. Yeah, it's not really going to be making a lot of difference in the buy rounds, but still in the anti-ecos, it can give you a big advantage. But finally, we saw that Outlaw being pulled out. Not a lot of value was there on the back of that, but hey, still something you can capitalize on.
I mean, that's only the first time that we actually saw Outlaw being pulled in, and yet it did get you at least 2 kills for yourself. And even in the next round, Disrupt potentially had a chance to maybe get a couple if he was on the correct part, because yeah, there are people with those half shields at the end of the day. Though still, in terms of ults, I still feel True Rippers did move forward a step ahead, but here we go, that knife play that I was talking about, that sunset area over towards the shoreline where you are going, making sure, talking about the morals with your opponent and taking out your knife.
I mean,
I know I like
in Icebox, we saw 2 or 3 whiff moments. I still remember one towards Kitchen, the second towards that knife play, and there was, I think, one more moment that just happened. I don't exactly recall it, but there were
on top tube, I guess.
Yeah, there were those whiff moments. But you know what? I mean, in general, we saw the highlights too. We also saw those whiff moments as we move on forward to the brackets. Grayfox is still just waiting for their opponent to step inside of the grand finals. Tomorrow, we're going to start things off from the lower brackets. A matchup between Revenant versus True Rippers. In the past, Revenant has 2-0'd the likes of True Rippers, but is that same storyline going to continue here again? Or will Revenant Esports face the resistance of their life?
It's going to be difficult to potentially bring that out, but yeah, again, in the group stages it was a 2-1, and then in the upper bracket matchup it was a 2-0 every single time in favor of Revenant, as you have mentioned perfectly. Day 2 was the day of upsets. Maybe day 3 could be the day of surprises. We might potentially be surprised out of that. I always love naming the specific days, but yeah, I mean, Grayfox having the best possible seed for now, will be watching over everything that's been going on down there, and at the end of the day, it's going to be True Rippers yet again having to face their demons. Now, that's the main part, right? Even after all the adjustments that they have been doing, I still feel mechanically Revenant might have that advantage.
Now, once again, the only reason why Grayfox sort of won against Revenant Esports was because they had done a lot of research. They knew exactly how to avoid that push and pull strategy from Revenant Esports. They were able to avoid a lot of those pushes that Revenant Esports was trying to make from the hookah, be it from the bathrooms. A lot of those pushes were avoided. Once we saw that head-on-head collision towards hookah, where, of course, Revenant Esports came out on top because they're just better when it comes to the mechanics. But if you try to take them down when it comes to the utility utilization and a proper team and a set play, Revenant Esports can really do struggle. And this is where True Rippers can also get the upper hand. If they do tone up their team play a little bit and stop relying on Deathmaker a lot, then things can be better in their court for tomorrow's matchup. But if Revenant Esports find a way to shut down Deathmaker and over again, then you will clearly start feeling that panic set in.
And again, it's going to be one of that star matchup ones that everyone loves, right? Deathmaker up against SK Rossi. We'll potentially see that happen. Maybe not on Duelists, but at least we will see that happen in front of us on our screens. However, it was a super fun day, and I honestly enjoyed all the games that happened. And I'm always a big fan of the upsets whenever it happens. Some fabulous clutches we did see happen. But at the end of the day, I was really impressed with how Grayfox pulled out their mechanics and how they were bringing in the strategies that they did not show back in the group stages, and True Rippers as well learning from their past mistakes.
Indeed, I mean, specifically now that True Rippers, they have moved up in the lower brackets finals, this is also going to give them a little bit of more hopes and dreams that yes, they can do it. Yes, they can move into the grand finals. They have got it in them. They're not that far away, because I have been mentioning this over and over again. Disrupt is a really disciplined and a nice mechanically skilled player too. Imagine a combination of that can be super deadly. Then you talk about Deathmaker. This man is insane when it comes to the game mechanics. Of course, his aim is on the point. You cannot forget Argue as well. He was one of those players who's always been there in the backlines, providing as much as support as possible. And then you talk about their opponents, which are of course going to be Revenant Esports, Paradox, a player that heavily relies on the mechanic. SK Rossi, he's also got the mechanics and now is also trying to extend a little bit more on all sort of departments, right? So tomorrow's matchup is definitely going to be quite interesting. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and of course, Shai Shanu. Thank you so much for tuning into the English broadcast. Thank you so much for tuning into OMEN's Valorant Challenger South Asia, presented by Nodwin Gaming with our styling partner Philips OneBlade. Now it's time for me and Shai Shanu to take off.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or read. Let's go, go.